Inside a tense classroom at Zhangcheng No. 2 High School, a chalkboard boldly announces, "Just one day left until the unified exam." Their class teacher, Chun Fan, gives his final instructions. He tells students taking the liberal arts exam to prepare their required stationery. But he delivers a far more serious reminder to those taking the martial arts exam to prepare their required combat gear and weapons. Teacher Chun Fan then warns them about the deadly risks of the martial arts college entrance exam. He strongly advises any student with an awakened ability below D level not to take it. From his seat, a student named Su Jingming smirks, feeling the teacher's warning is clearly directed at him. He thinks to himself that he's transmigrated into this world, called Blue Star. It's technologically similar to his old one, but also inhabited by ferocious, bloodthirsty beasts. To counter this, some humans have awakened superpowers. In this world, people can awaken various abilities at age 16, which are rated on a scale from F to S. However, the majority of people only awaken skills between F and D. As he considers his own power, a small flash of lightning appears. He reveals that his ability is an E grade, weak electricity, and he notes with disappointment that its power is only comparable to a simple stun baton. As Xu Jingming reflects, a blonde-haired classmate, Huang Tian, taps on his desk. He mockingly asks if Su Jingming still plans to take the martial arts exam, calling him E-grade trash, who would only shame the school. Huang Tian suggests Xu Jingming should just choose liberal arts and offers him a future as a small clerk in his company. Before Xu Jingming can answer, a female classmate, Lin Qingli, stands up and tells Huang Tian to mind his own business. Annoyed, Huang Tian scoffs at her and promises to show her who's best during the exam. As he walks away, he glances back and adds one last cruel remark. They predict Su Jingming will die on the exam grounds. After Huang Tian leaves, she then turns to Su Jingming, her face filled with concern. She urges him to ignore Huang Tian's words and suggests that switching to liberal arts might not be a bad option at all. Su Jingming listens to her silently, his expression completely unreadable. Lost in thought, Su Jingming gazes at his Great Xia Unified Exam registration form. The form lists his E-level elemental ability. In the Great Xia Kingdom, education is split into liberal arts and martial arts. Those with low-level abilities can choose liberal arts. For an ordinary life, the martial arts path is far more dangerous. Students must enter a designated area and fight fierce beasts to the death to pass. Only by surviving can one hope to enter an ability user university. There, with years of intense training, even an unranked person can become a truly powerful ability user. Su Jingming understands why his teacher and Lin Qingli are worried. He knows they fear what might happen if he takes the exam. However, he also recognizes that he cannot escape the constant threat of the beasts. This thought triggers a painful memory from his past, where he knelt as a child, crying over the lifeless bodies of his parents. The memory only strengthens his resolve. He doesn't want to be powerless ever again. With determination, he holds up his registration form and firmly declares that he will still choose the martial arts exam. As the sun sets, Su Jingming is in a training hall, practicing relentlessly with a long spear. He channels his electrical ability into the weapon, causing blue lightning to crackle along its length. With a cry, he unleashes a powerful swing. The intense training quickly leaves him utterly drained. He lets out a large yawn, complaining about how tired he is, and then collapses onto the floor, his spear falling beside him. Lying on the ground, Su Jingming thinks about his training. He has been practicing with the spear for 2.5 years despite his efforts. His proficiency is still at a beginner level. He bought a spear technique called Lightning Gale Break for 300,000, which he believes makes him a little stronger than other ordinary E-class awakened ones. As he lies there, a grim thought crosses his mind. He knows the death rate for students below D class in the exam is increasing every year. This thought strengthens his resolve to get into an awakened university. He must be prepared to fight with everything he has. He pushes himself up and approaches a machine, clenching his fist As his hand nears the machine's panel, a blue holographic interface suddenly materializes, displaying system activating. Xu Jinming's eyes widen in shock as he tries to comprehend what is happening. The system's activation finishes, and a new message asks if he wants to claim the newbie gift package. Still on the floor, he realizes this could be the legendary cheat system for transmigrators. His shock turns into excitement. A wide grin spreads across his face as he wonders what the gift package contains. The system immediately reveals the contents: an S-rank super ability and 200 ability points. He is momentarily speechless. An S-rank ability is exceedingly rare. In a major country like Shawa, a person with one is instantly recruited by top universities and cultivated into a powerhouse. Xu Jinming is stunned by his unbelievable fortune. The revelation fills him with hope. He realizes that even though he was born as E-rank trash, this system gives him a chance to change his destiny. With a determined grin, he reaches out, his hand crackling with his old weak electricity, and says claim, accepting the gift without hesitation. Immediately, 3 system windows appear. The newbie gift package is claimed. 200 ability points are credited, and the system begins distributing his new S-rank ability, Purple Cloud Thunder, God's Lightning. The raw power surges directly into his heart. The process is excruciatingly painful. A colossal power erupts from within him. Violent purple lightning surges through his body. Tearing his shirt, a progress bar appears, slowly climbing as the energy explodes outwards, shattering the entire interior of the room. The blast is incredibly powerful. It blows out the apartment window. The chaos is noticed on the street below. A woman points up at the strange energy. Her child asks, "What's happening?" A young man frantically makes a phone call, urging someone to call the fire department at once. For the Su family's child inside, Xu Jinming writhes in agony as the integration continues past 50%. Back on the streets, people gaze up as the sky turns dark and ominous. Above the apartment, a colossal dragon, formed of crackling blue lightning, materializes. This event attracts powerful individuals. From a high-rise, a man wonders if a powerful beast is invading elsewhere. A military commander urgently orders Zhangcheng's 3rd Legion to high alert. Back at the apartment, the lightning dragon swirls ominously in the sky before diving back down, funneling its immense energy into Xu Jinming's body. Xu Jinming lets out a final, agonizing scream as the system's progress bar jumps to 100%. The light and pain fade, replaced by a simple message: ability transformation complete. The overwhelming energy finally subsides, leaving Xu Jinming in his devastated training room. He slowly clenches his fist, feeling the immense power he now commands. Potent blue and purple electricity crackles around his hand as a confident grin spreads across his face. He recognizes this S-rank ability is on a completely different level. He thinks his old ability was like an electric baton, but this new power feels strong enough to shatter a person with one strike. His excitement is lessened as he sees the destruction. The windows are shattered and the walls are cracked. He thinks the commotion was a bit too large and feels relieved. He managed to control some of the energy. He then recalls the other part of his incredible reward, 200 ability points. He wonders aloud, what exactly are these for? As he lightly taps the system interface, the system promptly explains that ability points are earned by slaying fierce beasts and can enhance his levels and skills. A mischievous grin lights up his face once more. He gleefully exclaims his delight at this straightforward cheat system and commands it to open the system panel. A detailed status screen instantly appears, proudly displaying his updated profile. His name, his level as an unranked awakened, his brand new S-rank ability, Purple Heaven, Divine Thunder, and his 200 available ability points are all there. With a unified exam just a single day away, Xu Jinming's eyes practically glow with determination. He knows he must use these 200 points strategically to maximize his combat power. Lightning crackles vividly around his hand as he tells the system to allocate the points for him. Su Jingming decides to use his points with logical precision, reasoning that all abilities originate from a human body and spirit. He chooses to strengthen these two core attributes first. As the system swiftly processes the points, his stats for physique and spirit rapidly skyrocket. A powerful surge of dark purple energy erupts and swirls fiercely around him. He looks slightly dazed, almost breathless, marveling at the intense feeling of his vital energy and thoughts being profoundly enhanced. Clenching his fist, he feels the raw, new power surging within him. He throws a quick test punch, and a magnificent vortex of blue and purple lightning explodes from his fist. This display of power is far beyond anything he could do before. He stares at his hand, now surrounded by crackling energy, and truly understands that by raising his basic attributes, his control over his combat skills and powers will also become significantly stronger. The system panel immediately confirms the upgrade, showing his physique is now 141 and his spirit is 160. It explains that each ability point was equivalent to 0.2 units of vital energy, or spirit energy. A confident grin spreads across his face. He believes that with his current strength, getting into an Awakening University will be a breeze, but he wonders how he now compares to the other 700,000 candidates across the entire province, especially the geniuses molded since childhood. Determined to find out for himself, he flicks his spear up from the rubble on the floor, catching it and slinging it over his shoulder. He resolves to head to the martial arts hall to truly test his new power. Just as he's about to leave, his apartment door is suddenly blasted open. A team of 3 firefighters bursts in, ready to fight a fire, leaving Su Jingming stunned. The lead firefighter, looking utterly confused by the lack of a fire, explains they'd received a frantic call about a blaze at this location. Standing amidst the chaos, Su Jingming calmly clarifies that the ruckus was just his ability training and that everything is now perfectly fine. The lead firefighter accepts his explanation, knowing that incidents involving awakened individuals are quite common. He radios his team to fall back. As he makes his exit, he glances back at Su Jingming with a touch of admiration, thinking how truly formidable the younger generation has become to cause such a massive commotion just by practicing. Shortly after, the fire truck drives away as Su Jingming, now in his school uniform and carrying his formidable spear, walks down the street. A neighbor he calls Uncle Yang asks if he's okay after the fire. Su Jingming reassures him everything is perfectly under control. Noticing the spear, the neighbor praises him for his incredible diligence, practicing even with the big exam looming tomorrow. The narration then elaborates that martial arts halls are incredibly important in this world. To truly advance, an awakened person must rigorously train their physique and spirit. These halls provide essential training grounds, which are absolutely essential, since not every family can afford a private training room. The 2 most famous martial arts hall chains are Thunder and Brutal Bear. Su Jingming soon arrives at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. The narration then explains that the Brutal Bear Hall is notoriously expensive, catering mainly to students from the wealthiest families. The Thunder Hall, however, is completely free for all high school students, making it wildly popular within the bustling hall. Su Jingming spots a familiar face among a group of students. It's Tang Shi, a girl with long black hair and fiery red eyes. His cousin. He approaches her, asking why she's at Thunder Hall. Surprised to see him, Tang Shi replies she only came with a friend. Su Jingming politely excuses himself, telling Tang Shi and her friends to enjoy their visit, while he heads to the training room. As he walks away, Tang Shi watches him, thinking he seems a bit different. Her cheerful friend, Xiaoya, is immediately smitten by Su Jingming's appearance, calling him handsome and asking Tang Shi who he is. Tang Shi explains he's her cousin, Su Jingming, also a third-year student, who's taking a martial arts exam tomorrow. Xiaoya swoons, gushing he'd make a great boyfriend. A male friend teases her for falling in love, and she enthusiastically agrees. Hearing this, Tang Shi decides to snap her friend back to reality. She reveals that Xu Jingming's awakened ability is only E rank. The news shatters Xiaoya's fantasy, and she cries out, "What a pity!" The male friend smirks, commenting that it's commendable for someone with an E rank ability to take the martial arts exam. Tang Shi, however, looks worried, saying courage is meaningless when the risk is so high. Changing the subject, Tang Shi reminds the group they're here to visit the hall. Xiaoya agrees, mentioning she spent all of high school at the expensive Brutal Bear Hall and suggests relaxing before the big exam is a good idea. Meanwhile, Xue Jingming finds an empty training room. He stands before a large, round target with his spear. As he grips it, he notices it feels much lighter. He realizes the spear hasn't changed. His own body has become much stronger. He considers that this old weapon might not be suitable anymore, but with the exam tomorrow, there's no time to find a new one. He decides to first test his peak physical strength without his lightning ability. He takes a deep, steadying breath, tightens his grip, and thrusts the spear forward. The weapon slams right into the target center with incredible, shattering force. The strike leaves a spiderweb of cracks across the advanced training target. A digital display above flashes 3021. The room's equipment is crafted from special memory metal, allowing it to automatically repair itself. Xu Jingming is utterly astonished. His pure physical strength has absolutely doubled. He knows the strongest output for a normal unranked awakened is only around 100 calories, making his base strength truly exceptional. Satisfied, he decides to unleash his new S-rank ability. His eyes begin to glow a fierce blue as he prepares to channel the purple heavens. Divine thunder, arcs of purple and blue lightning, and crackle around his body. With a powerful leap, he brings his spear crashing down onto the target, creating a massive explosion of electrical energy. He looks up at the new reading now. An incredible 3021 calories. Xu Jingming is thrilled by how potent his S-rank ability truly is. The standard for a first-tier awakened is only 1,000 calories. The fact that he, still unranked, can unleash an attack comparable to a mid-tier first-tier awakened shows his insane new potential. But he isn't done yet. With lightning still furiously crackling around him, he declares that this is absolutely not his limit. He decides to unleash his true killer move now, a technique stacking his enhanced strength, his S-rank ability, and his combat skills into one devastating strike. He channels all his surging energy into the spear, which becomes covered in intense, crackling purple lightning. He swings the spear in a wide, powerful arc. As the spearhead nears the target, the lightning condenses into a single, bright sphere of raw power. With a fierce cry of break, he unleashes the attack. The spear connects, resulting in a massive explosion of searing purple energy that completely engulfs the entire target. The sheer force of this attack sends a shockwave rumbling through the entire martial arts hall. In the main stadium, students are profoundly shaken, with one crying out, wondering if that was an actual earthquake. Back on the training room floor, Tang Shi, Xiaoya, and their friends are caught completely off guard. Their male friend instantly senses the immense energy fluctuations, declaring they're on par with a true awakener. They can't help but wonder if a new Awakener-level high school student has just made their grand debut. After all, the known ones all train at the other hall. Unable to resist their curiosity, Tang Shi insists they go investigate. The group follows the potent energy trail down the corridor. As they round a corner, they come face to face with none other than Xu Jingming, who's just leaving the area, his spearhead now neatly wrapped in a cloth. Tang Shi calls out to him, utterly surprised to spot him there. Xu Jingming calmly replies that he's heading home to prepare for the exam, giving absolutely no hint of the immense power he just wielded. Tang Shi's friend wishes him luck, but then dismissively tells the group to forget about him. Pointing instead to the training room, Xu Jingming just exited, insisting the powerful energy originated from inside. The group cautiously approaches the door. Peeking inside, they are met with a scene of absolute devastation. The advanced memory metal target has been utterly annihilated, and the reinforced wall behind it is now just a massive crater of rubble. The entire room is an absolute wreck. Tang Shi, Xiaoya, and the others can only stare in pure shock, barely able to comprehend the sheer level of destructive power that was just unleashed in a high school training room. Still staring at the incredible destruction, Xiaoya exclaims that even the advanced memory metal was completely blasted through. That would require an incredibly intense attack. She can't help but wonder if any high school student in their city of Jiangxing could actually be that powerful. The brown-haired male friend immediately dismisses the idea, touching the crater's jagged edge. He says the residual energy feels far too violent for a mere high school student. He theorizes it must have been a powerful second-order ability user who mistakenly entered the student-level floor. Another friend agrees, adding that even a genius from the provincial capital couldn't accomplish this. It's simply impossible for a person like that to be in their small city. Xiaoya, however, suggests a different theory altogether. She points out that the only person they saw nearby was Su Jingming and excitedly suggests he might be a hidden super genius. Her friends ridicule the idea, with one asking if she's been reading too many novels. The other points out that Su Jingming is a known E-class user who'd be lucky to have an attack strength of 300. Her friend offers a more logical explanation, suggesting the powerful user simply left through the other corridor. He then turns to Tang Chi, who has been silent, and asks for her opinion. Tang Chi simply answers, maybe, stepping forward to inspect the damage. As she runs her hand along the shattered wall, she notices the impact marks look like they were left by a long spear. The image of her cousin with his spear flashes in her mind. A deep suspicion forms, and she silently wonders if Su Jingming, taking a martial arts exam, is really him overestimating his abilities. The next day is clear and bright. The day of the martial arts exam. Dozens of buses arrive at a massive, fortified venue, dropping off students armed with various weapons. Among them is Su Jingming, walking with a calm and confident stride, his spear on his shoulder. The students gather by a tall fence, looking into the exam grounds, with a mix of awe and terror. One student complains nervously, recalling that past exams had much weaker beasts. The consensus is that this year's exam will be incredibly difficult. As the students share their fears, an arrogant voice cuts through the crowd. A long-haired young man with a large sword scoffs at their cowardice. He declares that anyone who can't deal with a unicorn rhinoceros is useless, leaving the other students speechless. Nearby, Xu Jingming's best friend, Lu Ji, asks who the arrogant guy is. Xu Jingming identifies him as Zhou Mingyang. Lu Ji reveals that Zhou Mingyang, a renowned genius, boasts a B-class ability and has already advanced to become a first-order ability user, an incredibly rare feat for a high schooler. Xu Jingming eyes the prodigy, a confident smile on his face, and a competitive glint in his eye, silently wondering who truly stands stronger. Suddenly, a booming voice commands the candidate's attention. A stern-faced man with a visible scar, clad in a military-style uniform, introduces himself as Wang Haiyang, the chief commander of the exam. He states that before the exam officially begins, he'll review all the important precautions. Standing atop a military vehicle, Commander Wang Haiyang announces the exam will last 12 grueling hours from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. He gestures to the vast, ruined town serving as their battleground. He explains it's split into 4 zones: outer, central, inner, and the forbidden core. Students earn points by taking down beasts, with their score dramatically increasing, based on the beast's rank and sheer strength. The commander's expression turns grave as he issues his final, chilling warning. He warns that the core area is like a bonus question, meant only for the absolute top students. He urges everyone to act within their abilities and not foolishly risk their lives for a mere higher score. Listening intently to the commander, Xu Jingming reflects on his own evolving abilities. Before his recent power-up, he would have been confined to the outer area. But now, brimming with power and fierce ambition, he's determined to charge deep into the inner circle and perhaps even challenge the mysterious core area. An announcement is then made for students to collect their exam supplies. Shou Jingming and his friend approach their teacher, Chun Fan, who's distributing tactical backpacks. Xu Jingming receives his pack, which contains a smartwatch for tracking points, a backpack filled with energy bars, a refreshing drink, a medical kit, and a safety ball that can create a high-voltage grid to ward off beasts. As teacher Chun Fan passes Xu Jingming his gear, he delivers one final piece of advice. He sternly reminds Xu Jingming that his life is worth more than anything, even if the safety ball cuts his exam short. Xu Jingming respectfully bows, thanking his teacher. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out his name. He turns to find his classmate, Lin Qingli, sprinting right towards him. She kindly offers him a slot on her team. Alongside her is their class president, Lu Qin, a skilled C-class user, who confidently declares he'll protect Xu Jingming. Inside the exam hall, however, another student sharply objects, arguing this exam is a serious competition. He complains that taking on an E-rank student, like Xu Jingming, will destroy their chances for a high score. Another teammate angrily agrees, accusing Lu Qin of changing their original plan. The two objectors make it very clear. They refuse to be saddled with a burden. These blatant insults infuriate Xu Jingming's friend, Lu Ji, but Xu Jingming calmly holds him back. With a polite smile, Xu Jingming declines the offer. He informs Lu Qin and Lin Qingli that he appreciates their genuine kindness, but plans to go in solo. A concerned Lin Qingli reluctantly accepts his decision, urging him to be careful. The student who complained smirks and suggests they find the powerful Huang Tian to form a team with instead, letting out a mocking laugh as they walk away. Xu Jingming watches them depart, with a confident smirk of his own, thinking that he's more than capable of scoring high. All by himself, an announcement rings out, declaring the official start of the exam. A massive fleet of drones swarms into the sky, ready to live broadcast the entire event. The massive gates swing wide open, and a flood of students charges into the ruined city, shouting their individual goals. Among the crowd, we spot Tang Chi and her friends, a determined-looking girl with a massive sword, and the top contender, Zhou Mingyang, who uses his wind ability to leap far ahead of the pack. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming stays cool as a cucumber. He takes one deliberate step, then breaks into a steady run, his spear held firmly in hand. He thinks the exam has finally arrived, and I'm more than ready, he thinks as he runs. He taps his smartwatch, quick as a flash. A holographic screen confirms his identity and promptly displays the real-time rankings. The top 3 spots are already snatched up, with Zhou Mingyang in first, boasting 7 points, followed by 2 other ambitious students. Xu Jingming, ever sharp, looks at the leaderboard with a confident smirk. He notes that Zhou Mingyang's already started racking up beast kills, but this early lead only fuels Xu Jingming's competitive fire. While others scramble in the outer sections, Xu Jingming decides on a much bolder strategy. He resolves to waste absolutely no time and head straight for the high-risk, high-reward core area. As he moves deeper into the ruined city's labyrinth, he suddenly stops. Ahead, he discovers a gruesome scene. The lifeless body of another student in a spreading pool of blood. Beside the body, an unused green safety ball lies, showing just how lightning fast the attack must have been. Xu Jingming is deeply disturbed by the horrifying sight. He realizes the student didn't even have a single chance to activate his last defense. The grim reality of the exam truly hits him now, and he finally understands the true weight behind his teachers and the commander's grave warnings. He thinks to himself, if I hadn't received my S-class ability yesterday, I could have easily ended up in the very same state. stealing his resolve. He accepts the brutal, unforgiving nature of the exam. He kneels beside the fallen student and uses the boy's smartwatch to call for the body's swift retrieval. He reflects that true opportunities always come hand in hand with risks. Suddenly, a faint noise nearby catches his attention. From the deepest shadows of a ruined building, a large, clawed paw silently materializes. A moment later, a ferocious shadow cat with glowing purple eyes emerges. Su Jingming instantly realizes the horrifying truth. The beast had left the dead student as a gruesome bait. It's a trap, and the beast lunges towards him. Despite the shadow cat's terrifying lunge, Su Jingming remains perfectly calm. The beast lets out a menacing growl, pouncing with incredible speed, its shadowy claws outstretched. But Su Jingming proves even quicker. With a fluid, casual movement, he effortlessly sidesteps, letting the beast fly right past him. The shadow cat lands with surprising grace, its glowing purple eyes firmly locked on its prey. Its fearsome reputation is well-earned. With an agile body, razor-sharp claws, and a bite force of over 1,000 kilograms, it's a notorious newbie killer. It lets out a ferocious roar, attempting to intimidate Su Jingming, who stands his ground. And Su Jingming ponders what makes these creatures so dangerous. He knows fierce beasts possess a special, terrifying aura capable of paralyzing their prey with fear. He's heard that most awakened individuals, when confronting a fierce beast for the first time, become utterly helpless under this immense pressure, unable to tap into even 30% of their strength, as they simply wait to be killed. He recalls how wealthy families hire bodyguards to guide their children into the wilderness, to acclimate them to this aura from a young age, a privilege he never had, especially since this is his first true battle against a fierce beast. He steadies his spear, just as the shadow cat lunges at him once more. The beast covers the distance instantly, its jaws gaping wide. But Su Jingming holds his ground, utterly unaffected. Arcs of vibrant purple lightning crackle along his spear. As he channels his power for a single, swift motion, he thrusts his spear forward, the lightning-infused tip piercing through the shadow cat's skull, killing it instantly. He gazes down at the fallen creature. With a thoughtful expression, he realizes the beast's intimidating aura had absolutely no effect on him. Just a moment later, a blue holographic window springs forth from his smartwatch, confirming the kill. Killed one unranked fierce beast, a shadow cat. Ability points, +3. A note then explains that fierce beasts, they're ranked from 1 to 9, and anyone below rank 1 is considered unranked. These correspond to unranked human awakened. Su Jingming checks the venue map on his wrist-mounted watch, considering that slaying beasts grants him valuable ability points, but he seems utterly unimpressed by the meager rewards, thinking these unranked beasts offer far too few points. Realizing he's completely unaffected by the intimidating aura of these fierce beasts, Su Jingming quickly concludes, there's little point wasting time in this outer area. He resolves to push into the more dangerous central area as swiftly as possible. He begins his journey deeper into the exam venue, carving a bloody path through the unranked beasts. He effortlessly slays shadow cats, iron-furred pigs, and wolf-like creatures, consistently gaining 3 to 5 ability points with each kill. However, he quickly identifies a major flaw in his approach. While he's accumulating ability points, he realizes he utterly lacks actual combat experience. His new S-rank ability is so overwhelmingly powerful that it instantly obliterates unranked beasts, preventing him from honing his true fighting skills. He also considers the steep energy cost of his new power. He knows higher-ranked abilities consume significantly more energy. Unlike his old E-rank ability, which could last for hours, he can't maintain his S-rank power at full strength for even an hour, with the exam lasting a full 12. He understands he absolutely cannot waste energy. Before reaching the core area, he quickly decides on a brand new strategy. He will take down fierce beasts using only his masterful spear technique to gain experience and conserve his precious power. Just as he makes this critical decision, a new, much larger threat suddenly appears. A formidable bipedal unicorn rhinoceros. The massive beast roars and charges forward, effortlessly tossing a wrecked car aside with its immense strength. Instead of retreating, Su Jingming stands his ground and boldly faces the charge head-on. The powerful impact of the rhino's horn sends him hurtling backward, but with incredible agility, Su Jingming uses the momentum to flip himself in midair, positioning himself directly above the massive beast. Before the rhino can even react, he dives down, landing squarely on its back and plunging his spear deep into its skull. With a single precise strike, the massive beast collapses, utterly defeated. Breathing slightly, Su Jingming is surprised by how much his killing speed has skyrocketed, noting that even a powerful beast like the rhinoceros wasn't much of a challenge anymore. A thought strikes him. He wonders if his spear technique broke through to a higher level. Without him even realizing it, he summons his system panel, which swiftly confirms his suspicion. His spear technique has leveled up to the intermediate stage, and his ability points have risen to 256. He concludes that relying on his spear technique is the most effective way to boost his strength. Feeling how fluid the intermediate technique is, he wonders what would happen if he improved it further. Using his accumulated points, he decides to upgrade his spear skill again. The effect is instant. A massive influx of advanced spear techniques and complex movements floods his mind, integrating into his very muscle memory. He clutches his head, amazed by the sheer volume of skill he just acquired. With a wealth of new techniques, Shui Jingming feels a surge of confidence. Gripping his spear, he stands tall amidst the ruins. With a predatory smile, he declares that he can't wait to find a first-rank fierce beast to test his new skills on. At the same time, in another part of the outer area, Lin Qingling and her team are moving through the streets. Suddenly, Lin Qingling stops, puzzled. In the distance, she thought she saw a familiar silhouette. She voices her thought, saying she thinks she just saw Su Jingming. One of her teammates dismisses the idea, asking if she's seeing things. He argues it couldn't be Su Jingming, as it would be suicide for someone with his E-rank strength to be this deep into the exam zone. Lin Qingga is filled with doubt, but can't shake the feeling that she saw her classmate. She begins to worry about him. Her thoughts are interrupted when another teammate calls out to them. The group rushes over, only to find him standing before the massive, freshly slain corpse of a unicorn rhinoceros. They see the blood on its wounds is still wet, meaning it was killed mere minutes ago. They scrutinize the fatal injury, a clean, penetrating wound to the head, clearly made by a long-handled weapon. One of them exclaims it's a spear wound. The pieces click together. In Lin Qingli's mind, the spear wound, the timing, and the silhouette all point to one conclusion. She wonders aloud if the person she saw could really have been Su Jingming. The skeptical teammate scoffs at the suggestion, arguing that a unicorn rhinoceros is a beast only a C-rank. Awakened could defeat alone. To settle the argument, another teammate suggests they check the score rankings. Without hesitation, Lin Qingli activates the leaderboard on her smartwatch. As the rankings appear, her eyes widen in shock. There, in 46th place with 256 points, is Su Jingming from Zhongcheng Second High School. She exclaims that it really is him. Her teammates are speechless, their faces showing pure disbelief. They refuse to accept that the E-rank student they look down on is now in the top 50, speculating it must be someone with the same name. They are left questioning everything, unable to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, officials and VIPs watch the exam on large screens. One spectator comments on the predictable strength of the first high school, which dominates the top 10 ranks. They single out Zhou Mingyang, ranked first with 412 points, who seems to have secured the title of Jiang. Cheng's top student. Another official wonders if he can become a provincial top 100 student, a feat no one from their city has achieved in years. Among the officials is Jiang Wenshang, the director of the Jiangxing Education Bureau, with a self-satisfied smile. He readily agrees that Zhou Mingyang is their city's ace, and confidently asserts that Zhou Mingyang will undoubtedly break into the provincial top 100. He then turns his attention to the principals of first and third high schools, lavishing praise upon their esteemed institutions. The principals humbly thank the director, while in turn praising the top school's director, Zhang Wen. Sean then turns to the principal of second high school, Zhao Yao. He condescendingly informs him his school desperately needs to work harder, pointing out their top student only ranks 18th. The principal sweats nervously, bowing and stammering his agreement in distress. Principal Zhao Yao, however, is inwardly fuming. He knows that among the top 50 students, only 8 are from his school, a dismal number. He mentally lists his top students, including Su Jingming, mentally urging them to get their act together. A moment later, he pauses. The name Shu Jingming doesn't sound familiar to him. He wonders aloud, who is this student? And why have I never seen this name before? He turns to the teacher beside him, Chen Fan, and asks about Shu Jingming. Upon hearing that his supposedly weakest student is actually in the top 50, teacher Chen Fan has a jaw-dropping reaction of pure, utter shock. He takes a moment to compose himself, wiping beads of sweat from his brow. He recalls that Su Jingming is an E-rank awakened and wonders if the boy had been secretly hiding his true strength. But he quickly dismisses the thought as utterly impossible. He looks up at the monitors in frustration, realizing that since only the top 10 students have dedicated camera feeds, there's no way for him to actually see how Su Jingming is accumulating so many points. Meanwhile, back in the exam venue, Su Jingming has pushed through the outer area and arrived at the central area, a zone with a much higher danger level than before. He walks calmly through the streets, crushing a discarded bottle underfoot. Taking a moment to eat an energy bar, he observes that the number of fierce beasts. He knows his progress has slowed. This is due to ranked beasts, developing intelligence, and a strong sense of territory, making them tougher opponents. Suddenly, his keen senses pick up something. His eyes narrow. My target has arrived, he declares. An instant later, a powerful, striped beast bursts through a pile of wrecked cars. It's a first-rank, fierce beast, an arm-bladed tiger, named for the sharp, blade-like bones on its forelimbs. Su Jingming stands his ground, unfazed. What good luck, he remarks, pleased to have encountered a first-rank beast so soon. With a confident and eager expression, he readies his spear, declaring this powerful opponent is the perfect test for his newly upgraded spear. Technique. The arm-bladed tiger lets out a ferocious roar and lunges its powerful claws, ready to attack. Shu Jingming remains calm and composed, holding his spear defensively. With a graceful spin, he deflects the tiger's initial pounce, expertly parrying the beast's attack with the shaft of his spear. The force of the blow causes the tiger to recoil slightly. Shu Jingming, however, seems completely unimpressed. With a confident smirk, he mockingly asks, is this all the power a first-tier beast has? Musing that it would take a Tiger King to make him use more effort. His taunt enrages the beast, declaring he's sending it on its way. Shu Jingming goes on the offensive. He leaps forward with incredible speed, his spear becoming a blur as he lands a clean, deep strike on the tiger's shoulder. Drawing blood, the beast roars in pain and fury. But Shu Jingming gives it no time to recover, maintaining his calm, focused stance. His attack has only enraged the first-rank beast. Further, its eyes begin to glow with a menacing teal light. It rises up on its hind legs, towering over Shu Jingming, unleashes a deafening roar, poised to unleash its full power. The armed blade tiger brings its massive, bladed paws down in a devastating swipe. Su Jingming, showing incredible reflexes, dodges the attack and uses the momentum to swing himself around a nearby lamppost, avoiding the deadly claws and setting himself up for a powerful counterattack, landing gracefully after his acrobatic move. Su Jingming acknowledges the tenacity of the first-tier beast. He can see that despite its injuries, the armed blade tiger still wants to put up a desperate struggle. Deciding to end the fight, he declares that any further resistance is futile. He begins to channel his spear technique. Lightning Gale Break, and a vortex of blue energy swirls around his weapon. With a powerful war cry, he unleashes the technique. His body becomes a blur as he executes a devastating spinning attack, the energy from his spear, creating multiple slashing arcs of light. The attack connects, and the tiger lets out a final, agonized cry. As the powerful technique tears through its body, the massive beast collapses to the ground, defeated. A notification immediately appears on Su Jingming's smartwatch, confirming the kill of a first-tier armored tiger and awarding him 14 ability points. He notes with satisfaction that the point from a first-tier beast are almost double what he gets from an unranked one. A new perspective dawns on him. He realizes that, while the exam hall is a place of danger for others, for him, it is a perfect treasure ground to level up. With renewed determination, he vows to harvest as many ability points as he can by hunting the most powerful beasts. Back in the audience stands, the atmosphere is tense. As officials and teachers watch the live rankings, the leaderboard shows Su Jingming is now tied for 32nd place with 328 points. An official turns to teacher Chun Fan, asking if this surprising student is from his class. Suddenly, Chun Fan finds himself the center of attention. Other teachers shower him with praise, marveling that only students from his class have shattered their way into the top 50 from their entire school. They're raving about his teaching methods. A flustered Chun Fan humbly tries to deflect the praise, insisting it's all due to his students' own hard work. Their conversation is abruptly cut short when someone shouts and points frantically at the screen. Su Jingming's ranking has absolutely skyrocketed again. He's jumped to number 25, one official exclaims, in utter disbelief that he's somehow gained 44 points. At once, Director Jiang Wenshan mentally begins calculating the point values, recalling that a peak unranked beast is worth 6-tier 8 points, while a low-grade first-tier beast is worth 14 to 16 points. Principal Zhao Yao continues that thought, his face pale with shock. He suddenly remembers that the kill count updates every 4 seconds, and an impossible realization begins to dawn in his mind. Director Zhang Wenshan completes the stunning calculation. Within a mere 4 seconds, Su Jingming must have taken down either 5 peak unranked beasts or 3 low-grade first-tier beasts. A pleased smile slowly spreads across his face as he remarks that this kind of performance hasn't been seen in years. He turns to Principal Zhao Yao and comments that this student is a truly exceptional prospect, asking why he's never heard of him before. The principal, still utterly flustered, admits he's only just found out about Su Jingming himself and says they'll have to ask the boys' homeroom teacher. He immediately summons a clearly nervous teacher, Chun Fan, telling him to explain Su Jingming's situation to the esteemed leaders, specifically asking about his true talent. Standing before the city's top education officials, a sweating Chun Fan stammers out the unbelievable truth. Su Jingming awakened an E-grade ability, weak electricity. The principal is absolutely incredulous, asking if Chun Fan is truly certain. He hasn't misremembered it. Chun Fan insists that he is absolutely sure, adding that he specifically advised Su Jingming he opts out of the exam due to his notoriously low-ranked ability. Director Jiang Wenshan listens with intense curiosity. He quickly deduces that, for a student with only an E-grade ability, to get this far, he must possess other outstanding qualities. This mystery truly piques his interest. He decides to wait, confidently predicting that, with Su Jingming's incredible momentum, he should soon break into the top 10. At that point, they'll get a dedicated camera feed, and will finally understand how he's achieving this feat. He adds a stern warning, however, that if the student is caught cheating, there will be severe consequences. Just as he finishes speaking, both teacher Chun Fan and Principal Xiao Yao's eyes go wide with shock. A new update flashes across the leaderboard. Xu Jingming has done the impossible and broken into the top 10. He's now in 9th place. Just below him, at number 12, is his cousin, Tang Chi. Elsewhere in the exam hall, Tang Chi, now with cat-like ears and a tail, sits atop a defeated beast. She looks off into the distance with a knowing smile, now certain her cousin was the one who caused all that destruction. At the martial arts hall, the top-ranked student, Zhou Mingyang, also notices the new name on the leaderboard. He notes with genuine surprise that, with 6 hours still remaining, a new face is squeezed in the top 10. He thinks to himself that he's never heard of Su Jingming before. Because he's in the top 10, a dedicated camera drone is dispatched to follow Su Jingming. The feed shows him effortlessly, killing yet another first-tier beast with his spear. As the beast falls, a notification awards him another 14 points. He comments to himself that the efficiency of killing beasts is much higher. In the central area, he then notices the drone and realizes he must have entered the top 10. Standing over his latest kill, Xu Jingming reflects on the nature of the exam. He understands this is a true test of strength and potential, where better results promise greater recognition. With that in mind, he decides there's no reason to hold back his true power, declaring that breaking into the top 10 is merely the beginning. But before he tackles the core area, he decides to power up once more. He checks his system panel, which reveals his spear technique is now at the advanced level, and he has 312 ability points. He notes with a touch of disappointment that his level hasn't automatically promoted him. From Awakened, he deduces the only way to advance to a true ability user is by learning a specific cultivation method, which he can't do during the exam. Since he can increase his rank, he decides to keep boosting his basic attributes. He spends some points boosting his physique by 40 and his spirit by 22, feeling a surge of new power. He clenches his fist, ready to finally charge into the core area. He soon arrives at the entrance to the core area, where the danger level is at its peak. He's greeted by a brutal scene, a pack of 9 armored tigers, devouring the corpse of a massive, rhino-like beast from a safe distance. Su Jingming observes the pack. He quickly identifies the one in the middle, which is larger and boasts a more powerful aura. As the armored tiger king, far from being intimidated, he sees this as a massive harvest of points, just waiting for him. As he prepares to move, he senses another presence. He calls out, telling the hidden person to show themselves. From behind a corner, Zhuo Mingyang emerges, looking impressed. He compliments Su Jingming on his sharp perception and admits he didn't expect the mysterious student who broke into the top 10 to be him. Su Jingming recognizes the top-ranked student and asks how Zhuo Mingyang knew who he was. Zhuo Mingyang explains that he's familiar with every strong candidate who could possibly enter the core area. Since Su Jingming was an unknown who soared through the ranks, he quickly deduced his identity. Zhou Mingyang then reveals he's been watching the tiger pack and prepares to draw his sword. Su Jingming immediately grows wary, asking if he intends to steal his monster. Zhao Mingyang quickly clarifies that he has no intention of stealing the kill. He explains that the armored tiger king is a powerful, mid-grade, first-tier beast, and with its pack of 9 other tigers, it's an opponent no single person can handle alone. He proposes they cooperate to take down the pack. However, Su Jingming flatly rejects the offer with 2 simple words, no need. With a look of absolute confidence, he declares he is more than enough by himself, dismissing Zhou Mingyang's offer. Su Jingming confidently steps out into the open to confront the pack of armored tigers. His sudden appearance immediately draws their attention. They let out warning growls, and the Tiger King, perched on its kill, roars to assert its dominance. Su Jingming's eyes narrow as he observes his opponents. He notes that, as expected of a group led by a beast king, the tigers possess enough intelligence for a simple battle formation with the stronger ones in front. The pack growls menacingly, preparing to attack as one. One of the tigers breaks from the pack and charges, roaring as it lunges at him. From his hiding spot, Zhou Mingyang watches. With a mix of disbelief and intrigue, he decides to observe the encounter, curious to see if Su Jingming is just marching to his death, or if he has some special skill to back up his incredible confidence. Facing the charging beast, Su Jingming remains perfectly still, a calm aura around him as he prepares his spear. In a blur of motion, he begins to spin the weapon with blinding speed, the shaft becoming a nearly invisible circle. As he gathers energy for his attack, he unleashes a devastatingly wide, spinning sweep, sending a massive arc of force, tearing through the air towards the attacking beasts. The attack lands with devastating, overwhelming power in a single, brutal motion. His spinning spear carves through multiple tigers at once, sending a crimson spray across the street. System notifications instantly pop up, confirming his kills and showering him with ability points. The lifeless bodies of the tigers collapse onto the blood-soaked pavement. The initial wave of the pack is annihilated by his single, powerful strike. The armored Tiger King is absolutely enraged by the slaughter of its pack. Su Jingming, however, surveys the carnage with a hint of dissatisfaction. He remarks that it's a pity his physical strength is still lacking, as he couldn't kill all the tigers in one blow. The remaining tigers, led by their enraged king, surround him, ready to avenge their fallen pack members. The Tiger King unleashes a deafening roar, a powerful sonic attack meant to disorient its opponent. The force of the roar is so immense that it shatters the windows of nearby buildings, creating a terrifying rain of glass. Even Zhou Mingyang, watching from a safe distance, is affected by the sonic blast, clutching his head in pain. Su Jingming, however, stands firm amidst the shattering glass. Completely unfazed, he recognizes the Tiger King's attempt to intimidate him. With a defiant look, he declares that while the beast might scare others, it can't scare him. As the remaining tigers lunge at him from all sides, Su Jingming meets their charge. With fluid grace and deadly precision, he parries one tiger's attack, then uses the beast's own body as a springboard to launch himself into the air, avoiding the snapping jaws of another. The Tiger King, seeing an opening, charges forward, but Su Jingming is ready. Still airborne, he positions himself for a decisive strike. With a powerful overhead swing, he brings his spear down, directly onto the Tiger King's head. The immense force cleaves through the beast's skull, killing it instantly. He lands gracefully, as the system notification confirms the kill of an upper rank, a first-order armed blade tiger, netting him a massive 20 ability points. Watching from his hiding spot, Zhou Mingyang is utterly dumbfounded, sweating and wide-eyed. He can't believe what he just witnessed. He mutters to himself, "There's no way one person could have taken down this entire pack." He wonders what kind of monster Su Jingming truly is. Su Jingming, on the other hand, is ecstatic. He marvels at the huge harvest of ability points he earned from the tiger pack. He excitedly wonders how many points he can accumulate before the 12-hour exam is over. Knowing that more points mean more power, he decides to hurry and find a next group of beasts to hunt. But before he can leave, Zhou Mingyang runs out from his hiding spot, demanding to know how Su Jingming managed to crush the tigers with just a long spear. He asks if his ability is a reinforcement type, which would explain his incredible physical prowess. Without stopping, Su Jingming simply leaps away, calling back that he is a lightning type. Zhou Mingyang is left fuming, not believing the answer. He clenches his fist in frustration, thinking Su Jingming is being dismissive. A moment later, he realizes that with so many new kills, Su Jingming's score is likely to catch up to his. He quickly checks the leaderboard on his smartwatch. To his absolute horror, he sees that Su Jingming has not just caught up, but completely surpassed him. The leaderboard now shows Su Jingming in first place, with 1,122 points. while he's been pushed down to second with 985. This realization leaves him screaming in frustration. Back in the audience stands, the officials are erupting with excitement. Director Zhang Wenshan stands up and declares that Su Jingming's high-level spearmanship confirms he is a genuine genius. He claps a beaming principal Zhao Yao on the shoulder, announcing that with Shou Jingming representing them, Zhang Cheng can definitely get into the provincial top 100. He promises a commendation for the second high school. After the exam, much to the principal's tearful delight, Principal Zhao Yao is overcome with emotion, thinking what a huge surprise Su Jingming has been, finally giving his school its day to shine. 3 hours later in the core zone, Zhou Mingyang walks through the streets, looking utterly confused. He wonders aloud where all the fierce beasts have gone. A voice from behind him suggests that he'll have to ask the no. One ranked student, he turns to see his cousin, Tang Qi, along with other top-ranked students. Wu Hao and Mong Di Tang. Qi points to the empty streets, explaining that Xu Jingming has already killed all the beasts. She says that because they couldn't find any beasts to fight, they had to team up. Zhou Mingyang is left stunned, finding it impossible to believe one person could have cleared out the entire core zone. Tang Qi tells Zhou Mingyang that she can tell he hasn't been a ranked ability user for very long. To prove her point, she tells him to look at her cousin's current score. She activates her smartwatch, and a leaderboard appears. Zhou Mingyang's eyes go wide in disbelief as he sees the astronomical number. Next is Su Jingming's name, 34. 35 points, more than triple his own score. He can only stammer in shock. Tang, she calmly explains the math, subtracting the roughly 700 points Xu Jingming got in the central zone. He still earned over 25 points, meaning he must have single-handedly killed almost 200 fierce beasts in the core zone alone. A bead of sweat rolls down Zhou Mingyang's face as he realizes the truth. It wasn't that Su Jingming was afraid of someone stealing his kills. He had planned to monopolize the entire core zone from the beginning. Wu Hao explains their current situation. With only a few hours left, the remaining top students have formed an elite team. Their daring plan to brave the innermost core zone, a perilous place they know is crawling with upper-ranked beasts, and even a terrifying second-order beast king. He acknowledges that venturing in alone would be a death wish. Meng Di then formally invites Zhou Mingyang to join their ranks. With no other choice, he agrees, shouting, "Count me in." The scene shifts to a serene, moonlit rooftop. Xu Jingming sits in solitude, atop a massive pile of freshly slain beast corpses, his spear firmly planted beside him. His supplies are completely exhausted, and he knows the exam is swiftly nearing its end. But his relentless hunt for power is far from over. He decides he must venture deeper to accumulate more ability points, knowing the innermost core zone harbors terrifying second-order fierce beasts. He resolves to strengthen his power one final time. He pulls up his system panel, revealing he has accumulated a staggering 2,413 ability points. With a mischievous grin, he decides to funnel his points into a powerful upgrade. After channeling the immense new power, he stands over the corpse of a massive, bear-like creature, letting out a breath of relief. He feels confident that with his final boost, he should be able to dominate this year's combat exam. Finale. As the other top students race towards the final area, their desperate final sprint begins. Deep within the innermost zone, a terrifying new beast dramatically emerges from the ruins. A massive, white-furred, wolf-like creature with glowing red eyes and dangerous red crystals protruding from its back. Just as the ultimate final challenge appears, Su Jingming arrives on the scene. Calm and ready, he firmly holds his spear, a confident look etched on his face, as he wonders what kind of second-order fierce beast the exam has arranged for him this year. Just as Su Jingming arrives for the final challenge, the team of top-ranked students also finally reaches the innermost core zone. They immediately identify the massive, crystal-backed creature as a bloodthirsty, savage bear. The beast Unleashing its immense power, it utterly demolishes a wrecked car with just one devastating swipe of its massive paw. This terrifying sight plunges the entire team into despair. Jo Ming-yong cries out, realizing they're in serious trouble. Mondi explains grimly, "This rare beast hide is as tough as E-grade alloy. Even missiles can't penetrate it." She adds, her voice trembling with terror. A single strike from its paw could instantly kill them all. Immediately grasping the overwhelming odds, Tang-Chi urges them to abandon the mission. Their situation is far more dire than they ever imagined. They then realize the compound isn't just guarded by the Beast King alone, but also by a massive pack of high-ranking, first-level beasts. One of them grimly declares that if they enter, they'll likely be wiped out by the Horde. Before the savage Beast King even makes a move, faced with this impossible challenge, a team member immediately throws in the towel, saying, "What's the point of high score if you end up dead?" Jo Ming-yong tries to stop him, angrily asking what the point of being handsome is, if he's just going to rush into a beast horde to die. The team's morale has completely shattered. Suddenly, Mondi points frantically towards the compound, shouting for the others to look. They see a lone figure entering the deadly zone. Tang-Chi's eyes widen as she recognizes him. It's Su Jingming, fearlessly striding directly into the heart of the beast horde. As he gracefully leaps into the compound, the others watch in utter disbelief. Jo Ming-yong grumbles about the ridiculously difficult test, while another student completely panics, crying out that Su Jingming's entrance has startled the entire horde. Now, every single beast turns its attention to him, enraged by the intrusion. The entire horde of fierce beasts charges at him. Su Jingming stands his ground in the center of the street, and in an instant, he's completely engulfed by the snarling creatures. Watching from the rooftop, the other students are absolutely horrified. Tang-Chi clutches her chest, worried for her cousin, but Wu Hao remarks that he was far too reckless. Tang-Chi vehemently declares she must go help him. Ming-Di grabs her arm, desperately tries to stop her, as Wu Hao calls her absolutely crazy, claiming it's a completely pointless death. Tang-Chi desperately insists that Jing-Ming is her cousin, and she can't just watch him die. But before she can even act, a massive explosion of purple and blue lightning erupts from the very center of the beast horde. The sheer, raw power creates a blinding flash, forcing the students on the roof to shield their eyes. Jo Ming-yong stares, wondering aloud if this is the lightning superpower Su Jingming mentioned earlier. As the lightning dissipates, it reveals a scene of utter carnage. The entire horde of first-level beasts has been completely wiped out. Their charred bodies are scattered around a lone, unharmed figure. Su Jingming stands amidst the devastation, with purple lightning crackling around him. He acknowledges that his physical strength alone wasn't enough, so he had to use his superpower. A confident smile plays on his lips as he feels the immense power of his S-grade ability, having cleared the lesser threats. He turns his attention to the final challenge, the bloodthirsty savage bear, standing over the corpses of its minions. The massive beast lets out a deafening roar. Su Jingming remains calm, analyzing his opponent. He notes the savage bear is massive and likely not agile, concluding that with his powerful thunder ability, it should be manageable. He then notices the beast is not alone. It has several smaller but still dangerous minions. Realizing these creatures might be an annoyance, he decides there's only one thing to do. With a look of fierce determination, his eyes glowing, he declares that he will clear the area first. He bursts into motion, his body enhanced by his S-grade lightning ability, moving with blinding speed. As he blitzes through the remaining beasts, he effortlessly dispatches a high-rank Shadow Cat, his smartwatch confirming the kill, and awarding him 13 points. With a confident grin, he marvels at the power coursing through him, his superpower amplifying his physique. But he acknowledges he can't maintain this dangerous state for long. Knowing it's enough to clear out the remaining minions, he swiftly cuts down the last lesser beasts. With a powerful sweep of his spear, earning another 15 points for a high-rank unicorn rhino. With the area cleared, the final confrontation begins. The savage bear roars in fury, slamming its massive paws into the ground and creating a shockwave that shatters the pavement. The beast charges, shaking the very ground. Xu Jingming, wreathed in his lightning aura, meets the charge head-on with a powerful leap. He expertly dodges the charge and swings his spear in a devastating arc, shattering one of the large red crystals on the beast's back. The battle continues in a blur, with Xu Jingming expertly dodging the bear's attacks and landing precise strikes, shattering more crystals and wounding the beast. His smartwatch continuously updates with points. As he dismantles the Beast King's defenses, the savage bear roars, enraged as it watches its minions fall. Xu Jingming, wreathed in lightning, taunts the beast, asking if it's getting angry. He promises to deal with it after taking care of the last minion. As he charges the final rhino, the Bear King watches with cunning intelligence. Just as Xu Jingming is about to strike, the Bear King moves with unexpected speed, smashing its own minion to bits to intercept him. Xu Jingming is surprised, realizing the beast anticipated his move. The Bear King claps its paws together, sacrificing its last minion to create a devastating shockwave that obliterates the ground and nearby cars. The final rhino is torn apart in the explosion. However, the attack fails to harm its true target. Xu Jingming, surrounded by his lightning aura, gracefully flips through the air, landing safely and untouched by the explosion. With the battlefield cleared of lesser threats, only the two kings remain. Xu Jingming grins fiercely. His body crackles with raw power. He declares, with no minions left, it's time to see if this beast's armor-like hide can withstand the force of his thunderous might. With a powerful thrust, Xu Jingming plunges his lightning-infused spear into the bloodthirsty savage bear's head. The impact ignites a massive explosion of purple energy that engulfs the trailing drone, instantly cutting its camera feed. The students on the rooftop reel from the shockwave, shielding their faces from the blinding blast. The entire audience leaps to their feet. The officials gaze in stunned silence at the static-filled screen. Director Zhang Wenshan, utterly shocked, turns to Principal Zhao Yao. He yells, asking if he considers the power they just witnessed an E-class ability, and accuses him of joking. Another official, equally amazed, remarks that Xu Jingming could instantly kill a high-tier, rank 1 beast, and even fight a rank 2 boss, a feat even an A-class user would struggle with. Principal Zhao Yao, sweating profusely and at a loss for words, can only guess it might be a rare ability mutation. Regardless, Director Zhang Wenshan laughs and declares that after today, the great Xia Nation will be shaken by Xu Jingming's name. Back on the battlefield, the result of Xu Jingming's attack is brutally clear. The bloodthirsty savage bear is indeed wounded, with a deep gash on its head. But it is not defeated. The beast roars and furiously swats Xu Jingming with its paw, sending him flying. He's shocked. His powerful attack only left a shallow wound. He crashes hard on the ground, using his skills to quickly recover. He swiftly analyzes the situation. He realizes the savage bear's hide is resistant to blades and doesn't conduct electricity. He admits to himself that with his current strength, it will be tough to kill the beast in one shot. The enraged savage bear begins gathering dark energy around its body. Xu Jingming, sensing the immense power, he can only stare on in utter shock, wondering what dark energy is gathering around this bloodthirsty savage bear as it powers up, rolling forward like a monstrous boulder. It smashes through everything in its path. The very ground seems to buckle under its raw power. Xu Jingming leaps back onto some debris as purple lightning crackles furiously around him. Readying himself, he's surprised. The beast activated its berserk skill so quickly, he realizes the beast truly hates him. A note explains, Berserk is a beast counter skill, similar to a human's ultimate combat technique. The enraged beast, now covered in dark energy, hunches over, letting out a deafening roar. It then charges with even greater speed and ferocity. Xu Jingming is utterly impressed, remarking on the astonishing strength of a beast in its berserk state. He knows, however, that the berserk state comes with a heavy cost. The beast loses all intelligence. Acting purely on primal instinct, he quickly forms a new strategy. He must avoid its relentless attacks and use his superior agility to keep it at a distance. He puts his plan into action, dodging the beast's relentless attacks. With incredible speed, he knows he must wait for the perfect chance to temporarily stop it. As the beast lunges, he channels lightning into his spear and thrusts it forward, unleashing a blast of energy that strikes the beast's side. The attack freezes the massive creature. For a crucial second, its body shaking violently from the electric shock. This is the opening he needed. With the beast stunned, Xu Jingming's eyes glow as he prepares his ultimate attack. He raises his hand, gathering a massive amount of purple and blue energy. He calls on the full power of his S-rank ability, shouting 9 heavens, divine lightning blast. A huge torrent of divine lightning comes crashing down from the sky, slamming into the bloodthirsty, savage bear. The beast is engulfed in the blast, its roars drowned out by the crackling energy. When the light fades, the massive beast lies motionless. Smoke billows from its charred corpse. Xu Jingming stands triumphantly over it. A confident smile plays on his lips as purple lightning crackles around his fingertips. He remarks that after just 30 seconds of his purple, divine lightning, even the thickest defense couldn't possibly withstand it. However, the battle isn't over yet. The beast's eyes suddenly snap open, blazing with a furious red light. With a final, desperate roar, it lunges, massive jaws wide open for one last bite. But the electrical power surging through its body causes a temporary paralysis, freezing it just inches from its target. Seizing his chance, Xu Jingming calmly states, "It's time." He gathers all his remaining power into his spear. His eyes glowing, he channels his ultimate technique, declaring the words, "Lightning Gale Break." He unleashes the attack, a massive sphere of lightning that slams right into the paralyzed beast's open mouth. The explosion is immense. A vortex of power tears through the beast from the inside, creating a huge crater in the street. The sheer force of the blast finally brings the mighty second-order beast down for good. Its massive body collapses onto the pavement, utterly defeated. A system notification confirms the kill and awards him a bonus 124 ability points. Kneeling beside the beast, Xu Jingming breathes a sigh of relief, stating, "The final battle is over." He reflects that to deal with this second-order beast, he upgraded his lightning gale technique, and he is thoroughly pleased with its power. A triumphant smile spreads across his face. He muses that, although the battle only lasted a mere 2 minutes, it was the most exhilarating he has ever experienced. He then wonders how many points he'll rack up after clearing out all the beasts in the core area. The exam concludes as night falls. Back in the audience stands, the final results flash onto the main screen, and the crowd erupts. In first place is Xu Jingming, with an unbelievable score of 10,835 points. In a distant second, Zhou Mingyang trails with 1,103 points, followed by Wu Hao at 945. The officials are absolutely ecstatic. Director Zhang Wenshan and Principal Zhao Yao, along with teacher Chun Fan, all leap to their feet upon hearing the news. They're celebrating wildly. Xu Jingming didn't just break their city's record. He shattered the entire Jiangnan province record. They're calling him a genius, recalling how last year's provincial champion only managed a little over 8,000 points. With his insane score, they declare, Xu Jingming has practically pre-booked this year's champion title, standing amidst the destruction he caused. Xu Jingming glances at the sky, noting, there isn't much time left. He reflects on his accomplishments, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He successfully eliminated all the fierce beasts from the inner circle and core area. With time still remaining, he decides to head back to the central area to hunt down as many remaining beasts as possible. As he makes his way back, he passes the rooftop, where the other top students are gathered. They stare in utter disbelief. Tang Chi is absolutely amazed. Her cousin took down a Tier 2 Beast King. Meanwhile, Zhou Mingyang is utterly bewildered, wondering why Xu Jingming is heading back when he's already secured first place. Ming Di, however, correctly guesses he's returning to the central area. A horrifying realization dawns on her, and she wonders aloud, is he seriously going back to clear out all the remaining beasts? The other students are speechless, stunned by his ambition. The harsh reality finally hits them. Zhou Mingyang realizes that with Xu Jingming's insane speed, he might actually do it. If they don't leave soon, they might not even get a single point. In the last hour, he declares their team up is officially over and takes off first. The others quickly follow suit, scrambling to hunt for any remaining beasts. 1 hour later, an official announcement echoes across the entire exam venue. The 2037 Zhangcheng Martial Arts College entrance examination has officially concluded. Killing beasts no longer counts, and all candidates are instructed to return. Throughout the venue, the remaining students react. A weary Tang Chi wipes sweat from her brow, sighing that it's finally over. Elsewhere, one student utterly despairs over being just one beast away from passing, while another celebrates, barely scraping by. Amidst all the carnage, Xu Jingming looms over his final kill, looking utterly unsatisfied. He wonders why the exam ended so quickly, feeling he wasn't quite finished yet. Students finally exit the exam venue. They are greeted by a line of guards, their faces a mix of pure exhaustion and immense relief. Outside, Tangshi's friend, Xiaoya, is still reeling from Xu Jingming's raw power. She clings to Tangshi, asking for the third time if Xu Jingming is really her cousin. Tangshi, looking utterly weary, confirms he is, and Xiaoya's crush has returned. With a deep blush, she begs Tang Shi for his contact information. Tang Shi reminds her that just yesterday, she wasn't interested. Xiaoya quickly counters, things are different now that he's first in the exam, and relentlessly continues to beg. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by a commotion. Someone shouts that Xu Jingming is coming out. A massive crowd of students swarms the exit, desperate to catch a glimpse of the new champion. Xu Jingming finally emerges from the gate, his expression calm, his spear casually slung on his shoulder. He is met with thunderous cheers and congratulations. Some jokingly ask him to spare them 100 of his points. He smiles and waves, taking in the sudden fame as he walks towards the buses. In the crowd, Wu Hao and Zhao Mingyang look on. Wu Hao remarks that Zhao Mingyang should have been the one in that very position. But Zhao Mingyang humbly replies he's content with his score, admitting honestly he never knew the second high school could produce such a monster. Before Xu Jingming can even get on the bus, he is stopped by Principal Zhao Yao, who heartily congratulates him and introduces him to Director Zhang Wenshan. The director informs Xu Jingming that he wants to personally give him a ride. Xu Jingming looks at the chaotic crowd and realizes it's for the absolute best. Knowing the bus ride would be packed with questions, he slips into a sleek black car with the officials. It speeds away, and inside, Director Zhang asks Xu Jingming which superpower university he plans to attend. Xu Jingming admits he's been so laser-focused on his strength that he hasn't even considered it. The director assures him that with his incredible results, any university would be well within his reach. However, he advises that half of the country's high-level superpower users graduate from the top 3 universities and strongly recommends he consider them. Director Zhang Wenshan then details the top 3. First up is Qingjing Superpower University, affiliated with the government. Graduates can directly enter the system and serve the country. Next is Modu Superpower University, renowned for its excellent resources and elite clubs. Finally, there's Jinsheng's Superpower University, boasting a long history and a powerful faculty. All three possess top-tier cultivation methods that aren't available to the public. Su Jingming listens intently. He understands. Awakened individuals need these special methods to truly become true superpower users. He then asks, what makes a top-tier cultivation method so special? The director explains that with a beginner method, it would take 3 to 4 years to advance. With a top-tier method, it only takes half a year. He reassures Su Jingming that with his outstanding results, he'll qualify for special admission from even the top 3 universities. Having dropped off the officials, Su Jingming arrives back at his apartment. Late that night, the next day, he's in the shower, feeling refreshed. He checks his system panel and sees he has 534 ability points remaining, which he believes is enough for a superpower university. As he dries off, he wonders if there will be beast-killing competitions after he enrolls, deciding he'll have to enter the wilderness to truly continue growing stronger. Meanwhile, his cousin, Tang Chi, and her mother show up at his apartment. Shu Qingwan and Tang Chi notice the door is broken, and she decides it's the perfect chance to sneak in and surprise him. They step inside, and Tang Chi cheerfully shouts a surprise greeting. Her timing, however, is terrible. Shu Jingming, wearing only a towel, has just stepped out of the bathroom. He's utterly shocked to see his aunt and cousin. His aunt, equally flustered, demands to know what he's doing, while Tang Chi is left blushing and utterly speechless. His aunt then spots the ruined apartment and furiously demands how it got into such a mess. A flashback explains that after his parents passed away, his aunt stayed with him, taking good care of him and giving him the warmth of a true home. She diligently fulfilled her guardian duties, even occasionally treating him to his favorite meal. After the initial shock wears off, Shu Jingming sits with his aunt and cousin. His aunt, Shu Qingwan, expresses her relief, admitting she'd been incredibly worried when she learned he was taking the martial arts exam. Now that she sees he's unharmed, she feels immense relief. She reassures him that his score isn't important. Shu Jingming looks confused and asks if Tang Chi didn't tell her the results. Tang Chi winks, saying it's better if he tells his mother himself. With a bashful smile, Shu Jingming tells his aunt he did quite well, scoring over 10,000 points. The news is so shocking, his aunt spits out her drink. She coughs, asking him to repeat his score. Tang Chi confirms it's true, telling her mother he scored 11,124 points. His aunt is speechless, but a moment later, she bursts into tears of joy and pulls him into a tight hug, exclaiming that the Shu family finally has a successor, and his parents in heaven must be so proud. Meanwhile, in a high-tech conference room, university recruiters are reviewing the exam results. A woman presents the data on Shu Jingming, noting his age, his supposed E-class ability, and his rank as an unranked awakener. One recruiter insists they absolutely must recruit this student if his score is genuine. Another is skeptical, arguing that based on his low rank, he couldn't possibly have achieved such an incredible score. The debate rages on, with some arguing his ability is at least A-class, or even S-class. Another recruiter scoffs, flat out suggesting he must have cheated. Before the argument can escalate further, a senior figure firmly tells them to stop. A woman with a commanding presence makes a decisive call. She instructs the team to list Shu Jingming as an S-class special recruit for now. As for whether the score is genuine, she boldly declares she will personally go to Jiangcheng to investigate herself. The day after the exam, Su Jingming gets a notification on his phone that the Jiangnan province martial arts exam rankings are officially out. He's informed that he placed first in the province, with an astonishing score of 11,124 points. A look of surprise and delight spreads across his face as he sits down, celebrating his incredible achievement as the top scholar of Jiangnan province. News of his success quickly spreads online, completely taking over the hot search topics. The public debates how a dark horse from Jiansheng could possibly become the provincial top scholar. questioning who Xu Jingming even is, and if an E-class individual could truly achieve such a score. Skeptics flat out reject the possibility, while others demand to see the exam video for undeniable proof. In response to all the doubts, an award ceremony is promptly held, where Principal Zhao Yao addresses the media. A female reporter directly asks him to explain the authenticity of Xu Jingming's results. Principal Zhao Yao confidently states that the school's website has uploaded Xu Jingming's full exam video, confirming the absolute fairness of the exams. As people watch the video, they are utterly amazed, exclaiming that Xu Jingming pierced a Tier 1 rhinoceros skull with a single powerful shot, showing power stronger than even a Tier 1 superhuman. Viewers question how this is even possible for someone with a mere E-class lightning ability. Principal Zhao Yao, beaming with pride, assures everyone the video undeniably proves these results are real. He then heaps praise on Xu Jingming as the very first student from Zhongcheng to ever achieve top scholar status. Director Zhao Yao himself then dramatically presents a massive check for 1 million yuan to Xu Jingming, showering him with congratulations. He announces this incredible cash reward, along with exclusive superpower training methods, is a grand gift from the city's education bureau. But wait, there's more. The city government will also provide an equivalent bonus and a luxurious villa. Reporters eagerly capture every moment. Meanwhile, in a stark contrast, a commanding woman, flanked by 2 bodyguards, stands by a sleek car. She coolly remarks that, while Zhongcheng may have released the footage, it doesn't quite guarantee Xu Jingming didn't use any performance-enhancing drugs. She states that the absolute most crucial step is confirming his true superpower level. Back at the buzzing ceremony, Director Zhao Yao questions teacher Chun Fan why Xu Jingming, the day's celebrated protagonist, hasn't arrived yet. Teacher Chun Fan just smiles, explaining he just spoke with Xu Jingming, who said he's still training at the martial arts gym. The director bursts into laughter, finding it truly extraordinary that the new top scholar is still training even after acing the exam. With Xu Jingming finally on his way, the scene abruptly shifts to a tense meeting room, where a flustered Principal Zhao Yao is nervously serving tea to 3 utterly intimidating figures, whom he respectfully addresses as teachers. One of them, however, casually dismisses the offered tea. Principal Zhao Yao visibly sweats, thinking about the immense, powerful aura coming from these high-level superhumans, which makes his very heart tremble. These 3 formidable individuals are recruiters from a nation's absolute top superpower universities. The air is thick with tension as they're immense. Spiritual pressures seem ready to violently clash. The woman with short, grayish-purple hair, Zhang Zhao Yue, the formidable director of admissions for Modu Superpower University, finally breaks the stifling silence. Coyly, she asks her rivals who they're eyeing. It's a woman elegant in a light blue dress. Su Yun, from Qingjing Superpower University, tells Zhang Zhaoyu to quit playing dumb. She confidently proclaims that, as long as his results are legitimate, Qingjing University will absolutely claim him, a man with flowing black hair. Wu Yuan, representing Jin City Superpower University, scoffs at her bold claim, stating that Jin City University will snag him instead, as palpable sparks of energy crackle between them. Zhang Zhaoyu muses to herself that recruiting top-tier scholars always sparks intense clashes with rival academies. But just as the tension truly peaks, the door slides open, and Xu Jingming makes his entrance, his spear casually resting over his shoulder. He calmly greets the 3 powerful figures, addressing them as teachers. His sudden arrival clearly surprises the recruiters. Zhang Zhaoyu observes him with a keen eye, noting his spirit is vibrant and full, and he's still openly carrying his weapon. A clear sign he hasn't eased up on his training. But more importantly, she's impressed he didn't even flinch under the combined pressure from 3 high-level superhumans. Principal Zhao Yao formally introduces the recruiters now to Xu Jingming, Director Zhang Xiaoyu from Moda University, Director Su Yun from Qingjing University, and Minister Wu Yuan from Jin City University. Director Zhang Xiaoyu is the first to speak, complimenting his stunning combat techniques shown. In the exam video, however, she wastes no time getting to the point, asking, why his superpower no longer appears to be the E-class, weak electricity, and demands an explanation. Having anticipated this very question, Su Jingming delivers a carefully prepared answer. He calmly explains that just before the exam, while training intensely at home, he was struck by a bolt of natural lightning, and his superpower became dramatically stronger. Wu Yuan and Su Yun immediately conclude that it sounds exactly like a superpower mutation. Zhang Xiaoyu then suggests that Su Jingming, he's likely unaware of the true extent of his mutated superpower. Luckily, she's brought a superpower detection device and challenges him to test his might. She holds up a glowing, circular device, instructing him to unleash his superpower upon it. Su Jingming places his hand on the instrument and unleashes his power. A massive, violent surge of purple and white lightning erupts from him, completely engulfing the device. Su Yun is visibly stunned by the raw power of the lightning. The detection device completes its scan, identifying the superpower as Purple Cloud, Divine Thunder. But as it attempts to assign a rating, it beeps erratically and cracks begin to appear in a blinding flash of golden light. The instrument overloads and explodes into a million pieces. The blast sends arcs of electricity crackling across the room, startling everyone present. A shocked principal, Xiao Yao, demands, "What in the world is going on?" Wu Yuan and Su Yun, however, look absolutely thrilled. They declare the situation confirmed. His power overloaded the small device, meaning his ability level must be S-class, at the very least. With Su Jingming's S-class potential confirmed, Director Jiang Xiaoyu smiles, thinking they truly bet on the right person this time. This confirmation immediately sparks a fierce bidding war. Wu Yuan from Jin City University is the first to make an offer, shouting that his university will give Su Jingming a 4 million admission bonus, a full set of C-class equipment, and free access to all superpower training methods for all 4 years. Su Yin from Qingjing University scoffs at his offer. She turns to Su Jingming with a charming smile and presents her own enticing proposal. A 5 million admission bonus and, for 4 years, free access to all of their S-class, superpower training methods, and combat techniques. Su Jingming is completely taken aback by her generous offer. Finally, Jiang Xiaoyu from Modu Superpower University makes her move. She states that Modu doesn't offer cash, bonuses, or equipment, but can match the other offers on cultivation methods. Then, she reveals her trump. The card adds they'll also provide an S-class cultivation resource annually. The mention of an S-class resource leaves both Wu Yuan and Su Yun in complete shock, completely unfamiliar with the term. Su Jingming then asks, what exactly is an S-class cultivation resource? Zhang Jiayu explains, asking if he's heard of dragon-type fierce beasts. She says they're creatures with innate power, born at a high tier 4 or 5 level, far surpassing all other beasts. She then reveals the stunning details. The S-class resources include the heart blood of an 8th tier, adult dragon-type fierce beast. After consuming this dragon blood, one's body would be greatly enhanced, and their physical strength would become comparable to a dragon-type beast itself. She emphasizes that every S-class resource is on the same unbelievable level as this. The other recruiters are left absolutely speechless. Suyun admits that even she is tempted, remarking on Modu's immense wealth. When, flustered, points out that S-class resources are usually reserved for top-tier students, and offering them to a freshman is simply unheard of. They both realize they can no longer compete with all the incredible offers on the table. The 3 recruiters stand before Xu Jingming, telling him it's time to make his decision. With a confident, determined smile, Xu Jingming gives his answer without hesitation, declaring that he chooses Modu Superpower University. With his choice made, Xu Jingming explains. He chose Modu Superpower University, not just for their incredible offer, but because its combat training is the absolute best in the University Alliance. With many founders coming from Modu, he then bows to Su Yun and Wu Yuan, thanking them for their offer. They both look visibly disappointed. Pleased with his decision, Director Zhang Xiaoyu creates a glowing admission letter and gives it to Xu Jingming. Welcoming him, she tells him that, while new students enroll on September 1st as a special recruit, he'll get early registration and a place to stay. Eager to start, Xu Jingming asks if he can access the library's superpower, training methods, and combat techniques ahead of time. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Jiuyu agrees, adding that the school can provide him with a private study room. She hands him her contact card, telling him to get in touch. When he arrives in Magic City, holding his admission letter, Su Jingming looks at the smiling director and says he can't wait to go and register. A little while later, Su Jingming stands at a train station with his luggage, looking excited, as an announcement calls for passengers of the G91 train to Magic City to begin boarding at the station. His aunt Xu Qingwan is emotional, wiping away tears as her husband, Tang Daolin, comforts her. He proudly says that their child has grown up, and that when Xiao Ming leaves, he is going to soar as Tang Shi looks on. Her father reminds her, it is time to start filling out her university choices. He suggests that, since her cousin is going to Magic City, Superpower University, she should also try to choose a university there. Su Jingwan agrees, adding, it will be good for them to look out for each other. A flustered Tang, she quietly agrees. On the train, with 6 hours left, Su Jingming is already studying. He thinks to himself that the most important reward from the exam is the Universal C training method. Just like superpowers, training methods also have different ratings: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. A graph shows that the higher the level of the method, the faster the training speed, and the greater the power gained. While on the train, Su Jingming focuses on studying the Universal C training method. He identifies it as an intermediate level technique and notes that with his spiritual power of 1 hour 80 minutes, it took him half a day to memorize it. He recalls following the method, and just like that, he could sense the world's unique energy. This happened on his very first day of practice. Suddenly, a new option popped up on his system panel. It showed a plus sign right next to his level. This meant he could finally advance from an awakened to a full-fledged superpower user. However, he decides to hold off on leveling up. He remembers the training manual clearly stating, the higher the level of training method used for breakthrough, the greater the benefits. Knowing he'd soon have access to top-tier methods at the university, he resolves not to squander this opportunity on an intermediate method. Arriving in Magic City, Xu Jingming is absolutely blown away by the university campus. From inside the car, he sees that the school grounds stretch for several hundred meters. Director Zhang Zhao Wei greets him, pulling up in a sleek red sports car and welcoming him inside. She tells him to hop in so she can take him to handle admission procedures. As they cruise through the stunning campus, adorned with beautiful cherry blossom trees, Director Zhang Zhao Wei proudly boasts about its sheer size, explaining it covers an incredible 40,000 mu. She even adds that visiting students can't possibly tour the entire campus in a single day. Xu Jingming is genuinely impressed, remarking, well, seeing it really is better than just hearing about it. After a quick registration, Director Zhang Xiaowei hands him his brand new student ID. It's an all-in-one card he can use to access the dorms. As they approach his new accommodation, Xu Jingming reflects on his past life, where he'd seen all kinds of dorms, from cramped 4-person rooms to spacious 3-bedroom apartments. However, absolutely nothing prepared him for what he sees next. He stares in absolute shock at his new dormitory, a magnificent, luxurious villa. Director Zhang Xiaowei explains that every student at Modu lives in a villa, with a level of luxury determined by their scores. As the provincial top scorer, Shou Jingming gets the absolute most luxurious model, boasting an area of over 800 square meters. She informs him the villa is designed for two, featuring an upper and a lower floor, meaning he and his future roommate will each have an entire floor to themselves. Shou Jingming muses that having a roommate isn't so bad, and it's certainly better than being all alone. He reflects on his life as an orphan, and admits he still prefers the warm, communal feeling of a four-person dorm. As he follows the director up the steps and into the villa, Director Jiang Zhaoyu sits down with Shou Jingming, informing him she'll now explain a few important things about the university. She highlights two main points: the credit system and the mentor system. She begins by explaining that at Modu, credits are absolutely everything. They're used for literally all transactions, from buying meals to acquiring powerful equipment. She clarifies that one credit is roughly equivalent to 10,000 Asha currency. Director Zhang Zhaoyu explains there are numerous ways to earn credits, one of which is a fixed amount given each year, based on a student's rating. As an S-class student, Shou Jingming receives 100 credits for the year. To demonstrate, she summons a small, spherical robot, calling out Eva. The device floats and projects a message, confirming Shou Jingming's credit balance is 100. The director introduces the robot as Eva, the AI equipped in every dorm. She explains Eva's main body is the school's central AI, and the dorm units are subunits. However, she notes that even a subunit is a level 4 AI, capable of assisting with daily life tasks. Shou Jingming is stunned, realizing the AI technology on Blue Star is far more advanced than in his previous life. With the first point covered, Director Zhang Zhaoyu moves on to the mentor system. She explains, every student can choose a mentor they admire and ask for guidance, though the mentor must agree. Shou Jingming is intrigued, questioning if he can receive one-on-one guidance. As a freshman, she confirms this. She adds that all the university mentors are high-level, super-powered individuals. Most have their own original combat techniques and unique training methods, which they never pass on to outsiders. These secret techniques can only be learned after becoming their official disciple. Given Shou Jingming's impressive abilities, she informs him the university has 4 mentors who specialize in the lightning element. Her top recommendation is Yang Jinshin, the dean of the Weaponry Academy. At her command, Eva projects a detailed profile of the dean. It reveals Yang Jinshin is a 52-year-old, Tier 7, high-rank superpowered individual with an A rank. Lightning superpower. He is a master of various weapons, especially the spear, earning him the formidable title Thunder Spear. The profile also notes he once fought an 8th tier demonic whale for 3 days and nights, before ultimately killing it alone. The director also provides information on the other 3 potential mentors, but tells Shou Jingming the final choice is his. After reviewing all the options, a confident smile spreads across Shou Jingming's face. He notes Dean Yang Jinshin is not only a lightning user, but also a spear specialist, concluding he is the absolute best choice for his mentor. Having made his choice, Shou Jingming heads to the mentor's residential area, a serene compound of traditional buildings, nestled in a lush forest. As he arrives at the grand gate of Dean Yang Jinshin's residence, he thinks that a mentor's home is far more high class than the student villas. Before he can proceed, a young man with brown hair, leaning casually against a stone lion, asks if Shou Jingming is also there to seek mentorship. The young man looks surprised when he realizes Shou Jingming is still unawakened, guessing he must be a specially recruited student. After Shou Jingming confirms this, the other student remarks that in previous years, special recruits were typically mid to high rank, Tier 1 individuals. The student introduces himself as Tan Ming Yang, a junior from the Weaponry Academy. Shou Jingming introduces himself as a freshman. Tan, who just registered, seems quite impressed. He comments that Shou Jingming is incredibly quick to seek out a mentor. He explains that most freshmen only discover this opportunity after the grand freshman competition, This piques Su Jingming's interest. Tan clarifies that the freshman competition is a long-standing university tradition, typically held just days after registration. All the teachers observe, and students who perform exceptionally well are highly sought after by various academies, with some even getting chosen directly by mentors. He clarifies, however, that while it's not impossible for a special recruit like Su Jingming to seek mentorship early, trying to become the dean's personal disciple right after enrolling is practically as difficult as winning the lottery. Su Jingming politely thanks him for the detailed explanation and asks if Tan is also here to seek mentorship from Teacher Yang. With a heavy sigh, Tan confirms this, revealing he's made several fruitless trips over the past 6 months, only to always be turned away. He was just about to give up entirely, but decided to try one last time. Just as he finishes speaking, the grand doors swing open and a middle-aged man, likely a butler, appears, startling Tan completely. The butler's expression softens as he warmly greets them and informs them that Teacher Yang is eagerly awaiting inside, inviting them to follow him. Tan is utterly taken aback by this unusually warm reception, wondering if the fact that the dean is waiting inside means he might finally have a real chance. The butler then leads them into a grand room, where they are brought before 2 distinguished men. Su Jingming immediately senses an incredibly powerful presence from the older man, who possesses a truly commanding posture, a magnificent full gray beard, and piercingly sharp eyes. He instantly recognizes him as the esteemed dean of the Weaponry Academy, Yang Jiantian. A younger man with long, flowing hair stands beside him. Dean Yang Jiantian addresses Su Jingming directly, stating that he must be the one director Zhang Zhao told him about, completely ignoring Tan. He then tells Su Jingming to follow him directly to the training room. Inside a traditional training room, brimming with an arsenal of weapons, Dean Yang Jinshin speaks with Su Jingming, telling him he's already watched his martial arts exam video. He commends his formidable combat skills and pinpoint marksmanship. However, before making his final decision, the dean insists on witnessing his S-rank ability, the legendary Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, firsthand, with his own eyes. Su Jingming calmly agrees. As the dean intently watches, Su Jingming channels his power, and fierce arcs of purple lightning crackle around his arms. He then unleashes a massive, violent burst of purple and white energy that absolutely floods the entire room. The raw power crackles with an almost palpable, immense force. Dean Yang Jinshin is visibly impressed, a wide grin spreading across his face as he recognizes the S-rank ability. He mentally compares it to his own A-rank ability, acknowledging that the gap between A-rank and S-rank power is simply impossible to bridge. He sees immense potential in the student, thinking that if Su Jingming hones his skills, his future could certainly rival his own. With the demonstration complete, the dean states that with Su Jingming's potential, becoming his disciple is absolutely no issue. However, he offers a serious warning. He explains that he has made countless friends and even more enemies. He cannot guarantee his enemies won't target his disciples, and asks if Su Jingming is still willing to accept him as a master, fully knowing the grave risks. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jingming drops to his knees in a formal sign of deep respect. With a wide, determined grin, he emphatically declares that he is willing. He passionately explains that he admires high-level ability users who have grown strong through bloody, relentless struggles. He believes the sheer number of enemies his teacher has defeated is undeniable proof of his immense combat ability. Pleased with this answer, Dean Yang Jinshin laughs heartily and formally accepts him. He declares that from this day forward, Su Jingming is his 32nd disciple and his very first S-rank disciple, telling him to rise. The dean presents Su Jingming with his very first gifts, a top-tier ability training method called the Extreme Ability Training method and a body-tempering combat technique called the Thunder Indestructible Body. Both were his own incredible creations, Xu Jingming is utterly floored by the immense value of these gifts, realizing a body-tempering combat technique that can strengthen his very being is far more precious than any ordinary one. The dean explains that while the ability training method is one of only 3 top-tier methods in the school, the real highlight is the Thunder, indestructible body technique, the culmination of his life's work. He adds that this incredible technique has been certified by 2 major martial arts halls and has been officially rated as S rank. This revelation leaves Xu Jingming utterly speechless, completely shocked to learn of an S rank combat technique. Combat techniques, much like abilities, have their own ratings from F to SSS. The higher the rank, the more challenging it is to master, but also the more devastatingly powerful it becomes. Xu Jingming reflects on this, truly realizing the terrifying extent of his new master's genius. He knows that most 7th-level masters are considered exceptional if they can even create an A-rank combat technique. For his master to have created an S-rank technique, his martial arts talent is terrifyingly, mind-bogglingly high. Dean Yang Jinshin provides more details about his S-rank technique. He explains that the Thunder, indestructible body, is only for lightning element users and boasts 13 levels. With each level, the user's body undergoes a profound transformation. However, he clarifies a crucial requirement. To begin cultivating it, one must first advance from an awakened to a true ability user. He then gives Xu Jingming his very first task. He instructs him to use the extreme ability training method to achieve his breakthrough. Once Xu Jingming has advanced, he is to return, and the dean will personally help him build the foundation for the Thunder, indestructible body. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Xu Jingming bows deeply, thinking how much better it is to have a mentor's guidance. The dean then shares a deeply personal motivation, revealing that he has only cultivated this technique to the 10th level. He looks at Xu Jingming, a flicker of hope in his eyes, stating that if he is unable to reach the peak of a martial saint, then Xu Jingming will be his greatest hope to prove the technique's true potential. His eyes gleam as he reveals his ultimate guess. If one can cultivate the technique to its final level, their body can achieve a state of being eternal and truly indestructible. As Xu Jingming departs his master's residence and waves goodbye to the butler, he discovers Tan Mingyang sitting dejectedly on the steps outside, his head clutched in despair. Xu Jingming approaches, asking, "What's wrong?" It's revealed that Tan Ming Yang's attempt to become a disciple utterly failed. He had to face a test against one of the dean's senior disciples. The condition was to defeat the senior, while the latter only used 1/10 of his combat power, a task Tan found utterly hopeless, leaving him beaten and now sitting on the steps. Tan looks up at Xu Jingming, assuming he too had failed. He remarks that getting into Dean Yang's tutelage isn't easy and asks if Xu Jingming needs him to pass on some experience from his failures. Unfazed, Xu Jingming calmly declines, simply stating he has already passed. The words hit Tan Mingyang like a physical blow. His bruised face contorts in utter disbelief. He exclaims that he's never heard of a dean-level mentor accepting a disciple prior to the annual freshman competition. As Xu Jingming calmly walks away, a bewildered Tan Mingyang stares after him, trying to comprehend what just happened. With a brand new objective, Xu Jingming returns to his dormitory's training room. Sitting cross-legged, he begins to cultivate, using the extreme ability training method from his new master. As he meditates, he is amazed by the top-tier method's effectiveness. He notes the technique, observing the immense energy he can now sense. It's far greater than with his old, intermediate method. A confident smirk plays across his face, knowing he's already mastered its core principles. He decides there's no need to practice it step by tedious step. Instead, he'll use his cheat system for a direct, powerful advance. He accesses his system panel, commanding it to instantly deploy his ability points to skyrocket his level. The effect is immediate and intensely overwhelming. A raw surge of energy courses through him, forcing a grunt of pain from his lips. He clutches at his clothes, as pure, unbridled energy surges through his very veins. The power then erupts from his body in a massive blast of blinding light and concussive force, shaking the entire room. A moment later, the wild energy subsides. Breathing heavily, Su Jingming pushes himself up, certain he's successfully broken through. A notification confirms his new status, a first-tier, lower-rank ability user. He examines his hand, where stable, powerful blue lightning now crackles with shocking ease. As he tests his control, a much larger and even more potent torrent of lightning flows effortlessly from his hand. It's a clear sign of his exponentially increased power. Clenching his fist, he marvels at the incredible result. He can feel the power in his body has increased by at least 4 or even 5 times. He confidently thinks that if he were to face that second-tier, bloodthirsty tyrant bear again, his thunder ability alone would be enough to utterly defeat it. He pulls up his system panel to check his new, impressive stats, finally understanding why all ability users crave higher-level cultivation methods so intensely. He calculates that if he had stuck with the intermediate method, his vitality and spirit would have only increased by a mere 30 or 40 points. But now, using the top-tier method, they've soared by almost 100 points in one swift go. The sheer gap in results is absolutely undeniable. He notes that this incredible advancement only cost him 300 ability points, and he decides to save the rest for later. He knows that mastering a powerful combat technique, like the thunder, indestructible body, is even more important. As an S-rank technique, he expects the ability points needed to master. It will be incredibly high. With his breakthrough complete, Su Jingming is ready for the next stage. A new thought enters his mind. Since he's already at the university, perhaps it's time to visit the school's library? The very next day, Su Jingming returns to his master's residence. Dean Yang Jinshin is utterly astonished to see him, questioning how he could have advanced so quickly. The dean paces, remarking that in his 20 years of teaching, he has seen countless geniuses, but even the best took a significant amount of time to transform into an ability user. He notes, it has been less than 24 hours since Su Jingming received the manual. With a bashful smile, Su Jingming admits that, perhaps, the only thing he can be proud of is his advancement. Speed. He adds that, when he tried to begin cultivating the thunder, indestructible body, he found even the introductory part to be a challenge. The dean listens and explains the process. Forging the foundation involves using the blood of a lightning element, beast as a guide, combined with one's own lightning, to temper the muscles and bones. He emphasizes a critical point. The final strength of the technique is related to the grade of the beast's blood used. Now that Su Jingming has advanced, the dean declares he will help him forge the foundation. That very day, he reveals that high-level lightning beasts are rare, and his original plan was to use the blood of a 7th-tier storm giant bear. However, after learning, Su Jingming was entitled to one S-rank resource. Every year, he made a special request. He decided to combine the resources and passionately pleaded with the university's principal to grant Su Jingming an even more precious SS-rank resource. With that, he presents Su Jingming with a small vial containing a glowing red liquid, the essence blood of a ferocious 8th-tier beast, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Su Jingming is deeply moved that his new teacher and the principal would go to such lengths for him. He accepts the vial, vowing to repay this kindness many times over. Please, the dean urges, we should begin immediately. They move to a training room, where shirtless Su Jingming kneels. The dean uncorks the vial and pours the potent, glowing red blood onto Su Jingming's head and back. Su Jingming grits his teeth, groaning as the substance makes contact. The dean warns him to bear with it. explaining the blood is highly toxic to low-level users, and intense pain is expected. Next, the dean prepares to use his own power to help. He tells Su Jingming he will now use his A rank, Wind, Fire, True, Thunder to forge the foundation, adding that the amount Su Jingming can absorb is up to him. The dean unleashes his power, a torrent of violent red lightning, and directs it into Su Jingming's body. The energy surges through him, causing glowing red patterns to spread across his back and chest. The process is excruciating, and Su Jingming throws his head back, letting out a raw scream of agony, as his body is forcibly tempered by the immense power. 5 days into the tempering process, the senior disciple, Lu, is having tea with the dean's butler, Uncle Fu. Lu remarks on how resilient the new junior is. To have lasted for 5 days, he reflects with some jealousy that he only lasted 2 days during his own tempering, which used weaker, 7th-tier beast blood. He admits Su Jingming's performance deserves the 8th tier, dragon-type beast's essence blood. Lu adds that with an S-rank lightning ability, he is looking forward to seeing the result of his new junior's thunder. His indestructible body. A loud crash from the training room startles everyone. Lu rushes upstairs, wondering if his junior's foundation forging is complete. He cautiously peeks through the door and is met with a terrifying sight. Su Jingming stands, shirtless and splattered with blood, his eyes glowing red. A chaotic aura of dark energy and blue lightning surrounds him, and he appears to have lost control. He looks more like a beast than a human. Lu is frozen in fear, sensing a threatening aura from Su Jingming, like that of a top-tier ferocious beast. As Su Jingming is lost in this primal state, he sees Lu in the doorway and lunges forward to attack. However, before he can strike, the commanding voice of Dean Yang Genshin roars, shouting for Jingming to wake up. The dean's shout breaks through the bloodlust, and Su Jingming halts his attack, just inches from his senior, covered in sweat. A dazed Su Jingming asks his teacher what happened and why he felt an overwhelming urge to destroy things. The dean explains that the essence, blood of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus, likely influenced his mind. He points out that the beast is famous for its ferocity, and because Su Jingming's absorption rate and compatibility were so high, he experienced this dangerous side effect. The dean reassures him, telling him not to worry. As long as he avoids intense emotional changes, he will be fine, and the side effects will gradually disappear as his strength increases. A wave of relief washes over Su Jingming. He looks down at his hands, expressing his fear of being controlled by his emotions. With the crisis averted, Dean Yang Genshin's tone changes to delight. He tells a confused Su Jingming to cheer up, announcing the forging was a perfect success, with an incredible 98% absorption rate. He proudly explains that, among the disciples who have cultivated the Thunder, an indestructible body, the highest recorded rate was only 92%. With this achievement, Su Jingming utterly shatters a long-standing record. His senior disciple, Lu, approaches with a warm, congratulatory smile. He tells his new junior that, with such a strong foundation successfully forged, his martial arts journey will now be smooth sailing. The dean formally introduces his senior disciple Lu Ming, an ability user at the peak of the 3rd tier. He tells Su Jingming to ask Lu for help with any future cultivation questions. Su Jingming greets his senior, who promptly pulls out his phone. Lu explains that since he didn't prepare a gift, he'll transfer him some credits instead. Su Jingming is utterly shocked when a notification on his phone flashes. You received 200 credits, exclaiming, "That's too much." He quickly does the math. The gift is worth 2 million great Sha coins. The dean dismisses his concern, stating that 200 credits is no large sum for Lu, and that it's a senior's duty to care for his juniors. He adds that when Su Jingming has his own juniors, he'll also need to prepare gifts. Su Jingming humbly accepts this lesson. With the training now complete, the dean tells Su Jingming that, after 5 grueling days without food or water, he should go back and get some rest. He then gives him his next instructions. Come back the following morning to learn fist and spear techniques with Senior Lu. Xu Jingming gratefully thanks his teacher and takes his leave. Back at his luxurious villa, Xu Jingming finds a young man with spiky white hair and red eyes lounging on the couch, absorbed in a video game. The young man turns, realizing he's not alone, and greets Xu Jingming, guessing he must be his new roommate. He introduces himself as Lu Wentao. The moment Xu Jingming introduces himself, Lu Wentao's eyes widen. He excitedly points and eagerly exclaims, "You're the top scorer from Jiangnan province." When Xu Jingming asks how he knew, Lu Wentao proudly proclaims, "My nickname is Mr. Know-It-All." As he's well acquainted with most freshmen, he admits he hadn't specifically looked up Xu Jingming himself, but the buzz Xu Jingming created was undeniable. He couldn't help but hear all about him. He marvels that the legendary Dark Horse, the top scorer, is actually his new roommate. Slapping a friendly arm around his shoulder, he immediately starts bombarding our boy with questions. He asks if he's really from Zhongcheng, if he truly just awakened during the exam, and comments that his ability definitely doesn't seem like only E rank, despite the barrage of questions. Xu Jingming finds himself liking the friendly chatterbox. He reflects that he has always detested loneliness. Flashbacks then reveal his difficult past, growing up in an orphanage, lacking any sense of belonging. School was a bit better. At least he had friends. His happiest memories are of his college days, joking around and playing games with his roommates. He recalls earning his master's and PhD, never imagining that, after all that, after drinking too much at his graduation party, he would wake up stranded in a different world. He thinks about how he didn't expect to still be an orphan, even after transmigrating. But with a roommate like Lu Wentao now, he feels he won't be lonely anymore. Meanwhile, Lu Wentao proudly boasts loudly that he's a top student from Sichuan province, with an A-rank ability, currently a first-tier, middle-rank ability user. He declares his ambition to major in college tactics and command an entire military region to slaughter all the ferocious beasts on Blue Star. Changing the subject, Xu Jingming mentions he's heading to the martial arts hall. Intrigued, Lu Wentao decides to join him, admitting he hasn't visited the university's hall himself yet. They arrive at the impressive Thunder Martial Arts Hall, the magical university branch. Inside, they're met with a lively, chaotic scene, with students training and showing off their amazing powers. Suddenly, the AI Eva appears and explains they're in the public training room, which can hold up to 300 people. The hall is constructed with C-rank alloy, mixed with memory metal, making it incredibly resilient against damage. Eva also points out private training rooms, but Xue Jingming insists the public area is perfectly fine. Lu Wentao quickly gets swept up in the competitive atmosphere, shouting with sheer excitement, and pointing out an A-rank enhanced werewolf user. Xu Jingming dryly comments that his roommate isn't exactly being quiet himself. Xu Jingming then inquires about the massive, numbered pillars dominating the center of the room. Eva explains they're actually punch power challenge boards. There are 5 separate leaderboards, one for each of the 5 tiers of ability users. She informs them that if they can land in the top 3,000 on their respective boards, they'll receive a 50 credit reward. Lu Wentao eagerly accepts the challenge, thinking it sounds incredibly easy. Eva clarifies there are just over 4,000 students currently in the university. Still eager for the reward, Lu Wentao decides to give it a try. Eva instructs him to swipe his student ID to begin, adding one crucial rule: that abilities and combat techniques are strictly forbidden. Lu Wentao eagerly steps up to the pillar and swipes his student ID. The AI, Eva, promptly announces his attempt. His activation instantly draws the attention of older students, who mockingly observe he's only a first-tier, middle-rank freshman. Feeling the pressure, a determined Lu Wentao resolves not to lose face here. With a loud cry, he delivers a powerful punch, slamming into the pillar with impressive force. The results instantly flash on the screen. a punch power of 476 kilograms. Feeling pleased, Lu Wintao believes he hasn't embarrassed himself, and cracking the top 3,000 should be a breeze. His pride, however, is short-lived, as Eva delivers a crushing update. His rank is beyond 100,000. Lu Wintao is left in utter shock, screaming in disbelief, and demanding to know how this is even possible when there are only 4,000 students at the university. Eva coldly clarifies the leaderboard, tallies the scores from every student since the university's founding 100 years ago. A humiliating realization then dawns on Lu Wintao. The crowd was just waiting for him to make a fool of himself. The upperclassmen burst into laughter, with one snickering about how utterly hilarious it all is. As his roommate practically sinks into a puddle of embarrassment, Su Jingming steps in to offer some much-needed consolation, reminding him that as a spiritual element user, physical punch power simply isn't his forte. A grateful Lu Wintao then urges Su Jingming to give it a shot, certain that he'll easily outperform him. Su Jingming agrees, admitting he'd been itching to test his own strength anyway. He swipes his ID, and Eva instantly announces his challenge. The crowd's attention quickly shifts to him, but their dismissiveness only grows, noting he appears even weaker as a first tier and is clearly a lower rank. They scoff, doubting his punch power will even scrape 400 kilograms. However, one observant onlooker finds the name Su Jingming strangely familiar. Meanwhile, Su Jingming exudes absolute confidence. He reflects on his incredible recent progress, having advanced to a first-tier ability user, and intensely tempered his body for 5 days and nights, all to forge the unbreakable foundation for his new techniques. A quick glance at his system panel confirms his drastically improved stats, including an enhanced physique and the mighty thunder, indestructible body. First, he clenches his fist, eager to unleash and truly gauge his newfound punch power. With a sudden surge of power, he unleashes a devastating punch, and the impact creates a powerful shockwave that visibly ripples through the air. The powerful shockwave from Su Jingming's incredible punch reverberates through the martial arts hall, completely stunning the entire crowd. A digital screen dramatically flashes the unbelievable result, a fist power of 4,589 kilograms. This astounding score not only rockets him to first place on the leaderboard, but utterly shatters the long-standing record for first-tier ability users. The very upperclassmen who had just been mocking him are now utterly speechless when exclaiming, "The record has been completely broken," while another stutters, questioning how a lower rank first-tier user could possibly wield such immense power. A third student grimly points out that a punch with that kind of raw force could instantly turn someone into absolute meat paste, finding it utterly impossible to believe this is just a freshman. Two female students in the crowd are left equally gaping in astonishment. One student comments that the top 1,000 on the leaderboard are legendary figures who define our era. They wonder just how exceptional this new number one must be. Her friend adds that the record stood for over 10 years. She feels compelled to record this historic moment. Meanwhile, his roommate Lu Wintao is absolutely ecstatic. He grabs Su Jingming, loudly declaring, "You're truly my brother. I'll follow you from now on." A smiling Su Jingming modestly tells him not to exaggerate. Looking at his fist, Su Jingming inwardly reflects. Pleased with the outcome, he concludes, "The Thunder Tyrannosaurus's essence. Blood is incredibly compatible with me. The improvement in my strength was instantaneous." The AI, Eva, floats nearby and formally congratulates Su Jingming for breaking the record, announcing, "A 400 credit reward has been issued to your account." A curious Su Jingming asks if he can earn more credits by breaking the record. Again, Eva clarifies that the reward is only for the first time, but he can challenge the other level pillars for even more rewards. Su Jingming looks up at the other 4 pillars, designed for 2nd to 5th tier, users and decides he'll break those records later. Meanwhile, his roommate has become a full-blown hype man. As a group of impressed female students gather around, Lu Wintao proudly points out his amazing roommate. The girls quickly swarm a bewildered Xu Jingming, with some offering to teach him how to use equipment, and others trying to recruit him for their club. An overwhelmed Xu Jingming is pulled away by Lu Wintao, who suggests they escape to a private training room. Elsewhere, at his master's residence, Dinyang Jintian is enjoying his tea. His senior disciple, Lu Ming, shows him his phone, reporting that his junior brother, Xu, is the hottest topic on the campus forums. Dinyang Jinshin marvels at our boy's exaggerated physical strength, questioning why he ran off to break records instead of resting. Li Yiming then reflects on his own past. He recalls when he was a high ranker, first-tier user, and had just mastered the first layer of the Thunder, indestructible body. His fist power was only a little over 3,500 kilograms. He concludes with awe that his new junior brother is much more than just a little stronger than he was. In a luxurious apartment, a young man with dark hair and a brown jacket stares at his phone suddenly. He erupts in rage, slamming his hand on the marble countertop. The glass beside him shatters, as his hand is covered in orange, flames, and blue lightning. He fumes, cursing that Xu Jingming has also come to Magic Capital. Clenching his fiery fist, his face contorts with anger. He thinks about how Xu Jingming's success made him miss his chance to be the top scorer of Jiangnan province, turning him into a laughing stock in his home city. He fiercely vows that this time he will take back all the honor he believes is his. Meanwhile, back in his university's training room, Xu Jingming sits calmly holding a small knife. He reflects on the effects of his new Thunder, indestructible body technique, marveling that, even after 5 grueling days of tempering, without food or rest, he is still full of energy. To test his new durability, he lightly drags the sharp blade across his hand. The knife makes a metallic sound, but fails to break the skin, leaving only a faint white mark. He is impressed, realizing his body's defense is now like E-grade alloy, making him invulnerable to ordinary blades. He concludes, it is truly a worthy S-grade body refinement technique. Just then his roommate, Lu Wintao, bursts in, calling his name excitedly. He informs Xu Jingming that the news of him breaking the record has caused an explosion on the campus forum. He adds that countless students are posting replies, saying they want to challenge him. Far from being annoyed, a competitive smirk plays on Xu Jingming's lips. He muses to himself that the martial spirit at Magic University is truly quite strong, given all the challenges. A fiercely protective Lu Wintao whips out his phone and angrily offers to help his roommate by crushing these self-important guys online. Xu Jingming calmly pushes his roommate's arm down, telling him to forget it and not waste his time. He explains he has far more important things to do as he's heading to the Battle Technique Library, and tells Lu Wintao to just head back to the dorm. Xu Jingming arrives at the massive and modern Battle Technique Library. As he nears the entrance, he holds his hand out to a scanner, and a complex, glowing orange security circle instantly appears, confirming the building's advanced protection. He's genuinely amazed by the security, recalling a rumor that the library is personally guarded by the university's vice principal, a legendary 9th-tier superpower user. He realizes that, with such a powerful figure watching over it, even the strongest martial saints couldn't possibly steal the treasures inside. After scanning his student ID card, he passes through the gate, and the security circle scans him one last time before letting him in. Inside the Grand Hall, he's greeted by a trio of female librarians. The central librarian warmly welcomes him by name, addressing him as S-grade student Xu Jingming and asking how they can help. Taken aback that they know him, Xu Jingming asks how they knew his name. The librarian politely explains that students with S-grade authority, like him, are special, granting them access to all battle techniques. Their system automatically notified them the moment he scanned his ID. The librarian's thoughts, however, reveal her true motivation. She understands that Great authority means his future is destined to be at least that of a Grandmaster level user. She instantly makes a mental note to befriend him. Su Jingming then tells the librarian he's interested in lightning element, superpower battle techniques, and asks which floor he should go to. The librarian tells him techniques of B grade and below are found on the second and third floors. But the truly precious ones are kept in a special reading room on the fourth floor. He adds that he can enter by simply swiping his card. She then personally guides him to the fourth floor into an elegant private reading room. Inside, a small floating AI device hovers over a table. The AI explains that once he selects techniques online, the original secret manuals will be promptly delivered to him. She kindly warns him to be extremely careful when handling them. Left alone, Su Jingming commands the AI to display all lightning element battle techniques of B grade and above. In response, the AI projects dozens of blue holographic screens that fill the room, each showcasing a different technique. As he scrolls through the selection, two techniques immediately catch his eye. The first is an SSS grade technique called 10,000 Prisons Heavenly Thunder Guidance, which creates a massive thunderstorm domain. However, it is restricted to users who are at least 5th tier. The second is an SS grade technique titled Wrath of the Thunder God, which summons powerful thunder. This one is also restricted, requiring a user to be at least 4th tier. Su Jingming is in awe of the sheer quality of these techniques. Seeing SS grade and even SSS grade options available, he marvels at how rich the university's collection of secret manuals is and wonders if he can view them for free. His excitement quickly fades as he realizes the cultivation of these powerful techniques has incredibly strict requirements. With his current status, he can only learn A-grade battle techniques for now. He sees countless A-grade options, noting that choosing would be incredibly difficult without his teacher's guidance. Fortunately, he came prepared. He pulls out a recommendation list from his master, Dean Yang Jinshin, which instantly saves him time. Using the list, he interacts with the holographic displays, pointing out his desired techniques. He makes his crucial final decision, selecting 4 powerful A-grade techniques. First up is Thunder Spear, a devastating offensive technique. Second, Chain Thunder Gun, for relentless sustained attacks. Third, Thunder Flash, a lightning-fast movement technique. And finally, Thunder Prison, a powerful control technique. He mentally sorts his powerful new skills. Thunder Spear for long-range strikes, Chain Thunder Gun for sustained assaults, Thunder Flash for unmatched agility, and Thunder Prison for ultimate crowd control. He's absolutely confident that, with these 4 incredible battle techniques and his S-rank indestructible Thunder Body, his combat style will be virtually flawless. AI Eva swiftly analyzes his selection, informing him the average time to master each A-grade technique to an elementary level is 6 months. It recommends incorporating lower-level techniques for a more balanced approach. However, Su Jingming confidently dismisses the advice. A short while later, the librarian returns, presenting him with the 4 physical manuals for his chosen techniques. As he reaches for them, Su Jingming marvels at their sheer luxury. He instantly reflects on their immense market value, knowing even C-grade secret manuals cost millions. This makes these 4 priceless A-grade originals an incredible treasure. As he opens the first manual, a dazzling golden light shines from its pages. He's utterly struck by the profound artistic conception and powerful aura emanating from them, realizing it's an experience a mere copy could never reproduce. He settles down and begins to study the manuals intently. As hours tick by, his intense focus twists into frustration. Sweat beads on his forehead as he clutches his head, struggling to comprehend the incredibly complex content. Despite the immense difficulty, he perseveres, turning page after arduous page. After a long study period, he leans back, finally having finished all 4 manuals. He then calls out to his system, Deep Blue, and commands it to add points. The system responds instantly. For notifications flash into view, confirming 200 superpower points have been consumed, and each technique All four he successfully learned, up to an elementary level. He then eagerly pulls up his system panel to view his updated status. His new skills: Thunder Spear, Thunder Flash, A-grade Chain Thunder Gun, and Thunder Prison are all listed at elementary level. His body refinement technique, Thunder Indestructible Body, is still at the first layer, and his available superpower points have decreased to 1,434. Standing up, Shou Jingming clenches his fist, a faint aura of power shimmering around him. Having acquired so many powerful battle techniques, he looks upward with a confident, predatory expression, wondering which lucky person will be the first to taste the power of his new arsenal. That night, in their luxurious villa, Lu Wentao sits on a couch and tells Shou Jingming about a notification from Eva. The freshman assembly is the next day. At Training Ground 1, he also mentions a new group chat for the freshmen and suggests Shou Jingming should join. Shou Jingming calmly agrees. Lu Wentao then asks what level of combat techniques Shou Jingming chose. At the library, Shou Jingming casually replies that he picked up 4 A-rank combat techniques. This answer utterly shocks Lu Wentao. He exclaims that learning 4 A-rank techniques would normally take a student until their sophomore or junior year. He concludes that his roommate doesn't take the usual route. Lu Wentao's curiosity only grows. He realizes that to even browse A-rank techniques, Shou Jingming must have A-rank permission. Shou Jingming corrects him, stating his permission level is S-rank. The revelation absolutely stuns Lu Wentao, who jumps to his feet, shouting in disbelief, questioning why the school would even have a permission level higher than A-rank. A sudden realization dawns on him, and he stammers. All those online rumors claiming Shou Jingming was E-rank are absolutely false. Shocked, he blurts out, "Does that mean Shou Jingming has an S-rank superpower?" Shou Jingming just smiles. He teasingly remarks that the no talent at all has just learned something new today. Lu Wentao is left utterly awestruck by this confirmation. He exclaims, "I had guessed Shou Jingming's rating was super high, but I never expected it to be S-rank. And especially when other provincial top scorers are only A-rank." A huge, happy grin stretches across his face. He gives a decisive thumbs up, thinking becoming a fan now was absolutely the right decision, instantly solidifying his status as an old fan. Later, Shou Jingming heads to the second-floor training room. He grips a practice spear, but it feels far too light. He thinks, "I've got the combat techniques now. I also need the right equipment." He realizes his old F-rank Obsidian Spear is still back home, and it's definitely no longer suitable for his current strength. He needs new gear. He instructs AI Eva to open the school mall and search for spear-type weapons. Eva complies, and holographic displays instantly pop up, showing spears ranging from F-rank to D-rank. Shou Jingming notes that he can even customize the length and weight. He realizes higher-ranked equipment is both heavier and more expensive. He settles on an E-rank 210-kilogram spear, and also an E-rank combat suit and boots. He quickly confirms the purchase. A notification pops up showing the total cost of 237 credits, leaving him with a mere 382.6 credits. The purchase is confirmed for delivery by the next day. He thinks with a touch of dismay how fast his credits just vanished. They shrank by nearly half, even with his new gear on the way. He firmly grips the practice spear. With a determined, focused look, he knows he'll just have to rely on this temporary weapon. With a confident smirk, he declares, "Tonight, this will help me practice my 4 new A-rank combat techniques." The very next day, the freshmen of Modu Superpower University gather for their very first assembly. As Shou Jingming makes his entrance, he immediately, all eyes in the classroom turn to him. Whispers ripple through the room as students recognize him. He's the guy who shattered the school's punch power record. They also know him as Jiangnan Province's top scorer. Everyone's in awe of his strength and dashing good looks. But before he can even find an open seat, he's cornered by a tall, imposing young man named Lei Zhou. Lei Zhou points a finger aggressively, loudly issuing a challenge. The onlookers immediately recognize him as the second-place scorer from Jiangnan province, who scored over 9,300 points. They gossip about his privileged background, pointing out both his parents are powerful. Tier 4 superpowered beings. They sympathetically remark what a shame it is that no one ever remembers second place. This makes his unwillingness to accept his loss totally understandable, despite the public challenge. Yet, Xu Jingming remains completely unfazed. He calmly declines, stating he's simply not interested. This response shocks his roommate, Lu Wentao. Lei Zhou, however, smirks and tells him not to refuse so quickly. He then brings up a rather personal matter, recalling that Xu Jingming's aunt's family runs a business selling rare plants. Leaning in with a menacing grin, he reveals his family is his aunt's biggest customer, and she also owes them a massive loan. He then delivers a thinly veiled threat, suggesting that if the payment isn't made on time, his aunt's family might find themselves in deep trouble. This threat instantly shifts the entire atmosphere. Xu Jingming's expression turns icy cold as a fierce, dark blue aura erupts from his body. He quietly asks if Lei Zhou is threatening him. The sheer pressure of his aura physically forces a startled Lei Zhou to stagger back, sweating and trembling. Lei Zhou struggles to comprehend the fierce, beast-like presence. He quickly backpedals, stammering that it wasn't a threat. Just a heads up. Having made his point, Xu Jingming's aura subsides. He calmly asks for the time and place for their duel. Regaining his composure, Lei Zhou declares the fight will be in 7 days. At noon, on broadcast platform 3, Xu Jingming accepts, warning his new rival not to regret his decision. This confrontation sparks a buzz of excitement among the watching students, who eagerly anticipate the upcoming battle. Shortly after the assembly officially begins, an older, gray-bearded university official takes the stage. He welcomes them to the freshman assembly, clarifying it a session to answer questions about the university's systems. However, he announces the first thing he wants to introduce is the school's combat power ranking. He explains students will use a virtual dive pod for holographic combat simulations, and their ranking will be determined by the number of levels they can pass. He encourages everyone to try their best, emphasizing the rewards are very generous. After the hour-long meeting, bored, Xu Jingming lets out a large yawn. He thinks the only interesting part was the virtual dive pod, which I should try sometime. For now, his priority for the next few days is to continue his daily training with his senior Lu Ming and his mentor. For 7 days, Xu Jingming dedicates himself to intense training under his senior Lu Ming and his master, Dinyang Jinshin. After the week of training, Lu Ming approaches Xu Jingming with astonishment. He notes his junior brother has already advanced to the mid-level of the first tier and asks how it happened so quickly. Xu Jingming simply smiles and says it was just luck. However, his inner thoughts reveal the truth. He had deliberately waited a few days before using his system to level up, which made the advancement cost only 380 superpower points. He muses that if he had leveled up any faster, he probably would have scared his senior silly. Changing the subject, Lu Ming remembers the duel and asks if Xu Jingming has a match scheduled for noon. Xu Jingming confirms he does with a confident smile. Lu Ming pats his junior's shoulder and declares he'll observe 3 minutes of silence for his opponent. He decides to accompany Xu Jingming to the match. The scene shifts to broadcast platform 3, a massive arena packed with a buzzing crowd. Lei Zhou enters the ring, flanked by his friends. One friend comments, "It's a great chance to witness the top scorer's power." Another dismisses Xu Jingming's high score as a fluke, betting confidently that Lei Zhou will win. When someone brings up Xu Jingming breaking the punch power record, Lei Zhou scoffs, arguing, a physical record is meaningless when superpowers are what truly matter. Just then, Xu Jingming makes his grand entrance, with Lu Ming by his side. He's clad in a new black coat and wields his brand new spear. His arrival immediately causes a stir. As Xu Jingming walks toward the ring, Lu Ming muses with amusement that, with his junior's dashing looks, He'll undoubtedly charm countless female students. Once he achieves victory in the ring, Lei Zhou observes his opponent's aura and notes Su Jingming's rank has risen. However, he remains supremely confident, thinking he has other preparations in store. Seeking to raise the stakes, Lei Zhou proposes they add a wager. All of their credits. Su Jingming accepts without hesitation, stating he has 370 credits himself. Impressively, Lei Zhou says he'll cover any shortfall in his own credits with cash. He proposes they both transfer their credits to the account of Old Master Zhou, a neutral third party. The teacher presiding over the match is a woman with blonde hair, tied in a ponytail, named Zhou Yun. She's a powerful Tier 6, mid-level healing type superpowered being. As he completes the credit transfer, Su Jingming notes the presence of the high-tier healer, teacher Zhou Yun. He understands battles between superpowered beings are inherently dangerous and realizes the school has taken precautions to prevent deaths. He readily accepts the terms. The crowd practically explodes with excitement as the massive wager, a staggering 3.7 million credits, is officially confirmed. Master Zhou Yun steps forward, ready to officiate. She verifies she's received the full payment and orders them to prepare for battle. She then declares the rules. If either fighter admits defeat or loses consciousness, their opponent is forbidden from continuing the attack. Both Su Jingming and Lei Zhou calmly affirm they understand. The two opponents then face off. Su Jingming stands poised, his spear at the ready, while Lei Zhou dramatically draws his own sword. With grim, focused determination, Lei Zhou unleashes his devastating A-rank fire ability, Dense Pine Industry Fire. A swirling vortex of intense orange flames erupts around him as he vows to reclaim all the honor. Su Jingming cost him. The sheer power of his ability stuns the crowd, who marvel at the terrifying force of an A-rank fire superpower wreathed in roaring flames. Lei Zhou charges forward. He leaps, bringing his sword down in a powerful, raging flame slash. In response, Su Jingming simply stands his ground and swings his spear in a shockingly basic upward arc to everyone's utter astonishment. His simple, understated block completely neutralizes the flaming sword strike. The audience is absolutely stunned. They can't believe Su Jingming didn't use a combat technique and still blocked such a powerful move. They exclaim in shock, a normal attack just broke. A huge special move. Lei Zhou himself is left utterly speechless, gritting his teeth in disbelief. With his opponent's attack utterly nullified, Su Jingming looks at him with chilling indifference. Purple lightning begins to violently crackle around him, as he coldly tells Lei Zhou that nothing is impossible. The only reason it seems that way is because Lei Zhou is simply too weak. Before his rival can even react, Su Jingming launches a devastating counterattack, surrounded by a crackling torrent of purple lightning. He lunges forward and strikes Lei Zhou squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward. The purple lightning from Su Jingming's attack rips through Lei Zhou's body, eliciting a shriek of agony. The sheer force sends his sword soaring, amidst a spray of blood as he's hurled backward. He crashes hard onto the ring floor, collapsing in defeat as smoke billows from his body. The crowd is absolutely stunned by the swift, decisive outcome. Lei Zhou supporters are left in utter disbelief, with one exclaiming the fight is already over after only 2 moves from Su Jingming. Another angrily questions the claim that Lei Zhou was supposedly stronger now that he's been instantly defeated. The onlookers collectively agree that Su Jingming's strength is on a completely different level compared to the other freshmen watching from the sidelines. From the sidelines, Lu Ming looks utterly unimpressed. He thinks the match was far too boring and didn't even make his junior brother use 1/10 of his real power. Back in the ring, Teacher Zhou Yun begins to announce the winner, but a wounded Lei Zhou struggles back to his feet, calling out to her as he grinds his teeth, insisting he is not defeated and the match is far from over. In a desperate move, he pulls out a small red pill. Teacher Zhou Yun immediately recognizes it, shouting an alarmed warning. and identifying it as a rampaging blood pill. She warns him desperately against taking it, telling him this is just a match and not worth risking his life for. The audience also recognizes the dangerous item. They murmur to one another that, while the pill can temporarily boost a user's strength several times over for a short period, it has severe side effects that could leave him bedridden for months. They question if the risk is truly worth it. With a major university competition only a month away, Lei Jiao ignores their desperate concerns, stating that he will bear any and all consequences himself. He is determined to take this gamble and will accept his loss only if he is defeated. After this, in the crowd, some students, including Lu Wintao, protest, asking if using a performance-enhancing drug is even allowed. Teacher Zhou Yun addresses the complaints, clarifying that since this is an unofficial battle, there are no strict rules. She explains that weapons, combat suits, and drugs are all fair game here. Even as she speaks, Lei Zhou swallows the pill. She then makes it clear that, if Su Jingming had a similar pill, he'd also be allowed to use it. As the pill kicks in, Lei Zhou's body ignites with an even fiercer fiery aura. His eyes begin to glow with a menacing orange light as he roars with newfound power. Teacher Zhou Yun watches with a worried expression, noting the pill is high grade and has boosted Lei Zhou's power to the lower second tier. She concludes that Su Jingming is in serious trouble now. Faced with his opponent's desperate power-up, Su Jingming's own battle intent surges, becoming even more potent as a torrent of purple lightning erupts around him from the sidelines. Teacher Zhou Yun observes this with approval, thinking that Su Jingming's fighting spirit is becoming even more vigorous, and that he has the mindset of a great general. Gripping his spear, a confident smile plays on Su Jingming's lips. He thinks to himself that finally, the fight is no longer like an adult beating up a child. He takes a single step forward, and the lightning around his combat boots shatters the floor of the ring. He then charges at his opponent with blinding speed. Lei Zhou is shocked by his incredible velocity. The two fighters clash in the center of the ring, their superpowered attacks meeting with explosive force. Lei Zhou blocks Su Jingming's initial thrust, but the raw power behind the attack is overwhelming. The force of the blow sends Lei Zhou staggering backward, forcing him to his knees to absorb the impact, still surrounded by his wavering flames. He grits his teeth in disbelief. He can't understand how, even with his strength boosted to the second tier, he is still no match for Su Jingming. He wonders what kind of monster he is facing. Realizing a head-on fight is useless, Lei Zhou changes his strategy. He decides that if he can't win a direct clash, he decides to attack from afar. He leaps back swiftly, unleashing a volley of powerful fireballs, aimed directly at Zhu Jingming. However, his ranged assault is met with casual disdain. Zhu Jingming, unfazed, effortlessly swings his spear in a wide arc, creating a swirling vortex of lightning that deflects every single fireball. He mockingly asks if that's all Lei Zhou's got. Frustrated and beads of sweat forming, Lei Zhou curses his opponent's seemingly flawless lightning. He desperately clings to a new hope, thinking that he can no longer get close. But if he can exhaust Zhu Jingming's power before his drug boost wears off, he might still have a chance. But Zhu Jingming has no intention of letting this fight drag on. He decides to end it now, raising his hand and summoning a massive amount of purple energy. He condenses it into a solid spear of pure, crackling lightning, his A-rank technique, Thunder Spear. He hurls the condensed energy weapon at his opponent. The spear slices through the air and slams directly into Lei Zhou's shoulder, piercing his defenses, stumbling back in shock and pain. Clutching his wound, Lei Zhou has a horrifying realization. His opponent also has a devastating long-range attack. But before Lei Zhou can recover, Zhu Jingming follows up with another technique. A powerful sphere of lightning materializes directly above Lei Zhou, and torrents of purple energy rain down. electrocuting him, stunned and writhing in pain. He looks up, wondering what new battle technique this is. With a cold expression, Zhu Jingming points forward and declares the name of his A-rank control skill. Thunder Prison. A cage of crackling. Purple lightning forms around Lei Zhou, trapping him completely. He curses, realizing he's caught in a restriction-type technique. In a desperate move, he summons his remaining power to create a flame barrier. A swirling vortex of fire around his body. Trapped but defiant, he taunts Zhu Jingming, declaring that if he can't get out, then Zhu Jingming can't get in. He's challenging him to a battle of attrition. Zhu Jingming, however, remains completely unfazed, eyeing the fiery defense with disdain. He muses that the flame barrier looks incredibly weak, wondering precisely how many of his attacks it could truly withstand, instead of a drawn-out battle of wills. He leaps high into the air with astonishing agility, effortlessly clearing the flame barrier below him and positioning himself perfectly, directly above his now-trapped opponent. While still airborne, he unleashes his ultimate assault. He summons his raw power, and dozens of massive, glowing, purple spears of pure lightning materialize in the air. All are aimed directly at the helpless Lei Zhou. The deadly rain of lightning spears begins its terrifying descent, a technique that looks like a truly devastating version of his chain. Thundergun, looking up at the overwhelming attack. Lei Zhou is filled with absolute primal terror. He knows with chilling certainty that, if he is hit by that destructive barrage, he will die, with his life on the line. His pride shatters, and he screams out his surrender. At the very last second, just as Lei Zhou shouts his concession, the tip of the lead lightning spear stops. Just inches from his eye, the rain of spears dissipates, as Zhu Jingming lands gracefully in the ring. In a final, definitive motion, he thrusts his physical spear forward, piercing Lei Zhou's chest, leaving no doubt as to who the true victor is. Zhu Jingming withdraws his spear from Lei Zhou's chest, leaving him kneeling, utterly defeated on the floor. With a commanding, almost regal presence, Zhu Jingming stands over his opponent. As Teacher Xiao unofficially declares him the winner, the crowd is left in absolute shock and awe. They exclaim that it was a complete and utter, crushing defeat. They marvel at how Zhu Jingming flawlessly chained together, for different battle techniques, in just a few seconds, a feat far beyond what any normal freshman should be capable of. Two students discuss the power of the techniques they just witnessed. One guesses they must all be at least B grade. His friend is amazed, admitting the best technique he has learned is only C grade. Watching from the sidelines, Lu Ming overhears their speculation, looking visibly stressed. He thinks to himself that they are severely underestimating his junior brother. The truth is, Zhu Jingming had dared to choose 4 A-grade techniques and already mastered them to a combat-ready level. He reflects on his own experience, recalling that he had only dared to choose a single A-grade technique as a freshman, and it still took him over 4 months to learn. He admits that having such a monstrously talented junior brother puts immense pressure on him. Back in the ring, a humbled Lei Zhou gets to his feet. He sincerely thanks Zhu Jingming for sparing his life and accepts his complete defeat. He promises the wager credits and cash are now his, and assures him he will make the payment. Owed to his aunt's business on time. Teacher Xiao Yun approaches Zhu Jingming and confirms the transfer of his winnings. 50 credits and 3.2 million in currency have been deposited into his student account. Zhu Jingming muses that a gambling fight is a quick way to make money. With the duel over, Lu Wintao rushes down to the ring. Ecstatic, he congratulates Brother Ming, telling him he is now a rich man, and invites him to go out and relax in the city center that evening. To celebrate, Zhu Jingming begins to decline, explaining he has training scheduled with his senior. However, Lu Ming, standing nearby, encourages him to go, advising him that a proper balance of training and relaxation is the key to long-term success. Taking his senior's advice, Zhu Jingming agrees to go out. As they prepare to leave, Lu Wintao excitedly points towards Lu Ming, gushing about his reputation as the vice president of the Ash Club a user of an A-rank lightning superpower. As he and Su Jingming walk off together, Lu Wentao comments that the famous senior is even more impressive in person. As they leave the arena, Lu Wentao tells Su Jingming to just follow his lead, as he has arranged the entire program for the evening. A slightly suspicious Su Jingming looks back and asks, "What kind of program are you talking about?" Lu Wentao spins around a wide, mischievous grin plastered on his face, pointing at his friend. He dramatically unveils his grand plan. The ultimate, can't-miss event of university life. A legendary social mixer between the male and female dormitories. The table's absolutely loaded with food, all set for a massive social gathering. Lu Wentao makes a beeline for Su Jingming, who's already seated at the table. He practically shouts to Su Jingming about his sudden surge in popularity. The reason? He'd posted the mixer's invitation on the campus forum. Lu Wentao boasts that over 100 people signed up, making it super hard to choose who to invite. Su Jingming offers a small smile, commenting on his friend's dedication, eager to know who he finally chose. Lu Wentao playfully declares it's a secret for now, but they'll be here any minute. And just then, he spots guests arriving and waves them over. Two young women make their way over. The one in glasses introduces herself as Chi Dongxia. She's the invited guest. Her companion, a dark-haired girl, then introduces herself as her roommate, Song Chu-Chu. Lu Wentao, beaming, introduces them to Su Jingming and immediately starts highlighting their impressive abilities. He reveals Chi Dongxia boasts an A-rank beast-type ability, while Song Chu-Ki is a high-level, first-tier user with an A-rank light element ability, and she was even the top scorer in her province. Su Jingming politely introduces himself in return as soon as she hears his name. Song Chu-Chio's expression instantly shifts to one of surprise. She immediately challenges Su Jingming to a sparring match, even letting him pick the time and place. Her friend, Chi Dongxia, immediately scolds her as a battle maniac for trying to set up a fight the moment they meet, and reminding her their actual goal was to socialize. Song Chio candidly admits her main reason for coming was purely the chance to spar with Su Jingming. Su Jingming quickly steps in to smooth things over by inviting everyone to sit down. Lu Wentao quickly clarifies, the plan is just to have fun. They grab bites and hit the shops together. The group spends their evening on the bustling high commercial street. Song Chu-Kyu gazes up at the towering skyscrapers, utterly awestruck by the city's magnificence. As they stroll along, Chi Dongxia stops to admire clothes in shop window, while Su Jingming notices a wide array of high-end equipment designed for superpowered individuals, including even A-rank weapons. He carefully observes a display of blades and elixirs, thinking this commercial center offers a far greater selection of gear than his hometown of Jiangxing. Their exciting outing continues as they enjoy some delicious street food together. Later, they browse through a chic clothing boutique. While the girls shop, Su Jingming offers to hold Song Chu-Kyu's shopping bag, and their hands briefly brush as he takes it. Afterward, Su Jingming watches as the two girls walk ahead, mesmerized by a sparkling jewelry display. By the end of the evening, Su Jingming finds himself holding many shopping bags, clearly surprised. They spent several million in just a few short hours. Lu Wentao remarks that despite Song Chio's simple style, she is quite the wealthy young woman. When Su Jingming looks curious, Lu Wentao leans in to explain that her family background is also incredibly powerful. Just then, Chi Dongxia cheerfully calls out to them to help carry one final bag. Meanwhile, Song Chio thinks it's probably time to head back. The night concludes with Su Jingming and Lu Wentao walking the girls back to their impressive villa. Song Chio tells the boys they had a lot of fun. Both Su Jingming and Lu Wentao wave goodbye as the girls head inside their home. However, before leaving, Song Q stops and faces Su Jingming with a serious expression. She tells him she was serious earlier and promises that one day she will formally challenge him to a sparring match. Her resolute declaration stuns Su Jingming for a moment. But he quickly recovers, a confident smile on his face, as he readily accepts her challenge, declaring he's eagerly looking forward to it. Song Chuchio appears pleased before heading inside. Once inside, Chi Dong-xia starts to playfully tease her friend. She remarks she's never seen Song Chuchio offer a pleasant expression to any guy since they started university, with Su Jingming as the only exception. She joyfully concludes it was a brilliant idea to bring her along. Song Chuchio explains the reason for her usual coldness. She reveals her A-rank light element ability, allows her to perceive the inner thoughts of others, so she's constantly exposed to the impure thoughts of the guys around her. However, she says Su Jingming is different. Her ability revealed. He only holds a deep sense of appreciation, with no impure intentions. She thoughtfully concludes that he truly is special. Hearing this, Chi Dong-xia gets a mischievous look and teasingly concludes that Miss Song has developed a crush. Meanwhile, as the boys walk back, Lu Wentao sighs contentedly, commenting it's nice to relax once in a while, and Su Jingming quietly agrees. Su Jingming, however, is lost in thought. He reflects on Song Chuchio and her high-level status, realizing he still has a long way to go. This thought motivates him to work harder and grow even stronger. 15 days later, Su Jingming is meditating in his training room. Sensing he's ready, he decides it's time to level up and commands his system, Deep Blue, to use his points for an upgrade. A violent surge of purple lightning erupts from his body. System notifications confirm he's undergoing a dual advancement, from a mid-level to a high-level. First-tier user, while also leveling up his Thunder Indestructible Body technique to its second level. As the energy subsides, Su Jingming reflects on his progress. He notes the rank up has significantly increased his power, and that the second stage of his body tempering technique is all about strengthening his bones and muscles. He then consults the training manual, which dramatically reveals that upon reaching the third level, he'll unlock an incredible special ability called the Thunder Extreme State. This grants him a temporary, but immense boost to both power and speed. He pulls up his system panel to check his new status. While pleased, he's disappointed to see he only has 62 ability points left, not nearly enough to reach the next level. He realizes it's time to ask his master for leave to venture into the wilderness, hunt beasts, and rack up more ability points. Later, when Shu Jingming visits his master's residence, Dean Yang Jinshin is utterly shocked by his rapid advancement, asking if he's broken through yet again. Shu Jingming calmly confirms his incredible progress from the previous night, also mentioning his body tempering technique has now reached the second stage. The dean is inwardly amazed, thinking his student speaks of difficult breakthroughs, as if they were simple tasks. He concludes that, with an S-rank ability and such intense training, there's nothing Shu Jingming cannot achieve. His senior disciple, Lu Ming, remarks that his junior brother is an absolute monster, recalling it took him half a year to make the same advancement. Dean Jinshin tells Shu Jingming that leveling up is crucial, but he absolutely must not neglect combat training to test his new strength. The dean suggests a sparring match against his senior, Lu Ming, which Shu Jingming eagerly accepts. In the training room, Lu Ming says he'll suppress his own power to that of a low-level, second-tier user, instructing Shu Jingming to fight with his full strength. After a countdown, the match begins. Both warriors leap forward, and their spears meet in the center, with a powerful clash, erupting in a brilliant explosion of purple and green energy. The sheer force of their clash leaves Lu Ming utterly surprised. He thinks to himself, his junior brother's power is incredibly strong, almost on par with his own, even with his power suppressed. Su Jingming, crackling with purple lightning, feels a thrilling surge of excitement. He suddenly realizes that, for the first time since getting his system, he's facing an opponent of equal strength. Deciding to press his advantage, Su Jingming concentrates a sphere of lightning in his hand and unleashes his Thunder Prison technique. The massive orb of electricity flies across the room, forcing Lu Ming to defend himself. Before his senior can recover, Su Jingming leaps and follows up with another attack, throwing a volley of lightning spears. In a move like his chain thunder gun technique, Lu Ming recognizes the combination of skills. With a smirk, he notes that this is the same combination that defeated Lei Zhou, but declares he is no mere freshman. He gathers his own power and unleashes a devastating counterattack, a massive torrent of teal-colored lightning, called Jade Pivot True Thunder. 20 minutes later, the intense battle is over. An exhausted Su Jingming leans on his spear for support. He concedes the match, admitting his divine thunder energy is depleted and that he has lost. Lu Ming, however, reassures him. He explains that Su Jingming didn't lose because of skill, but was simply at a disadvantage due to lower energy reserves. Their master, Dinyang Jinshin, approaches them, praising the fight as an exciting spectacle. He admits Su Jingming's performance far exceeded his expectations. He had thought Lu Ming would win easily, but instead they were so evenly matched. The outcome was decided by a battle of attrition. Lu Ming then asks his junior brother if he's aware of the true level his combat power reached during their fight. When Su Jingming looks back, puzzled, Lu Ming makes a stunning declaration. His power is now unrivaled in the second tier. The weight of this new assessment leaves Su Jingming looking thoughtful and determined. After their intense sparring session, Dinyang Jinshin announces their training is officially over and tells everyone to finally rest. The butler, Uncle Fu, brings over a tray of spirit fruits, explaining that they're perfect for post-training recovery. Seizing the moment, Su Jingming approaches his master with a request. He reveals his intention. He's preparing to leave the university, to embark on a wilderness trip. The dean is taken aback and asks how long he plans to be gone. Su Jingming explains he intends to stay for over a month, planning to return just before the freshman competition. The trip's long duration clearly worries his master. With a stern expression, the dean warns him that the wilderness is far more dangerous than the exam grounds. He explains there's no army protection, and beasts roam without predictable patterns, making it easy to encounter a high-level creature. He emphasizes the dangers of staying for over a month are immense. However, seeing his disciple's determination, the dean relents. He decides that if Su Jingming is set on going, he won't stop him. He places a firm hand on his student's shoulder, giving him one crucial piece of advice. If a situation ever looks bad, he must flee without hesitation. The dean explains that the path to becoming powerful is filled with life and death crises, and since his disciple is so ambitious, he will not stand in his way. Su Jingming bows his head in gratitude, thanking his master for his understanding. The dean then asks which wilderness area he plans to visit. As Su Jingming takes a spirit fruit from Uncle Fu, he replies that he's heading to the wilderness, near Yuan Shui City. This news seems to relieve the dean, who notes the area is next to Magic Capital, and the beasts there only go up to tier 4 or 5, making it a relatively safer choice for him. He tells Su Jingming that Lu Ming will share some valuable experience with him later, an offer Su Jingming readily accepts. As a final gesture of support, the dean explains that, since he can't offer much help while he's away, he'll at least provide him with a suitable weapon. A glowing ring on his finger begins to shine with a bright teal light as he takes Su Jingming's hand, preparing to bestow his gift. Back in his dorm room, Su Jingming sits on his bed, his new spear and packed bag laid out beside him. He asks the AI, Eva, to open the university's mission system. As holographic screens appear, he recalls the advice his senior disciple, Lu Ming, gave him before leaving for the wilderness. It's a good idea to accept submissions. To earn extra credits, he looks through the list, noting the variety of tasks available, such as collecting beast materials, gathering rare herbs, and capturing fugitives. The rewards vary by difficulty, with C and D rank missions offering modest credits, while S and A rank missions offer much more. Su Jingming observes that all the high-reward missions involve combat, remarking to himself that this must be the training model of Moda University, pushing its students into dangerous situations to grow stronger. He remembers a saying that the most outstanding students aren't found on campus, but out in the world. With this in mind, he selects 1 A rank and 3 B rank missions for his trip. With his preparations complete, Su Jingming puts on his new combat attire, slings his backpack over his shoulder, and prepares to leave as Eva wishes him good luck. He thinks to himself that there's no time to waste, and he must set out immediately. His journey takes him to the Yuan Shui City Supply Base, a bustling town in a mountainous region that serves as a forward base for those venturing into the wilderness. The streets are filled with adventurers, trying to recruit members for their formidable beast hunting teams. Su Jingming makes his grand entrance, taking in the bustling atmosphere with a satisfied grin, thinking to himself, I've finally made it. He strides confidently through the vibrant streets and steps into a magnificent, towering building. This is the official registration hall for adventurers. The hall buzzes with fellow armed adventurers. A stunning woman in an elegant red dress, who works as the main receptionist, greets him warmly, asking how she can assist him. Su Jingming wastes no time stating his purpose, explaining he's here to register as an adventurer. He promptly holds up his identification, knowing full well that to venture into the wilderness, one must first register for a nationally recognized adventurer identity card. The receptionist takes Su Jingming's university ID and is clearly impressed he's a student from Modu Superpower University. She remarks it's quite rare to see a first-tier user like him venturing into the wilderness so soon. She informs him it'll take a little while to process his registration completely and suggests he rest comfortably in the hall while he waits. While Su Jingming waits, he takes a stroll through the hall, observing the diverse crowd of adventurers. Suddenly, a commotion erupts near the entrance. A group of men exclaim loudly in excitement as a stunning newcomer makes her grand arrival. They instantly recognize her. It's the goddess Jiang Chuxian. They gush about her breathtaking beauty and powerful aura, noting that such an incredible presence is absolutely expected from a student of Moda University. The undisputed center of attention is a stylish woman with long, flowing white hair and cool sunglasses, who confidently struts through the hall, flanked by 2 massive bodyguards and a dedicated cameraman. This is none other than Jiang Chuchuan, a prominent second-year student from Modu Superpower University. The onlookers immediately start gossiping, speculating she must be here to film some fresh new material for her popular online videos. They shower praise on her content and marvel at her immense popularity, with one man exclaiming, "She has at least 10 million fans." Another fan quickly corrects him, claiming, "No, she has over 15 million followers." And then he passionately declares he'd gladly trade 10 years of his life just to be her boyfriend. Su Jingming watches the scene unfold from afar. He quickly recognizes her as a fellow student, and a thought crosses his mind. Her beauty rivals that of Song Chu Q. But his observation is cut short when a receptionist calls him over. She presents him with his new adventure card and a satellite smartwatch, explaining the watch features a wilderness map detailing beast activity and danger levels. Su Jingming thanks her, then turns to leave. A shady-looking man suddenly blocks his path. The man ventures a guess. This is Su Jingming's first trip into the wilderness, and warns him it's dangerous to go unprepared, offering to sell him some essential elixirs. Intrigued, Su Jingming inquires about the price. The man eagerly opens his coat, revealing a stash of hidden pills, offering first-grade healing elixirs for 20,000 and antidote elixirs for 15,000. He also mentions he has more potent second-grade versions, though they're more expensive. Su Jingming casually remarks, but the prices don't seem that high. The merchant laughs, pleased, and boasts that he's well known for selling cheap and effective elixirs. However, Su Jingming's expression sharpens. He internally notes something is wrong. He knows a standard first-grade elixir should cost at least 30 or 40,000. The man's low prices can only mean one thing. He's a scammer targeting inexperienced newcomers. Instead of being intimidated, Su Jingming calmly asks how many elixirs the man wants, then immediately calls out his scam, asking how many other newcomers he has cheated. The merchant, realizing he's caught, drops his friendly act. He aggressively gets in Su Jingming's face, asking if he was toying with him from the start. Su Jingming remains unfazed, simply asking what he thinks. The merchant's face twists into a menacing grin. He declares that Su Jingming is the first person to dare provoke him within the supply base. However, before things can escalate, a young woman with short, dark hair intervenes, shouting at the merchant. She calls him by his name, Zhao Chunlin, and brazenly accuses him of scamming new adventurers yet again. The woman, looking annoyed, strides towards them. Zhao Chunlin grumbles that Su Jingming is just lucky. This time, before he finally turns to leave, he leans in close, delivering a chilling, sinister threat, ominously warning Su Jingming to not dare leave the supply base for the next few days, or he'll definitely regret it. As Zhao Chunlin stalks away, the other adventurers immediately start gossiping. They comment that the newcomer is deep in trouble for getting caught in Zhao Chunlin's crosshairs, and that he provoked the absolute wrong person. One particular adventurer points out that Zhao Chunlin is rumored to be a formidable mid-level, second-tier user, making him far too powerful for a high-level, first-tier user like Su Jingming. The woman who stepped in now approaches Su Jingming and warns him that Zhao Chunlin holds a serious grudge, advising him to stay safely inside the base. Su Jingming thanks her, but then asks, why on earth? A known scammer isn't dealt with by the local authorities? She explains that Zhao Chunlin is backed by powerful connections, which is why no one dares interfere. She urges Su Jingming to buy his supplies from official channels and gives him one last warning: do not leave. As she walks away, Su Jingming watches her retreat, thinking she is a genuinely kind-hearted person. Shaking off the unsettling encounter, Su Jingming quickly refocuses. He decides to prioritize purchasing all the supplies he'll need to last him for the entire month, mentally listing healing elixirs, antidote elixirs, and various other necessities. Having completed his initial business, Su Jingming approaches the official counter to purchase his supplies. After carefully stowing the items in his backpack, he leaves the adventurer's hall, now fully equipped and prepared for the wilderness. However, the moment he steps outside, his path is suddenly blocked by Zhao Chunlin and his cronies. The merchant looks absolutely furious, mockingly commenting on Su Jingming's foolishness and how defiant he is for daring to leave, after being explicitly warned not to. He angrily demands if this is a sign of blatant disrespect. Unfazed, Su Jingming calmly asks what he wants. His calm demeanor absolutely infuriates him. Zhao Chunlin's face contorts into a vicious sneer. He loudly proclaims that because Su Jingming dared disrespect him, he'll shatter both of his legs, ensuring he spends the rest of his life confined to a wheelchair. This, he boasts, is the only way to sate his rage. Meanwhile, the kind adventurer woman who'd cautioned him before witnesses the escalating confrontation. Frustrated, she laments he didn't heed her warnings, then declares she must intervene. Her companion, however, holds her firmly back, suggesting it might be better to let him learn his own lesson. Back in the thick of the confrontation, Zhao Chunlin prepares to make good on his chilling threat. Dark energy swirls menacingly around his arm as he activates his unique ability. He brags about his C-rank metallic skin superpower, confidently asserting that with his D-rank combat suit, Su Jingming won't even be able to land scratch. He then delivers his final ultimatum. Unless Su Jingming pays him $1 million and kneels in apology, he's getting crippled. Su Jingming's reaction is lightning fast. A faint crackle of purple lightning erupts from his body as he utters a single, contemptuous word: shameless. The sudden surge of Su Jingming's energy utterly startles Zhao Chunlin, his eyes widening in pure shock. Before Zhao Chunlin or his cronies can even react, Su Jingming vanishes in a blinding flash of purple lightning, reappearing instantly behind the merchant. and striking him down with a single, devastating blow. The sheer force of Su Jingming's lightning-fast single attack sends Zhao Chunlin reeling. Flying backward, his body battered and bloody, Zhao Chunlin is slammed with such immense force that he utterly smashes through a nearby stone wall, shattering it completely. The onlookers, especially the kind adventurer woman and her companions, are left utterly speechless by the sudden, brutal display of overwhelming power. Su Jingming stands calmly amidst the now devastated courtyard, completely unfazed by the chaos he unleashed. As the stunned crowd parts around him, the onlookers are left in absolute shock, murmuring about the instant and terrifying defeat of Zhao Chunlin. One person mutters, "They didn't even catch how Su Jingming attacked," while another remarks, "They'd initially been worried about the newcomer, never imagining he'd be this strong." The consensus is clear. Zhao Chunlin definitely picked a fight with the wrong person. The friendly adventurer woman and her friend are also struggling to comprehend what they just saw. The woman admits she couldn't even track his movements either. Her blonde companion grimly assesses the aftermath, guessing that Zhao Chunlin's legs and pelvis must have been utterly shattered. She concludes that even if he survives, he'll be a cripple. The kind woman remarks that Su Jingming is not only incredibly strong, but also unforgiving, truly a student from the prestigious Modu Superpower University, where her companion asks how she knows. She explains she recognized his distinctive combat suit as exclusive gear from the university, blown away by his power. The kind woman, whose friend calls her Xiao Qian, suggests they should try to recruit him into their team, noting they are short one attacker. Her teammate immediately protests, reminding her that when they formed their all-female team, they agreed to only accept female members. The other teammates playfully tease Xiao Qian, suggesting she's only interested because he's handsome, though they admit they wouldn't be opposed to him joining. The teasing leaves Xiao Qian flustered, ignoring the commotion. Su Jingming proceeds to the wilderness entry gate. He scans his adventurer card, and a notification confirms his identity and grants him permission to enter. He steps through the massive gate and into the vast expanse of the Yuan Shui wilderness area, a dense, untamed forest. Shortly after entering, he pauses as the distant, powerful roar of a beast echoes through the trees. He recognizes the sound as a territorial declaration from powerful beasts, likely at least heretofore. However, he remains calm, muttering to himself that these creatures aren't his targets for the day. He begins to strategize his hunt, recalling that the Yuan Shui wilderness is split into a ruined city and a vast mountain forest. He deduces the city beasts are generally weaker, making them the perfect starting point to harvest the ability points he needs. He pulls up a holographic map on his smartwatch and pinpoints a nearby location called Ping and County. The data indicates the area is mostly inhabited by Tier 2 beasts, with very few Tier 1 and no higher-tier creatures. With its large area and an estimated 500 to 600 beasts, he deems it the ideal hunting ground. With a determined cry, Su Jingming declares his arrival in Ping and County and breaks into a full sprint, his body covered in a faint blue aura. As he moves with incredible speed through the forest, he soon enters the desolate, ruined streets of the county, where his presence immediately attracts a ferocious, wolf-like beast that lunges at him from the shadows. Su Jingming calmly identifies his attacker as a Tier 2 Shadow Cat, seeing it as a timely delivery of ability points. However, as he prepares to fight, he suddenly clutches his chest in pain. He feels the violent, negative emotions from the Thunder Tyrannosaurus, blood stirring within him, filling him with an overwhelming urge to kill. He realizes the more he tries to suppress this impulse, the stronger it becomes. A savage, manic grin spreads across his face as he decides he's had enough of holding back. Unleashing a torrent of purple lightning, he fully embraces the bloodlust, his sudden transformation and terrifying aura, leaving the Shadow Cat frozen in fear. The scene then shifts to 1 month later. A team of 4 adventurers, patrols the empty streets of the same county. One of them asks their bald, red-bearded captain why the area is so deserted, complaining they've been searching for a full day without finding a single beast. The captain angrily snaps that he has no idea. He finds the entire situation deeply unsettling. He reasons there should be hundreds of beasts. For a city this size, and even a mass migration, wouldn't leave the area so completely barren. Just then, their luck seems to shift, as a large, tiger-like armed blade tiger appears before them, startling the group. Relieved to have finally found target, the captain rallies his men, declaring they should take it down together. However, before they can even move, a massive spear of pure, purple lightning descends from the sky. The energy spear slams directly into the beast, instantly obliterating it. In a massive explosion of purple, energy and debris, the adventurers are left stunned by the sudden, overwhelming attack. One of them nervously wonders if that was a new type of laser weapon. But the more experienced captain dismisses the idea, explaining a laser would be far faster. He correctly deduces that this devastating attack was an incredibly powerful lightning element combat technique. The team captain quickly understands the situation. He then concludes that the devastating attack was a clear warning and that a powerful individual has claimed the entire county as their territory. He urges his team to scram immediately. His men scramble to follow, with one commenting on how terrifying that lightning spear was, while another finally understands why they couldn't find any beasts. They'd all been wiped out by this powerful lightning user. The captain yells at them to hurry, fearing the consequences if they dare to linger and anger the mysterious powerhouse. The scene shifts to reveal the powerhouse. Xu Jingming, perched calmly on a high-rise structure. A system notification pops up, confirming his kill of a Tier 2 armed blade tiger and awarding him 19 ability points. He reflects on his progress, pleased that after reaching a high level of proficiency, his Thunder Spear technique, he now boasts a range exceeding 1,000 meters. He then pulls up his trusty status panel to review all his recent accomplishments over the past month of intense grinding. By accumulating over 8,000 ability points, he skyrocketed from a high-level first tier to a powerful high-level second-tier user, and his legendary Thunder Indestructible body has shattered through to the third level. He also proudly notes he's managed to elevate several of his formidable A-rank combat techniques to the intermediate level, a feat he believes no one else could possibly achieve so quickly. Having utterly cleared out the entire county, Xu Jingming decides it's time to pack up. He plans to return to the supply base for the night, before venturing even deeper into the wilderness the next day. The next day, back at the Yuan Shui supply base, a group of adventurers watches in utter disbelief as Xu Jingming makes his grand return, weighed down by an impossibly large and overflowing backpack. They joke about the situation, wondering if his bag has magically grown legs, and speculating he must have foolishly hauled back the entire carcass of some giant beast. Unseen by them, Xu Jingming thinks to himself that it was a good thing he bought the reinforced version of the backpack. Otherwise, it never would have held the more than 400 kilograms of beast materials he had meticulously collected. He proceeds to the adventurer's hall and confidently approaches the receptionist counter to sell his massive haul. The woman politely asks what materials he wishes to sell and directs him to a large scale. Xu Jingming opens his massive pack, revealing a mountain of valuable, high-quality beast parts. He informs the stunned receptionist that he has over 400 kilograms of Tier 2 beast materials and asks her to see how much they're worth. Still in awe, the receptionist examines the parts, noting they're all the most valuable and pristine components, such as tiger tendons, claws, and rhino horns. Completely overwhelmed, she apologetically asks Xu Jingming to wait, explaining the sheer quantity of materials is far too much for her to handle solo. She definitely needs to call for backup. Soon after, sharply dressed man appears, flanked by two female attendants in striking red dresses. He introduces himself as Zhao Yi, the high-ranking manager overseeing acquisitions. After Su Jingming introduces himself, manager Zhao Yi warmly shakes his hand, openly expressing his admiration. He's amazed someone so young could hunt so many beasts. He offers to have his staff handle the inventory and invites Su Jingming to sit with him while they wait. As Su Jingming settles in with manager Zhao, the adventurer's hall staff, assisted by sleek, floating scanner drones, meticulously begin to appraise the colossal pile of beast materials. The manager is clearly blown away by his young client's incredible skill and decides to cultivate a strong relationship. He then presents Su Jingming with a gleaming platinum membership card for the supply base, granting him a significant discount on all future purchases. He asks him to accept this small token of appreciation. Su Jingming graciously accepts, thanking the manager. Soon after, a female employee delivers the highly anticipated final inventory report. She announces a staggering total: 89 high-tier, 107 mid-tier, and 221 low-tier Tier 2 beast materials. These unbelievable numbers leave the manager utterly stunned deep down. He wonders if Su Jingming single-handedly wiped out an entire beast lair himself. Turning back to his prodigious client, the manager presents the final evaluation, totaling a whopping 24.76 million. He generously offers to round the payment up to 25 million, an offer Su Jingming graciously accepts. Just a moment later, Su Jingming gets a notification on his phone, confirming the massive deposit. His new bank balance now exceeds 29 million. He can't help but smile, realizing he's become incredibly wealthy overnight. As he prepares to make his exit, manager Zhao Yi hands him his business card, inviting him for tea sometime soon. Su Jingming politely agrees, then takes his leave. The manager watches him depart, deep in thought. This young man's future shines with limitless potential. Just as Su Jingming makes his exit, the manager's phone suddenly starts to ring. He answers it, and the caller is revealed to be none other than Zhao Chunlin. From a hospital bed, heavily bandaged and confined to a wheelchair, the enraged merchant screams into the phone. He claims he saw the very person who attacked him return to the base. He furiously demands that the manager help him get his revenge. The manager, now revealed as Zhao Chunlin's powerful contact, calmly asks if Zhao Chunlin is referring to that high-level first-tier user and inquires how he wishes to proceed. Zhao Chunlin, seething with rage, demands that he dispatch the elite tiger shark squad to make Su Jingming's life an absolute living hell. The manager agrees to lend him the elite squad, but makes one crucial condition crystal clear. After this, their association is officially over. Zhao Chunlin readily accepts the terms, vowing to leave the city as soon as his revenge is complete. After ending the call, manager Zhao Yi feels a sudden, unsettling sense of unease. He tries to dismiss it as mere paranoia, reassuring himself that the Tiger Shark Squad is an elite team of Tier 2 users and should have no trouble whatsoever dealing with a single first-tier opponent. Meanwhile, as Su Jingming walks through the bustling streets of the supply base, he suddenly lets out a surprisingly loud sneeze. He rubs his nose, wondering what that was all about, and if someone was just talking trash about him somewhere. Manager Zhao Yi is on the phone with a superior, enthusiastically reporting about an incredible new ability user named Su Jingming, whose haul of beast materials alone was more than a dozen other teams combined. The superior base chief manager, Wang Chuan, hears the name and says he'll check the records. As he pulls up Su Jingming's file, his eyes widen dramatically in surprise. Manager Wang Chuan immediately calls back, his tone urgent. He tells manager Zhao Yi that Su Jingming is extremely important and to notify him the very moment he returns. Zhao Yi agrees, wondering just how could one young man provoke such an intense reaction from his boss. He immediately concludes that Su Jingming must wield serious influence, relieved he'd shown him proper deference. Meanwhile, Manager Wang Chuan reviews Su Jingming's profile. He recognizes him as another disciple of the renowned Yang Jiantian. Noting his talent appears to outshine even Lu Ming, another of the dean's top students. He quickly deduces Su Jingming is a prodigy who must never be crossed. Elsewhere, Su Jingming ambles along the bustling commercial streets of the supply base. He spots a shop hawking spatial storage rings and is dismayed that even basic models, no bigger than a suitcase, cost over 10 million, despite the hefty price. He finds the convenience of a space ring incredibly appealing and ponders how much a larger one for his spear would set him back. His thoughts are abruptly cut short by his phone ringing. He answers, hearing the cheerful voice of his roommate, Lu Wentao, who asks when he'll return to the university. Su Jingming states he'll be back in about half a month, then asks if anything's amiss. Unbeknownst to him, he's being watched from a hidden alley. A vengeful Zhao Chunlin sits in a wheelchair, flanked by mercenaries. The Tiger Shark Squad, the squad leader, a man with a blonde buzz cut and an arm in a sling, points out their target. He orders them to break Su Jingming's hands and feet, then bring him to Zhao Chunlin. A female squad member coolly acknowledges the command. As Su Jingming continues his phone call, Lu Wentao begins telling him about an arrogant new freshman at the university. Suddenly, Su Jingming pauses, sensing hostile gazes. Lu Wentao asks what's wrong, but Su Jingming, aware of the ambush, looks over his shoulder and calmly tells his roommate it's nothing and to continue. As Su Jingming walks into the deserted alley, the Tiger Shark Squad lies in wait. The squad leader signals that the target is in position and orders He, a member, to analyze his strength. Another member remarks, their captain is being overly cautious about a single, upper first rank user. As He unleashes her psychic scan on their target, her expression immediately twists in shock, and she exclaims, "What I'm seeing can't be possible." The captain asks, "What's wrong?" Sensing something is terribly amiss, He shares her psychic perception with the team, letting them all see exactly what she sees. Their shared view of the alley shows their own auras as small flickers of energy. But Shui Jingming's is a colossal vortex of immense purple power that absolutely dwarfs them. The entire team is utterly horrified, realizing his power is far, far stronger than an upper second-rank user, and he could easily destroy them all. The leader's face twists in seething fury as he realizes their intelligence was dead wrong, and Zhao Chunlin sent them on a blatant suicide mission. He immediately aborts the operation, ordering an immediate retreat and vowing to settle this score. From the alley, Su Jingming watches the squad members suddenly leap away and vanish, leaving him utterly confused by their sudden, inexplicable withdrawal. He quickly deduces the only person in the base with a real grudge against him is Zhao Chunlin, and assumes this was just a failed revenge attempt. He dismisses it, thinking people like that never change. I'll teach him a proper lesson next time. The enraged Tiger Shark Squad returns to Zhao Chunlin. The squad leader storms up to the merchant and slaps him powerfully across the face. The force sends Zhao Chunlin flying from his wheelchair, leaving him stunned and in pain. He demands to know why he was attacked. The leader looks down with utter contempt, yelling, "Zhao Chunlin, your faulty intel was a death trap." He reveals the shocking truth. Our target wasn't just an upper first-rank user. He was a powerful upper second-rank user. The news leaves Zhao Chunlin utterly speechless, unable to comprehend how Su Jingming grew so incredibly powerful. In just over a month, the squad leader, his face cold with raw disgust, he declares he doesn't care and terminates their mission, leaving Zhao Chunlin shatter on the ground as his team swiftly departs. The Tiger Shark Squad leader reports back to manager Zhao Yi, who's shocked to see them back so soon. The squad leader confirms the mission was terminated. He explains Zhao Chunlin's intel was completely wrong. The target was an upper second-rank user. But he corrects himself, saying it's much worse. Their scanner shockingly revealed his combat strength was at least third rank. That's why they were forced to retreat. Manager Zhao Yi is absolutely enraged, left wondering How Zhao Chunlin could make such a colossal mistake. A chilling sense of dread dawns on him, and he demands the target's name. The leader says Zhao Chunlin only gave a description. A muscular man, about 1.9 meters tall, who carries a long spear. The description clicks, and manager Zhao Yi's face turns deathly pale with horror as he finally realizes who the target was. The scene cuts to manager Wang Chong's office, where he slams his hands on his desk, sending books flying. He yells at Zhao Yi, demanding to know who gave him the audacity to ambush Shou Jingming. A terrified Zhao Yi nervously points out he's just an upper second-rank kid and questions if such a strong reaction is truly needed. Manager Wang Chuan calls him a complete fool and has a drone project Shou Jingming's records. As he reads, the horrifying reality hits him. The file confirms Zhu Jingming is an 18-year-old, upper second-rank user, the top scholar of Jiangnan province, and a freshman at Modu Superpower University. The most damning detail, however, is his mentor, the legendary Yang Jinshin. Manager Wang Chuan grimly asks if he now understands, explaining, a master like Yang Jinshin could level their entire base, and the state would do absolutely nothing. Overcome with fear, spikes erupting from his back, manager Zhao Yi bows deeply and promises to handle the situation. On manager Wang's direct orders, 2 guards drag in the battered Zhao Chunlin. The terrified merchant is thrown to the floor, where he immediately begs for his life. Manager Zhao Yi, face chillingly stern, declares a simple beating simply won't suffice. The ringleader must be executed. He tells Zhao Chunlin he has only himself to blame for picking a fight with someone he couldn't afford to offend. Without another word, he snaps the merchant's neck, executing him on the spot. Meanwhile, in manager Wang Chuan's office, manager Zhao Yi looks on nervously. Even after the merchant's execution, the base chief manager is far from satisfied. He coldly asks if Zhao Yi truly believes that's enough to appease someone like Su Jingming. With a menacing look, he tells Zhao Yi that, while he's overlooked his shady dealings over the years, this mistake is far too great. He declares everyone involved, including the infamous Tiger Shark Squad, must be severely punished to ensure no rumors spread. A horrified Zhao Yi can only watch, stunned. The scene shifts to the Adventurers Hall entrance, where the base's top management has gathered. A formal line of people, a curious crowd, including Xiao Qian and her team, observe the gathering. They recognize manager Wang Chuan at the front and note all department heads are present. They guess such an impressive lineup must be for someone very important. Just then, Xiao Qian's teammate spots a familiar face, pointing out the young man from Modu Superpower University, Su Jingming, returning from his errands, looks on confused. Why is the entire management team at the entrance? The man at the front steps forward. He warmly welcomes student Su and introduces himself as the base chief manager. Wang Luan, seeing the base's highest authority, personally greeting him, leaves Xiao Qian and her friends utterly shocked as they realize there's much more to this young man's identity. Manager Wang Luan offers a formal apology. He informs Su Jingming that for the offense, Zhao Chunlin has been punished. Furthermore, all accomplices have been rounded up and will spend the rest of their lives in prison. To make amends, the manager explains the base has prepared their reparations. Shou Jingming is truly impressed, thinking that a chief manager certainly knows how to handle matters cleanly and decisively. A female attendant steps forward, presenting a box, presenting Shou Jingming with the base's highest level, black gold membership card. Manager Wang Luan then explains, this card grants him free lodging and a minimum 20% discount on all purchases. Another attendant then presents a second gift, a small box containing a 1 cubic meter space ring. The incredible value of this gift leaves Shou Jingming completely stunned as he realizes the incredible offer he's received. Holding the space ring, Shou Jingming notes its incredible value, saying it would cost at least 50 million on the market. He accepts the gift, acknowledging manager Wang Chuan's sincerity. Manager Chuan praises Shou Jingming, commenting that his boldness is what he would expect from a student of Yang Jian Tian. He mentions that Shou Jingming's senior disciple, Lu Ming, also trained at the base. Before Shou Jingming leaves, manager Wang Chuan assures him that if he runs into any trouble in the city, he should contact him, as his influence is significant. Shou Jingming understands. This special treatment is entirely due to his master's powerful backing. Later, in the luxurious room, from his new black gold membership, Shou Jingming finally relaxes. After a month of intense training, he is grateful for this well-deserved rest. He decides to bind the space ring to himself, a process that requires leaving a spiritual imprint on it. With his strong spiritual power, far surpassing an average user of his level, he completes the task easily. Testing the ring, he finds he can retrieve items with a simple thought and store them with a mere touch. Though it can't hold anything living, he still finds it incredibly convenient. His quiet rest is suddenly shattered by a call from his master. Shou Jingming informs his master, Yang Jiantian, that he's just returned from the wilderness and has a crucial report to share. Upon hearing the news that mercenaries were sent to attack his disciple, Yang Jiantian absolutely erupts in a fury. He roars over the phone that a mere space ring is far too light, a compensation for an assassination attempt. He threatens to utterly demolish their base. If even a hair on Shou Jingming had been harmed. Once he calms down, he asks why the elite squad suddenly retreated. Shou Jingming speculates they realized just then his strength was far greater than they had ever anticipated, now seeing him as an upper-tier second-rank user, forcing them to make a tactical retreat. This news leaves Yang Jiantian utterly speechless. He shouts into the phone, disbelief lacing his voice, that Shou Jingming has already reached that level in just one short month. His master's shock swiftly melts into a proud, booming laugh. He heaps praise on Shou Jingming, declaring his cultivation speed is even faster than his own once was. He eagerly asks when his disciple plans to return, so they can celebrate properly. Shou Jingming tells him he'll be back just before the new semester begins, as he plans to use his remaining time to delve into even more dangerous areas. His master warns him earnestly to be careful, and Shou Jingming assures him he absolutely will. After the call, Yang Jiantian is still beaming with pure joy. His butler, Uncle Fu, remarks that it's been a very long time since he's seen his master so happy. Yang Jiantian can't contain his immense admiration for Shou Jingming's astonishingly rapid speed of improvement. He reflects that life and death crises, which usually act as mere catalysts for others, seem to work like a powerful cheat code for his incredibly talented disciple, supercharging his growth at an unbelievable rate. Following his meticulous plan, Shou Jingming ventures deep into the forest mountain range, a far more advanced part of the wilderness. As he progresses, the air around him is thick with the roars of fierce beasts. He notes this area appears significantly richer in resources than the ruined city he just left. His keen senses, fully cleared, instantly detect an attack. But as his boot snaps a twig, it alerts his foe to his position. Suddenly, invisible energy slashes tear through the air, aimed right at him, reacting with incredible speed. Shou Jingming masterfully dodges the assault. The blasts just barely miss him, slicing clean through the trees. The attacker finally reveals itself. A massive, ferocious gale dreadwolf. Shou Jingming calmly analyzes the beast, guessing that most third-rank beasts possess special abilities. He identifies the wolf as a wind element creature, likely at a mid-tier third-rank level, and wonders how many ability points its defeat will earn him. Just as Shou Jingming prepares to fight the beast, he senses another group approaching. It's the popular streamer Zhang Chuckswan, with her bodyguards and a cameraman in tow. One of her men immediately points out the Gale Dreadwolf, suggesting it would be perfect for Miss Zhang to defeat. On camera, the team leader orders his subordinate to block the wolf's escape route, clearly intending to claim the beast for themselves. Shou Jingming observes this, thinking they're trying to steal his kill, which goes against the wilderness rule. The first person to find a resource has claim to it. However, Zhang Chuckswan expresses her disapproval. She states that she dislikes taking another's prey just for filming content. The leader tries to frame it as a heroic rescue for their stream, but Jong Chuk-swan isn't convinced, saying she doesn't need any fake praise, and pointing out that Sho Jingming appears perfectly calm and capable, not needing any help. Following her wishes, the team leader quietly complains, but agrees to find another beast instead. He orders his team to leave. Sho Jingming watches them go, thinking, Jong Chuk-swan's character is surprisingly decent for a famous online personality. However, he also notes, the team leaders seem to have very little authority. He dismisses the thought and refocuses on his hunt. The Gale Dreadwolf, annoyed that Su Jingming stood his ground, lunges in a furious attack. Unfazed, Su Jingming easily evades the beast's charge. The attack throws Su Jingming slightly off balance, enraged that its prey isn't taking it seriously. However, Su Jingming quickly recovers and retaliates, channeling his lightning power. He brings his spear down with immense force, plunging the electrified tip into the beast's skull. The beast collapses. A system notification confirms the kill, awarding him 34 ability points. Su Jingming reflects on the reward, noting with satisfaction that getting over 30 points from a single third-rank beast is quite good. With a smirk, he looks forward to the last 10 days of his expedition, eager to hunt as many beasts as possible. 7 days later, Su Jingming's hunt continues. He finds a troop of large, ape-like beasts who are startled by a brilliant flash of light. From above, he unleashes a powerful range technique, a massive spear of pure energy, which descends from the sky and slams into the ground, creating a powerful explosion. The blasts leave a crater, with one ape-like creature lying heavily wounded within it. Su Jingming is surprised his Thunder Spear attack didn't instantly kill the leader. He acknowledges that, as expected of a third-rank beast leader, it is durable with a menacing look, purple lightning crackling around him. He decides not to waste time on the lesser beasts. He resolves to finish them all off quickly. He charges into the remaining group, his body covered in lightning. He moves like a blur, weaving through their attacks and striking them down with his spear. Standing over the defeated ape-like beasts, Su Jingming's hunt in this area is a success. He checks his system panel, a satisfied smile on his face. As he sees he has over 3,000 ability points, he thinks this amount should be enough to finally learn the powerful S-rank combat techniques he has been eagerly anticipating. Just as he's about to move on, his smartwatch suddenly beeps, projecting a holographic distress signal. Elsewhere, Jiang Chuxian is desperately fleeing for her life. Leaping through the trees at incredible speed, she's being pursued by a massive, armored dragon-like creature. Through her panicked thoughts, she reveals her team was scattered by a powerful fourth-rank beast. And in the chaos, she ran into another foe, a low-tier, third-rank ground-digging dragon. She knows any beast associated with dragons is incredibly fierce. As a mid-tier second-rank user, she understands she has no chance of winning, even with a power-boosting pill. Her only hope is that another super-powered person will see her distress signal and come to her aid. The situation becomes worse when she breaks out of the dense forest into an open clearing. She realizes with a sense of doom that without cover, the beast will surely catch her. As she feared, the creature closes in, cornering her completely, just as the beast is about to strike. A massive spear of pure purple lightning descends from the sky, slamming in front of the creature and stopping its attack. Su Jingming appears in a flash of lightning, standing protectively between her and the stunned beast. Jiang Chuxian looks on in utter shock, immediately recognizing her savior. Seeing him stand his ground, Jiang Chuxian frantically tells him to run, explaining that the creature is a low-tier, third-rank ground-digging dragon he can't defeat. However, Su Jingming ignores her warning, planting his spear in the ground. As he calmly faces the beast, leaving her stunned and frustrated that he won't listen, she feels responsible. She thinks it would be one thing if she died alone, but she can't bear the thought of getting an innocent person killed. Making a selfless choice, she sprints past him. She screams for him to escape, while she desperately tries to hold off the creature. The ground-digging dragon roars ferociously and charges directly at both of them. Jiang Chuxian steals herself, ready to fight. But before she can even make a move, Su Jingming unleashes his power right behind her. He summons a massive spear of pure, crackling lightning and hurls it clean over her head at the charging beast, leaving her to watch in stunned, utter silence. The energy spear descends with unbelievable speed, piercing directly through the beast's heavily armored head. In a massive explosion of purple lightning and gruesome gore, the creature collapses, its head utterly destroyed. Jiang Chuxian falls to her knees, completely dumbfounded. She stammers, unable to comprehend how the fearsome beast was killed in a single, devastating instant attack. She looks up at Su Jingming, her mind reeling, thinking about the terrifying power he just displayed. Suddenly, a realization dawns on her. The sonic boom she heard earlier must have come from him. She wonders how he could possibly be so strong, when he's supposedly only an upper tier, second-rank user. A notification then appears for Su Jingming, confirming the kill and awarding him a hefty 36 ability points. He smirks, thinking to himself, as expected of a beast with dragon in its name, it certainly provides more points than a normal beast of the same rank. After the battle, Su Jingming approaches Jiang Chuxian, who is still on the ground, and asks if she's alright. She replies that she's fine, just a little weak in the knees, and thanks him for saving her. He modestly replies that anyone would have done the same, then gently helps her up. Once standing, Jiang Chuxian says she owes him a great debt for saving her life, and he can ask for anything in the future. Su Jingming politely declines, but then says an autographed photo for his roommate will be the absolute best reward. The request clearly surprises her, but she agrees, saying she doesn't have one with her now, but can give it to him later at the supply base. Her attention is then drawn to his unique weapon. She recognizes it as the famous Dark Cloud Gale Spear and asks if he's a student at Modi University. He confirms, explaining it was a gift from his master. Jiang Chuxian then explains the weapon is famously known for being incredibly heavy. Only the most powerful users can wield it. She introduces herself as a second-year student from the renowned Elemental Academy. Hearing this, Su Jingming greets her as a senior. She internally notes, puzzled, that she's never heard his name at school, and concludes he must be a very low-key upperclassman. He realizes she thinks he's a senior, because most students don't reach his power level until their third year, and he decides not to correct her. Still in awe, Zhang Chuxuan marvels that he could instantly take down a strong, upper-tier, third-rank creature. As he prepares to leave, she stops him with a blush. She shyly asks if she can travel with him for a while, explaining she was separated from her bodyguards and can't survive alone in the treacherous wilderness. Su Jingming agrees to escort her to the ruined city, for where she can get back safely. She happily thanks him as they walk. She then suggests they check the beast cave for valuable items, which is likely why it attacked her. Su Jingming agrees it's worth a look. On the way, she asks which academy he belongs to. When he says he's from the Weaponry Academy, she comments that she knows their dean, Yang Jintian, who has a very fierce nickname. Su Jingming calmly informs her the dean is his master. The revelation leaves Zhang Chuxuan flustered and embarrassed, and she apologizes profusely for speaking badly of his teacher. Su Jingming is taken aback, thinking that for a cold, online ice goddess, she is quite a chatterbox in person. Zhang Chuxian leads him to a dark, rocky cave, the ground-digging dragon's lair. He cautiously tells her to stay behind him, as he's unsure of what dangers lie ahead. She agrees, following closely as he leads with his spear, crackling with protective lightning. Their caution soon turns to amazement. Deeper inside, they discover a hidden oasis. A small spring of clear, turquoise water is surrounded by a garden of rare and fragrant flowers. Shu Jingming is stunned, identifying several high-grade, medicinal herbs. His shock grows as he realizes the spring is an S-grade. Earth Spirit Spring, a legendary healing treasure. He turns to Zhang Chuan, utterly stunned. He asks if she's certain, and she confirms it, explaining the spring nourishes surrounding plants, transforming them into rare, potent herbs. Zhu Jingming is thoroughly impressed by her deep knowledge. She proudly reveals that she's a certified second-grade pharmacist, a qualification he knows is incredibly difficult to achieve. After assessing their find, Jiang Chuxian estimates there's enough spring water for at least 5 portions of S-grade healing liquid. As thanks for saving her life, she selflessly offers him the entire treasure. However, Zhu Jingming proposes a fair deal. He suggests they split the spring water, with him taking 4 parts to her 1, and divide the herbs equally. Delighted by his generous offer, she happily accepts, as Zhu Jingming and Jiang Chuxian are dividing their findings. Her team of bodyguards arrives at the cave entrance, and one man is skeptical, questioning what could be valuable in an unguarded cave. The team leader corrects him, pointing out traces show it's the lair of a third-rank ground-digging dragon, and dragon nests often contain rare treasures. As they enter, they're surprised to find Jiang Chuxian and Zhu Jingming inside. She is startled by their sudden appearance, internally worrying that if this elite team of third-rank users discovers the S-grade spring, there will be trouble. The leader greets her, saying they've been searching for her. He then curiously notes Zhu Jingming's presence. Thinking quickly, Jiang Chuxian explains, Zhu Jingming is a senior from her school she just met. She gestures to the treasure, suggesting that since the herbs are high quality, they should all share. The leader smirks and accepts, but a subordinate whispers to him that the spring seems to be the legendary S-grade Earth Spirit Spring, a priceless treasure. The revelation instantly changes the atmosphere. The bodyguards' eyes glow red with greed as they realize the immense value. Both Zhu Jingming and Jiang Chuxian sense the immediate shift in their demeanor. The leader's friendly facade shatters, replaced by a menacing grin. He sneers she doesn't seem very honest. Sensing the immediate danger, Zhang Zhuxian decides to surrender the treasure. She declares the team can have everything and tries to pull Zhu Jingming away. But when he doesn't move, she urgently whispers that the bodyguards are all peak third-rank users, and they stand no chance. However, Zhu Jingming calmly replies he doesn't consider himself weaker than them. He adds that even if they gave up the treasure, the team wouldn't let them go alive. A chilling thought she realizes rings true. The team leader laughs, confirming Zhu Jingming's words. He admits that while the boy's tone is arrogant, his guess is correct. He explains their ruthless logic. Zhang Chuxian is famous. If they let her go, she could expose them online and ruin their careers. Therefore, he concludes, it is safer to kill them both and keep the secret buried in the cave forever. Refusing to be a liability, Zhang Chuxian makes a desperate choice. She pulls out and swallows a red, power-enhancing blood-burst pill, determined to fight alongside her rescuer. The pill immediately takes effect, causing her A-rank ice superpower to surge violently. She unleashes her power, sending a wave of frost across the ground that begins to freeze the feet of the bodyguards. The team leader, unfazed, gives his orders. He instructs one man, Zhou Cheng, to deal with Zhu Jingming first, whom he mockingly calls Jiang Chuxian's lover. The rest of the team is ordered to secure the cave entrance. With the plan set, the leader turns his attention to Jiang Chuxian. His body transforms his C-rank ability, turning him into a massive, ferocious, saber-toothed tiger. He menacingly tells her life ends today. His men make cruel and lewd remarks, suggesting they should record everything before killing her, revealing their monstrous nature. Jiang Chuxian is filled with despair, horrified to be facing beasts in human skin. She refuses to die in such a desolate place. Her greatest regret? Dragging Zhu Jingming into this deadly mess with her. She turns to warn him, only to be utterly stunned by the sight. In a flash, the tide of battle abruptly turns. The tiger transformed. Leader's eyes widen as he senses a sudden movement. Before anyone can even react, Zhu Jingming appears right behind Zhou Cheng. his spear already piercing straight through the man's chest. The bodyguard collapses, defeated in an instant. Shou Jingming looks down at his fallen foe, coldly remarking that even a third-tier fighter isn't much of a threat. The leader is utterly stunned by Shou Jingming's incredible speed, unable to comprehend how his mid-tier, third-rank subordinate was taken down so easily. He realizes, with a grim expression, that he has completely misjudged this situation. Shou Jingming is the true threat here. Roaring with fury, he unleashes his own devastating attack, swinging his massive axe in a devastating tiger roar. Slash. However, Shou Jingming effortlessly dodges the powerful blow, his body a blur of purple lightning. As he dodges, he analyzes his opponent's strength. He concludes that the peak, third tier, Captain's raw power is far stronger than his own, and he realizes he can no longer afford to hold back. The tiger, transformed, leader and his men, are left bewildered by Shou Jingming's display of power. Realizing he's facing a much stronger opponent than he initially thought, Shou Jingming decides he can no longer hold anything back. He unleashes a hidden power, activating his Thunder Extreme mode. A massive, violent surge of raw purple lightning erupts from him, tearing his shirt and revealing a newly muscular physique. Zhang Chuxuan can only watch in stunned silence, her face a mix of awe and deep concern. The sheer force of this transformation shocks the tiger leader, who stares at the dark, swirling energy and wonders what kind of monster Shou Jingming truly is. Shou Jingming's appearance dramatically transforms. His eyes now glow a piercing blue, with menacing, slitted pupils, and two massive, demonic horns erupt from his head, completing his terrifying new form. He revels in the incredible surge of power, finding the feeling absolutely amazing. After a moment of shock, the leader dismisses this drastic change, believing it to be just a special mode, merely meant to be intimidating. Regaining his confidence, he prepares to attack once more. With a ferocious grin, Shou Jingming rushes forward. The two warriors clash. The leader, using a defensive skill called Lying Tiger Stone, is certain his armor can withstand any attack from a lower-rank user. However, he is proven fatally wrong, as Shou Jingming's own lightning Gale Slash connects with his weapon. The force of Shou Jingming's attack is overwhelming, shattering the leader's supposedly powerful armor. The impact sends the massive Tiger Man flying backward, completely defeated. Shou Jingming stands confidently in his transformed state, declaring his body is now 3 to 4 times stronger, a level of power the leader's tough beasts like Hyde could simply not withstand. The battle is not over. With their leader defeated, another bodyguard lunges at Shou Jingming, unleashing a powerful B-rank skill, the Flame Claw. Even in his transformed state, Shou Jingming's control is absolute. He effortlessly blocks the fiery assault with his own lightning. The bodyguard is left in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how his advanced technique could be so easily stopped by a supposedly lower-ranked opponent. Shou Jingming stands over the now defeated bodyguard, acknowledging his opponent's resilience. He remarks that it's expected from a peak, third-tier fighter, but declares he will end the fight with one final blow. Terrified, the man begs for his life, offering Shou Jingming the Earth Spirit, Spring, and all his savings. Shou Jingming coldly dismisses his plea, stating that it is far too late for begging. Zhang Zhuochuan watches the scene, her mind reeling in utter disbelief. She thinks that the team she hired, that cost a fortune, and whose captain was rumored to be invincible, was utterly dismantled. She's never heard of any student from her university with such a powerful record, leading her to wonder if his ability might even be S rank. With the others defeated, Shou Jingming turns his attention to the remaining bodyguards. In his transformed state, he feels the violent, bloodthirsty urges from the Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood resurfacing. He menacingly tells them, "It is your turn." The two men are frozen in terror, calling him a demon. Shou Jingming scoffs, retorting that compared to murderers like them, he considers himself far more human. realizing they are utterly outmatched. The remaining men make a desperate final stand on their leader's command. They all consume their own blood-burst pills, preparing to fight to the death. The battle that follows is swift and brutal. The scene cuts to the aftermath, where Xu Jingming, now back in his normal form but shirtless, stands victorious amidst the defeated bodies of the entire team. The immense power of his thunder. Extreme mode has taken its toll. He leans against a rock wall, breathing heavily and completely exhausted. He reflects that, while his transformation is incredibly powerful, the energy drain is severe. Using it for just over 10 minutes, he realizes, is more draining than fighting for several hours. After the intense battle, a concerned Zhang Qiushuan rushes to Xu Jingming's side, asking if he is all right. Despite his exhaustion, he reassures her that he is fine and suggests they collect the valuable spring water and herbs before they rest. Standing by the pristine spring, Zhang Chuxuan expresses her relief that the bloody fight did not contaminate the precious resource. They proceed to carefully fill several glass bottles with the potent water from the earth. At the spirit spring, after they finish, Xu Jingming notes, they collected even more than they had estimated. He hands 1.5 bottles to Jiang Chuxian, insisting she take them as her share, acknowledging that she also fought hard. Overjoyed by his generosity, she thanks him enthusiastically. However, their moment of relief is cut short. Suddenly, Jiang Chuxian stumbles and cries out in pain. She collapses forward against Xu Jingming, realizing with dread that the severe side effects of the bloodburst pill she took earlier are finally kicking in. The severe side effects of the bloodburst pill finally hit Jiang Chuxian. She cries out in pain and collapses forward against Xu Jingming, who is surprised but catches her as she falls. She thinks about how she is powerless, unable to use her energy, and too weak to even get clothes from her space ring. Trembling and blushing, she feels deeply embarrassed and worries about the bad impression she's making. Seeing her condition, Xu Jingming says the pill side effects are strong and that he will take her somewhere to rest. Without waiting for a response, he lifts her into his arms, which surprises and flusters her. As he carries her, her heart beats rapidly, and she wonders if it's because this is the first time she has been so close to a man. Xu Jingming carries her to a small, grassy clearing and gently sets her down. He tells her to rest there, while he goes to collect the remaining herbs. Before leaving, he takes off his own black shirt and offers it to her, so she can cover herself. Jiang Chuxian accepts it, thinking about how kind and considerate he is. While she recovers, Xu Jingming turns his attention to the defeated bodyguards. He takes a space ring from one and examines its contents. He thinks the loot from the elite team is disappointing, as he only finds some cash, beast materials, herbs, and a C-grade combat technique. Holding the 2 rings, he hopes he can trade them for a single larger one. Realizing his long spear is quite the burden and a pain to haul across the ground, Jiang Chuxian calls out to him. She explains, the Earth Spirit Spring can counter her immense weakness, and timidly asks if he could spare her a sip. Xu Jingming hands her some of the spring water in a vial, and she drinks it eagerly. Instantly, she sighs in relief as her strength begins to surge back. Jiang Chuxian tells Xu Jingming she feels significantly better, though she estimates she'll need another 3 to 4 hours to recover completely. She marvels at how the pills' side effects could be countered so easily and comments on the miraculous S-grade. Earth Spirit Spring. Xu Jingming considers her recovery time and realizes night will fall in just a few hours. For their safety, he proposes they rest in the cave overnight. The thought of spending a night alone with a man in a dark cave leaves Jiang Chuxian utterly shocked and flustered. When Xu Jingming asks her opinion, the blushing Jiang Chuxian shyly agrees, telling him she'll follow his lead. The next morning, the sun shines brightly through the forest. Having fully recovered, Jiang Chuxian stretches her arms, feeling refreshed. She comments on the pleasant forest air, joking that she could stay for a month, if not for the dangerous beasts. She glances at Xu Jingming, and reflects on her worries from the previous night. Chiding herself for her wild imagination, she concludes he isn't the kind of person she feared, yet feels a slight sense of disappointment. Her thoughts are interrupted when Su Jingming says it's time to leave, and that he'll escort her to the edge of the forest. Surprised, she quickly agrees. The two then begin to sprint through the woods, with Su Jingming in the lead. Suddenly, he comes to an abrupt halt, putting his arm out to prevent her from going further. A moment later, a massive, flaming creature leaps right over their heads. Jiang Chuxian gazes up, her face etched with pure terror. She instantly recognizes a powerful 5th-tier blazing tiger. The massive beast crashes down far ahead, desperately continuing its escape. Peeking out from behind a sturdy tree, Su Jingming quietly wonders if the tiger even noticed them, but Jiang Chuxian notices its utterly panicked state, immediately deducing it's running for its very life. Her eyes widen in dawning horror as she realizes what's pursuing it. Suddenly, a massive horde of gray, wolf-like beasts with glowing red eyes surges past them. In a hushed, urgent tone, Jiang Chuxian explains these are iron-toothed rats. She clarifies that while they're only first-tier beasts, in a swarm, they're unbelievably dangerous. They could even overwhelm a 6th-tier powerhouse. Now, she finally understands why the blazing tiger was forced to flee for its life. Faced with the overwhelming swarm, Jiang Chuxian panics, desperately urging Su Jingming to flee. Reacting instantly, Su Jingming grabs her hand, and they pivot, sprinting away, with the relentless horde of rats in hot pursuit. As they sprint, Su Jingming knows these rats possess incredible, tireless stamina, making a simple escape impossible, especially with the supply base 90 kilometers away. He realizes they need to move faster. His heavy spear slows him down significantly, and he declares he must abandon it. However, Jiang Chuxian quickly offers a brilliant solution, telling him her space ring is certainly large enough to hold it. She effortlessly stores the heavy spear away, instantly freeing him and making him much lighter. Zhu Jingming notes that simply holding hands is still too slow. He suggests it would be far more efficient for him to carry her on his back. This proposal leaves a stunned Jiang Chuxian utterly speechless, but before she can object, he swiftly lifts her onto his back and continues their escape at an even more blistering speed. He eventually bursts out of the dense forest and into a ruined city. However, their fleeting relief quickly turns to dread. They spot the swarm devouring another beast's mangled corpse. Su Jingming grimly realizes their worst fear has indeed come true. The rat tide has completely overrun the entire area. Cornered, he resolutely declares they must fight. He immediately activates his Thunder Extreme mode, his body erupting in crackling purple lightning as fierce, demonic horns sprout from his head. He urges a terrified Jiang Chuxian to hold on tight. As he plunges headfirst into the monstrous horde, he transforms into a blazing whirlwind of destruction, carving a path through the endless rats, racking up ability points with every single kill. Meanwhile, at a nearby military outpost, Manager Wang Chong and his elite team are intently monitoring the unfolding crisis. An official reports the rat tide now boasts over 300,000 creatures. A grim-faced Wang Chong gravely remarks it will be a devastating blow to the ecosystem. A subordinate displays a map showing trapped ability users, lamenting that most are likely doomed to be devoured. Wang Chong's thoughts turn to Su Jingming, thinking that unless his master, the legendary Yang Jiantian, personally intervenes, no one can save him if he's truly caught. Suddenly, a soldier spots a colossal sphere of crackling purple lightning blazing across their monitors. Wang Chong immediately orders his troops to prepare for engagement. A frantic report comes in. The target is hurtling at an astonishing 80 meters per second. The soldiers open fire, but their bullets are utterly useless against the formidable energy barrier. Unleashing his full, terrifying power, Su Jingming, still in his demonic form, leaps impossibly high into the air with Jiang Chuxian in tow, soaring effortlessly over the military blockade. He lands gracefully amidst the utterly startled soldiers. As his powerful transformation finally fades, the soldiers are left in absolute stunned silence. One exclaims in disbelief, "I thought that approaching energy was some kind of lightning beast, not a person." Another remarks on the man's truly terrifying aura, while a third finds the girl's silhouette strangely familiar. Now, back in his normal form, shirtless and utterly exhausted, Su Jingming assures Jiang Chuxian they've finally reached the supply base and are safe. A relieved Jiang Chuxian clutches his arm, thanking him. Just then, Manager Wang Chong rushes over, recognizing Su Jingming instantly, asking if he can help. After his incredible escape, Su Jingming explains he ran for over 40 minutes straight from the mountain area and is utterly exhausted, asking only for a room to rest. Internally, Wang Chong is absolutely astounded, knowing those mountains are over 90 kilometers away. He thinks even a fourth-tier ability user would struggle to break through the horde. From such a distance, eager to help, Wang Chuan offers to arrange a room for him, but Jiang Chuxian steps in, stating she'll take care of him herself. As she supports the weary Su Jingming, nearby soldiers begin to gossip excitedly. They recognize her as Goddess Jiang and comment on how incredibly lucky the young man is. They speculate wildly about their relationship, with one soldier dramatically lamenting that his goddess has been stolen from him. 2 full days and nights later, Su Jingming finally awakens in a comfortable bed. He finds Jiang Chuxian by his side, who greets him with a cheerful smile. She tells him he's been asleep for a long time and was about to give him some Earth Spirit Spring to help him recover. Surprised he slept so long, Su Jingming asks about the wilderness. Jiang Chuxian informs him the rat tide hasn't fully receded yet, so the entire area is still under lockdown. She adds that after it's all over, there will likely be very few beasts left. Realizing there's no reason to stay, Su Jingming decides to return to the university as the semester is about to begin. Hearing this, Jiang Chuxian says she's also going back and suggests they travel together. Su Jingming readily agrees. As they're making plans, Jiang Chuxian remembers something she promised him. She presents him with the autographed picture he had asked for. To Su Jingming's complete surprise, the photo shows her posing suggestively in revealing lingerie, a far cry from what he had expected. Flustered by the revealing photo, a blushing Su Jingming explains to Jiang Chuxian that he was asking for it on behalf of a friend, suggesting this one might be too inappropriate and asking for a more ordinary one instead. Jiang Chuxian is surprised, realizing she completely misunderstood his intentions. Internally, Jiang Chuxian is mortified, scolding herself for assuming he was interested in her. Flustered, she offers to give him a new photo and asks for the more daring one back. But Su Jingming gazes down at the picture and shyly asks if he can keep it, which takes her by surprise. A delighted smile spreads across her face as she readily tells him, "Of course you can," trying to swiftly change the subject. A flustered Su Jingming quickly points out that, since he's been out cold for 2 days, he needs to book their train tickets home. Jiang Chuxian immediately dismisses the idea of a train, explaining she drove her own car, and offers him a ride back with her later. They drive back in a truly stylish yellow convertible sports car. As they cruise along, Su Jingming remarks that only a major online celebrity like her would own such a limited edition car, and notes that it's his first time in a self-driving vehicle. Jiang Chuxian casually explains, "It's quite simple to manage." Soon enough, they arrive back at the Modu Superpower University campus. Having changed into casual clothes, they step out of the car, and Su Jingming now carries his spear casually on his shoulder. Their arrival certainly doesn't go unnoticed, as students admire Su Jingming's handsome appearance, but lament that he seems to have an equally beautiful girlfriend walking through campus. Meanwhile, Su Jingming, reflects on how much his strength has truly changed. In a month and a half he's been away. Jiang Chuxian then asks which district his dorm is in. He tells her District 3, since she lives in District 2. She suggests they should part ways there. But before they can part ways, Jiang Chuxian tells Su Jingming not to hesitate, to ask if he ever needs anything at all. He agrees, just as they're about to finally part. Jiang Chuxian suddenly steps forward, surprising Su Jingming. She leans in and plants a quick kiss on his cheek. With a playful smile, she tells him, "It's a small thank you for saving my life." She then waves goodbye and confidently walks away, leaving a thoroughly blushing Su Jingming behind. He touches his cheek, still processing the unexpected gesture, and thinks to himself that he'd just been forcefully kissed. Later, back in her luxurious dorm, Zhang Zhuxian sits on her bed, deep in thought. She can't help but think. Someone as powerful as Su Jingming can't possibly be unknown. Determined to investigate, she fires up her laptop to dig for his information. She muses to herself. All the recent campus buzz has been about a certain freshman. She quickly finds his detailed file, and as she reads, her expression turns to pure shock. She discovers Su Jingming is a freshman, and an upper-tier second-rank user at that. With a pout, she realizes she'd been calling him senior this whole time, and calls him a big liar. She playfully vows to tease her junior brother. When they next meet, meanwhile, back in his dorm, Su Jingming reviews the gains from his trip. He completed his missions, acquired 2 space rings, and now boasts over 25 million in his bank account. He regrets that the rat tide cut his hunt short, preventing him from collecting even more ability points. His system panel confirms his new status as an upper, second-tier user with an S-rank ability, and he has a staggering 30,712 ability points. He feels confident this is enough to learn powerful S-rank combat techniques. His thoughts are interrupted as his roommate, Lu Wintao, bursts into the room. He exclaims, "Shu Jingming, you're finally back," and scolds him for not giving a heads up, saying he was worried after hearing about the rat tide. Shu Jingming confirms the tide did happen, but assures him the military is now handling it. As he speaks, Lu Wintao suddenly senses a change in his roommate's aura. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes Shu Jingming has broken through to the second tier. Shu Jingming calmly corrects him, stating, "I'm an upper second tier user now." Lu Wintao is amazed. Shu Jingming explains he had a few near-death encounters, but was lucky enough to survive and achieve a breakthrough. Lu Wintao is impressed, saying Su Jingming is no ordinary person, and wonders, should he also dive into a life-or-death situation to truly get stronger? Su Jingming immediately warns him against it, explaining his own situation was unique. The wilderness is simply too perilous for him. Lu Wintao agrees to steer clear, then recalls something crucial. He informs Su Jingming that Song Xiuqiu has been looking for him multiple times, and suggests he really should contact her. Su Jingming promises he will. Then, he remembers the gift he brought back. He hands the autographed photo to a bewildered Lu Wintao. A moment later, Lu Wintao's confusion explodes into pure ecstasy. His eyes practically turn into hearts as he stares at the photo of the goddess Jiang, and he lets out a primal scream of pure joy. Back at the university, Su Jingming heads to the Battle Technique Library. He reflects that the 4 missions he completed earned him 871 credits, a lightning-fast way to accumulate them. Sitting at a desk, he summons the AI, Eva, and tells it to display all available S-rank lightning combat techniques. Instantly, holographic displays pop up, showcasing powerful skills. He sees techniques like Thundermark, which inflicts massive lightning damage, and Thunder Prison, which creates an unbreakable lightning barrier. As he browses, he's surprised that a top-tier school, like Madu University, only boasts just over 20 S-rank lightning techniques. Knowing these skills are crucial for his future, he resolves to choose incredibly carefully. He continues sifting through the options, eventually honing in on 2. Heavenly Thunder Art, a ranged ability that summons natural lightning, and Thunder Armor, a defensive skill that creates a formidable shield. He decides they're a perfect combination of long range, offense and defense. While a normal person might have to specialize, Su Jingming smirks, thinking that with a cheat system, he can simply take them all. He then discovers Heavenly Thunder Art is a prerequisite for a more powerful SSS rank technique called Myriad. Our hero dives into studying the Heavenly Thunder Guide Manual, only to be utterly bewildered by its sheer complexity. He realizes it's far more intricate than even his thunder, indestructible body technique. This challenging content has him sweating bullets, making him reflect that this is tougher than dissecting professional literature for his past life's doctoral studies. After 6 grueling hours of intense study, an utterly exhausted Su Jingming slumps onto his desk. He lets out a sigh, having finally grasped the basics. That's enough manual effort, he decides. It's time for his system to take the reins. Clenching his fist, he calls out to his system, Deep Blue, ordering it to add the points to master the skill. Suddenly, a massive surge of purple lightning erupts from him, as the system instantly and seamlessly integrates the knowledge into his very mind and body. The integration is successful, but he's absolutely stunned by the hefty cost. Upgrading a single S-rank technique to its elementary level demanded a staggering 16 ability points. He can't believe it. All the points he'd worked tirelessly to earn are only enough for these 2 skills. Just then, Eva gently floats over, reminding him that it's already 1 in the morning, and that he should use his time wisely. She also warns him sternly, no superpowers in the library. A bit sheepish, Su Jingming readily agrees, realizing it's too late to begin the second, equally time-consuming technique. He resolves to tackle another time. Elsewhere, on the Mada University campus, a young man jogs past a girl during her late-night run. That girl is Song Chu Q, and as she runs, she reflects on her intense training regimen. For over a month, she's been relentlessly pushing herself to train late, a level of dedication that even surprises herself. She's utterly determined to challenge Su Jingming when he finally returns, vowing to prove that she's the true number 1 freshman. Her training is abruptly interrupted when she spots a large bird, silhouetted dramatically against the full moon. It's a massive, menacing creature with glowing red eyes, which she quickly identifies as a white-ringed, black feather eagle. She immediately analyzes the threat, noting that the eagle primarily uses speed, and it's camouflage for city hunts. She estimates it's roughly a 3rd-tier beast, and knows it'll be an incredibly tough opponent. Suddenly, a thunderous roar from above jolts her. She glances upward, perplexed by thunder rumbling under a clear sky. A moment later, a colossal sphere of crackling purple lightning materializes. It detonates in the night sky, slamming into the eagle and tearing it to shreds. In a brutal shower of blood and feathers, staring in disbelief at such raw power, QQ wonders which high-level lightning user could have obliterated the beast so effortlessly, especially from such a distance. She realizes the attack must have originated from within campus. She speculates it had to be a powerful senior student, or even a university mentor. The scene shifts, revealing the true source of the attack. Su Jingming, standing in a secluded wooded area, surrounded by the crackling remnants of his power. A confident smirk plays on his lips as purple lightning continues to swirl around him. He reflects on his test, thinking that even this small demonstration showcases the astonishing power of his new S-rank combat technique, the Heavenly Thunder Art. In the campus woods, a system notification confirms Su Jingming killed a mid-tier, 3rd-rank white-ringed black feather eagle, earning him 34 ability points. He's absolutely amazed, thinking his new Heavenly Thunder Art is even stronger than he'd imagined, with incredible destructive force, and a range of nearly a kilometer. As he walks away, thoroughly pleased, he's secretly watched from the trees by a mysterious young man who finds the famous freshman quite interesting. The next morning, as Su Jingming prepares to leave his dorm, his roommate asks where he's off to so early. Su Jingming explains he's heading back to the Battle Technique Library to study for the freshman competition in just a few days. Watching him go, Lu Wintao is utterly amazed by his roommate's dedication. He muses that such grueling training is almost inhuman, especially right after his perilous wilderness ordeal. Feeling inspired, he resolves to begin his own training. Later, as Su Jingming strolls across campus after his meal, suddenly, Song Chiu calls out his name, making him turn. She immediately expresses her immense relief that he's back, safe and sound from the dangerous wilderness. Wasting no time, she quickly cuts to the chase, reminding him of his long-standing promise to spar with her when he asks if she's truly serious. With a confident smirk, she plants her hands on her hips, telling him never to underestimate her, since she was the top scorer in her entire province. Su Jingming agrees to spar, suggesting later, but an impatient Song Chiu snatches his hand, insisting they use his dorm's training room right this instant. As she drags him along excitedly, he's amused by her fierce, decisive personality, thinking it's completely typical for someone from Sichuan. He wonders internally why she's so eager to fight. Meanwhile, internally, Song Chiu secretly anticipates how surprised he'll be when he realizes she has also advanced to the second tier. They soon arrive at the private training room, watched by the curious Lu Wintao and Qi Dongxia. Su Jingming stands ready, spear in hand. As he warms up, Song Chiu smirks confidently, taunting him to try not to lose too badly. He calmly retorts that she can't defeat him without a weapon. She smirks, confirming she definitely has one. With a flourish, she summons her weapon from her space ring. It materializes in a brilliant flash of light, and she expertly catches the massive, ornate halberd. Su Jingming is visibly surprised. He muses, a Fong Tianhuaji is an incredibly rare weapon, especially for a girl. Weapon in hand, Song Chiu boldly vows to defeat him. Su Jingming calmly accepts her challenge. From the sidelines, Lu Wintao grins, boldly declaring his brother Ming has already won, a statement Qi Dongxia finds utterly amusing. As the match officially begins, he senses her powerful aura and realizes she's reached the lower second tier. He deduces this must be the source of her immense confidence, but remains completely unconcerned. Suddenly, a massive surge of purple lightning erupts from him, as he declares he hasn't been standing still either. The sheer force of his power absolutely shocks Qi Dongxia, who can only exclaim, "It's impossible." He's an upper second-tier user now. A smug Lu Wintao can't help but tease her, reminding her he warned that her friend was no match. Song Chiu is utterly stunned, realizing her whole plan has completely backfired. She can't help but wonder how his promotion speed so greatly outpaced hers, especially since they were both top scorers. Surrounded by crackling lightning, Su Jingming calmly asks if she intends to continue. Flustered, she agrees, but begs him not to use too much force. Amused, he praises her impressive flexibility. He tells her he won't attack first, and she can come at him when she's ready. With a determined glint, she warns him not to regret it, then unleashes her A-rank ability. Light of Dawn. He observes the brilliant light, noting it's a natural type ability, just like his lightning, and wonders just how powerful it truly is. Channeling her power, she leaps forward, her halberd engulfed in a glowing, fiery aura. He notes with interest, it's his first time ever seeing a weapon. Enhancing technique, he swings his spear to meet her. The clash of lightning and light creates a brilliant, blinding explosion. With a confident smile, he easily parries her strike, his superior strength completely nullifying her attack. The sheer force sends a shocked Song Chiu stumbling back. He calmly remarks that her technique is impressive, but lacks true power. Watching, an impressed Lu Wintao exclaims, "Beautiful," noting his friend easily blocked her famous technique. Undeterred, a determined Song Chiu declares she will try again. She unleashes a furious barrage of attacks, creating afterimages as she strikes from all angles. He remains unfazed, effortlessly deflecting every single strike. He calmly critiques her, saying her speed is too slow, her power is insufficient, and she needs far more practice. The intense assault quickly leaves her exhausted and completely out of breath. She gives up, She's amazed he countered her A-rank combat technique, which unleashes over 100 strikes in seconds, without using any special skills whatsoever. Leaning on her halberd, she speculates his spear proficiency is beyond advanced. He calmly confirms it has reached the master level. The revelation absolutely stuns her. She exclaims that despite training since she was 8, she's only managed to reach the advanced level. She looks at him in utter disbelief and declares, "He's a monster." Turning away, she immediately concedes the match, admitting that against his S-rank ability and sheer talent, she stands no hope of ever surpassing him. He asks if she wants to test his other techniques, but she flatly declines. She explains that with his superior power, her techniques would be utterly useless against his defenses. As a thank you, she invites him to lunch, and he accepts. She says she'll see him at noon, and then leaves with Chi Dong-xia, who remarks that he certainly seems to be the stronger one. After they leave, Lu Wentao gives him a thumbs up, praising him for being the strongest around. Su Jingming modestly replies, "That Song Shukyu isn't that strong, but her advancement speed is indeed impressive." Lu Wentao smiles, saying, Su Jingming only thinks that because of his own immense power. He then reveals a truly shocking truth. Song Chuqiu is the great-granddaughter of Song Daoyuan, a legendary S-rank grandmaster from the history books. The news leaves him utterly speechless, recalling an entire chapter dedicated to the man from 80 years ago. Lu Wentao explains that since her family is in Sichuan, and she is the grandmaster's most beloved great-granddaughter, her rapid advancement is entirely expected. Su Jingming now understands her incredible background and how she could afford such expensive items. Feeling a new urgency, he tells Lu Wentao he must get back to training and quickly leaves. Back in the library, Su Jingming masters his second S-rank skill, Thunder Armor. He tests it, his body covered in a shield of crackling purple lightning. He's impressed that it reduces impact by 90% and auto-counterattacks, making it a formidable defense. For hours later, he checks his system panel and sees he only has just over 700 ability points left. After learning the 2 skills, he notes to himself to visit the wilderness to replenish his points in the future. With his preparations complete, a determined look crosses his face. He's now fully committed to focusing on the upcoming freshman competition set for September 1st. The day of the competition finally arrives. Su Jingming's group makes their way to the venue. He notices his female friends are wielding some truly unusual weapons. Chi Dong-xia, with her massive mechanical claws, explains a unique style helps them win faster. Her target is the top 50 in the song tier. Xiao declares her goal is 2nd place. This piques Su Jingming's interest. He asks if she's given up on fighting him again. She honestly admits she just can't beat him, so there's no point in trying. Lu Wentao then brings up another formidable contender, Li Chengji, Qinghai's top scorer, who has also reached the 2nd tier song. Xiao is super eager to witness this rival's strength firsthand. Just then, Chi Dong-xia points ahead, announcing their arrival. The group finally reaches a massive, awe-inspiring arena. In the stands, Zhang Xiaoshuan sits beside Tang Qi. Tang Qi is quite surprised. Zhang Xiaoshuan is showing interest in the competition. Zhang Xiaoshuan smiles, revealing she's here for someone specific, someone she's paying very close attention to. When Tang Qi asks who, Zhang Xiaoshuan reveals it's a boy and points towards the entrance, saying he's just arrived down below. Our boys' group steps inside. Lu Wentao is absolutely stunned by the massive stage, wondering why the school built something so extravagant. So Su Jingming explains his teacher told him. The competition is a 100-person battle royale, which naturally requires a stage this huge. The idea of such a large-scale battle excites Su Jingming, and a predatory grin spreads across his face as he muses on how incredibly interesting it will be. As the freshmen gather on the arena floor, Lu Wentao glances up at the spectator, stands wide-eyed in amazement. He points out the sheer number of important figures who have come to watch, including the presidents of the university's 2 most powerful clubs, the Ash Flame Society and the Starfall Society. He guesses such an impressive lineup must be there. specifically for Xu Jingming. This revelation genuinely surprises Xu Jingming. Someone asks if superpower universities even have club activities. Lu Wentao confirms they absolutely do, explaining that unlike clubs at regular universities, these are combat teams brimming with powerful ability users. He adds that these clubs regularly venture into the wilderness to hunt beasts, providing valuable training and resources to their members each month. They even offer a clear path to join their guilds after graduation. He then mentions that Su Jingming Sr., Lu Ming, is the vice president of the Ash Flame Society. He finds it quite strange that Lu Ming isn't present on such an important day for his junior brother. Su Jingming looks down with a concerned gaze. He thinks to himself that he hasn't been able to contact his senior or his master since returning. He recalls hearing they went to the southwest and can't help but wonder if they are safe. Meanwhile, in a private box, a subordinate reports to his president about the tight battle situation in the Southwest, thanking him for returning. He suggests that recruiting new members could be left to them. The president, a man with striking silver hair, is revealed to be Wei He, the president of the Ash Flame Society. He dismisses the suggestion, stating his only goal for returning is to recruit Su Jingming at any cost. As he scans the stands, he notices another prominent figure and wonders why Wulon, from a Starfall Society, is also there. In another section, Wulon, president of the Starfall Society, looks down at the arena with a confident smirk, clearly sharing the same target. Suddenly, a massive, glowing magic circle appears in the sky, signaling the start of the competition. From the circle, a magnificent balcony emerges, floating down towards the arena. The crowd murmurs in awe, wondering if it's the work of a powerful space-type ability user. A portal of golden light opens on the balcony, and a figure steps through. An elegant and powerful-looking woman with a flash of brown hair. Her presence instantly commands attention. Lu Wentao instantly recognizes her as the vice principal, the fierce guardian of the battle technique library. Su Jingming is utterly stunned by her youthful appearance, but Lu Wentao quickly explains that powerful ability users' bodies simply age at a much slower rate. He estimates she must be at least 40 despite standing gracefully on the floating balcony. The vice principal then formally introduces herself. Her name is Ling Shuang, and she's one of the university's 3 vice principals. Her responsibility? The battle technique library. She explains that with the principal away, she will be presiding over the opening ceremony today. She kicks things off by welcoming the new students to Madu, Superpower University. She announces this year's freshman class has 24 students, including 6 provincial top scorers. She then provides a detailed breakdown of their abilities. 56 with A rank, 32 with B rank, and 135 with C and D rank abilities. With a subtle, knowing glance, she adds that there's also one extremely rare S rank awakened student among them. This announcement immediately grabs the attention of Su Jingming and his friends. Ling Shuang continues, explaining that to help students grow stronger, the university allocates resources each year based on a 5-tier rating system, from D to S. She then declares the upcoming freshman competition will determine their treatment and rating for their entire first year. The students murmur about the intense pressure of the university's competitive system. Hearing this, Ling Shuang scoffs at the very idea of fairness. A powerful, dark aura erupts from her as she forcefully asks, "When did I ever say Moto University was a fair place?" With a stern expression, she declares, their goal is to cultivate top-tier powerhouses, and the birth of the strong requires them to go through harsh competition. Her intense declaration leaves the freshmen in stunned silence. Su Jingming, however, is not intimidated. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he thinks this competitive environment proves he made the right choice. Ling Shuang strongly advises the students not to hold back their true strength, as greater power unlocks more resources. She then dives into the competition details, The first stage is a 100-person battle royale. Floating drones will meticulously track the number of opponents each student defeats. The battle will unfold over 10 rounds, with only the top 5 from each round advancing. She then projects a massive screen, displaying the incredible rewards. First place will snag a 10 cubic meter space ring, A-grade cultivation resources, and 1,000 credits. Second and third place aren't slouching either, receiving A-grade and B-grade combat suits, B-grade resources, and a substantial amount of credits. The sheer, incredible value of these prizes leaves the students utterly breathless with awe. Ling Shuang then adds one final, crucial detail: the competitions. Results will also determine their permission levels within the university, ranging from C rank to A rank. She clarifies that the truly rare S rank permission is granted through a separate process. With her powerful speech concluded, she gracefully hands the proceedings to another dean and departs in a dazzling flash of golden light. Taking the stage, the dean of the Elemental Academy, Sun Qingsui, stands confidently before the crowd. She officially declares the freshman competition officially open. As a final encouragement, she reminds the students that those who perform exceptionally well may be personally chosen by teachers to become their disciples, urging them to truly give it their all. The students erupt in murmurs of pure excitement, realizing this is truly their moment to shine. Sun Qingsui explains that the first stage will indeed feature 10 rounds of battles. The AI, Ava, then begins to randomly select students for the very first round. As they watch, our boys group, clad in matching combat suits, immediately notices the top scorer from Qinghai. Li Chengji is in the very first group. From the stage, Li Qingji glares at them and flashes a provocative smirk. Qi Dongxia immediately points it out, while an utterly annoyed Song Chu calls him arrogant. A mischievous Lu Wentao, however, thinks to himself that Li Qingji has made a terrible, terrible mistake. The 100 selected students then gather on the arena floor. Dean Sun Qingshui. He reassures them they won't need to worry about dying, as Eva will generate a protective shield if anyone's life is in danger. She adds that a medical team is on standby, and with a countdown from 3, the battle begins. The arena erupts into a chaotic free-for-all. In the stands, spectators are drawn to a powerful, sword-wielding student dominating the fight. Noting he's already broken through to the second tier, they identify him as Li Chengji, the top scorer from Qinghai province. On the battlefield, Li Chengji effortlessly cuts down opponents, brazenly calling his fallen foes weaklings. The first round ends swiftly. An AI drone announces Li Chengji has taken first place by defeating 36 people. As he steps down, he looks up at Su Jingming and issues a challenge, wondering if Su Jingming can surpass his score. Watching Li Chengji's arrogant display, Lu Wentao sweats and declares, "That guy's beyond saving," remarking, "I've never seen someone so determined to court disaster." In the stands, a member of the Starfall Society points out Li Chengji's breakthrough to their president, Wulan, and asks if they should make him their primary target. Wulan calmly dismisses the idea, stating their number one target remains Su Jingming. When his subordinate asks if he has inside information, Wulan replies it's not a secret, but something he witnessed himself. A short while later, Eva announces the start of the second round and calls the selected students to the stage. To his friends' excitement, Su Jingming is among them. Lu Wentao and Song QQ cheer him on, telling him to show Li Chengji his true power. Su Jingming calmly agrees. As Su Jingming steps onto the stage, the other contestants are filled with dread. They complain about their terrible luck and immediately give up on first place, deciding instead to fight for the remaining 4 spots. Su Jingming stands confidently, thinking his opponents are naive if they believe they are safe, keeping their distance. The deans watch from the VIP section. One dean asks Dean Sun Qingshui if Su Jingming is Dean Yang, Jian Tian's new disciple. She confirms this, identifying him as the S-rank user. The dean comments on his impressive aura. However, as Su Jingming unleashes his power, another dean is so shocked, he spits out his drink. He exclaims in disbelief. Su Jingming has reached the second tier. He was only awakened a month ago. The other deans share his shock, marveling at his terrifying speed of advancement. Dean's son, Qing Shuai, thinks to herself, Dean Yang is certainly good at keeping secrets. The countdown for the battle begins. As soon as the match starts, Su Jingming unleashes a massive, swirling vortex of purple lightning that instantly engulfs a large part of the arena, leaving the other students stunned. Standing at the center of the storm, he spins his spear with blinding speed, a predatory grin on his face. He thinks that compared to slaughtering beasts, he still finds fighting against other humans to be far more enjoyable. Su Jingming's immense display of power shocks the other contestants. A blast of energy pushes them back, and one realizes with horror that aura is from a second-tier ability user. Standing in a swirl of purple lightning, Su Jingming confirms their fears. As the students shout in disbelief, he's a second-tier user? The other competitors look on in despair, complaining about the unfairness of facing a freshman who is already a tier above them. From the stands, Wuluan, president of the Starfall Society, calmly observes. His subordinate asks if he already knew about our boy's true strength. Wulan replies that he did, commenting that Su Jingming's potential is now clear to all. In another section, Zhang Qiu Xuan smiles, realizing she's been calling her junior a senior, and playfully vows sweet, sweet revenge. Meanwhile, Li Chengji grinds his teeth in sheer frustration. He'd planned to leverage Su Jingming's fame to make a name for himself. But now, his meticulously laid plan is utterly useless. He curses his rotten luck for being in a different round than Su Jingming, and wonders what to do next. In the arena, one cunning student seizes the perfect opportunity. He addresses the others, declaring Su Jingming too formidable to face solo, and proposes they unite to eliminate him first. The suggestion is met with enthusiastic agreement, as everyone knows it's their one and only shot. Su Jingming, still wreathed in his lightning storm, senses a powerful, persuasive force in the speaker's voice. Realizing he must be a spiritual type ability user, a young man with vibrant purple hair named Xieying reveals himself, unleashing his A-rank psychic ability to powerfully unite the students. He assures them that if they follow his precise orders, they have a rare chance to defeat an S-rank ability user. Motivated, the other students quickly rally to his cause. In the VIP box, the deans exchange comments on the unfolding event. Wuwen notes that Xieying has impressively united the freshmen, while Sun Qing Shuai recognizes Xieying as a personal disciple of Dean Long Ku. Dean Long Ku, head of the Tactics Academy, smiles smugly though. He thinks the students' unity is due to our guy's sheer strength, not Xieying's leadership. Still, Sun Qing Shuai believes Su Jingming is in serious trouble, thinking it would be a massive joke if an S-rank user were eliminated in the very first round. Below, Su Jingming watches his myriad opponents group up. Xieying taunts him, saying he lost his crucial chance to attack, and demanding how he plans to face 102 opponents now. But instead of being intimidated, Su Jingming simply smirks with unwavering confidence, asking why Xieying assumes he's at a disadvantage. He then summons his raw power, materializing a spear of pure, crackling lightning in his hand. In response, Xieying orders his newly formed army to attack, sending close combat fighters charging to the front, while ranged and support types strategically prepare. With a rare chance to defeat an S-rank user before them, the students charge forward as one, a united front, their battle cries filling the entire arena. From a safe distance, Xieying conjures a rock barrier, taunting Su Jingming. He declares he should focus on surviving the onslaught before even trying to reach him. Su Jingming, however, remains utterly unimpressed. He coolly muses that their numbers mean little. Against his overwhelming power, he decides to act, hurling a massive lightning spear not at the students, but directly at Xieying's defensive wall. The spear connects with devastating force, shattering the rock barrier instantly. The resulting explosion of raw purple energy sends a powerful shockwave rippling out, repelling the closest attackers in its path. The raw energy continues to surge menacingly across the arena floor. Caught in the blast, Xiaoying and the others look on in pure terror, screaming that the energy is about to explode, and they're all going to die. A moment later, their worst fears are realized as the energy detonates in a truly massive explosion, covering a huge section of the battlefield. Onlookers are stunned speechless by the sheer scale of the blast, with one student exclaiming, "He just saw a mushroom cloud." Others worry that Xiaoying and his group have been killed. Suddenly, the university's safety system kicks in. An AI drone announces that a life-threatening impact triggered the defense grid, encasing several students in protective bubbles. It then delivers the final verdict. They have all been eliminated by Su Jingming, safe but utterly disqualified. Xiaoying clenches his fist in utter frustration. He complains that he failed to defeat even one opponent and is now out, all because he messed with Su Jingming. One of the instigators, also eliminated, desperately shouts for the remaining students to continue their attack. Under the lingering effect of Xiaoying's command, a female student declares with fierce determination that she will take Su Jingming down with her. The remaining fighters, their eyes glowing red, heed the call and launch a final, desperate charge. From all sides, Su Jingming stands calmly at the center, watching as dozens of weapons descend upon him. Yet far from being overwhelmed, a confident, almost sinister smile spreads across his face as he prepares to meet their furious charge. Watching from the sidelines, a confident Su Ying believes that even if they're all eliminated, it's a worthy sacrifice to defeat Su Jingming. His confidence shatters the very next instant, his face contorting in pure shock as he witnesses the unbelievable outcome. Su Jingming effortlessly counters their assault by simply spinning his spear. He creates a powerful vortex of purple lightning that repels every single attacker, sending them flying. With the threat gone, Su Jingming lets out a small sigh. Looking almost bored, Su Ying looks on in disbelief, wondering how a simple use of an ability could completely block all their elemental attacks. He questions if this is the true, overwhelming power of an S-rank ability. Su Ying collapses to his knees, utterly defeated. He laments that even with so many of them, they were nothing more than ants to Su Jingming. The rest of the audience is in an uproar, marveling at the terrifying power of Su Jingming's lightning. They note that all other elemental attacks were completely ineffective. One student who also uses lightning is confused, unable to understand why Su Jingming's is so much more powerful. In the stands, Jiang Chu Chuang cheers, exclaiming she knew her senior would be fine. Beside her, Song Chio Chio smirks, thinking how naive it was for the students to believe they could defeat Su Jingming with such a simple plan. From the VIP section, the deans analyze the fight. Dean Lonka remarks that our boy's proficiency with the Thunder Spear must be at an advanced level. Another dean adds that the throw created a sonic boom, indicating incredible speed and a strong physique. Dean's son, Ching Sui, looks on, thoughtfully, wishing Dean Yang Jinshin were there to ask about his extraordinary disciple. Back on the arena floor, the few remaining students are frozen in panic. They realize, with dread, they have absolutely no way to pierce his defenses. Utterly demoralized, one student suggests their only option is to flee. Seeing the remaining students paralyzed with fear, Su Jingming turns, a confident smirk playing on his lips, with purple lightning swirling menacingly around him. He mockingly asks if they're truly too scared to attack, declaring that if so, he'll simply come to them. He leaps forward, shattering the very ground beneath his feet. As he becomes a blur of pure, raw energy, he closes the distance in a mere instant, moving like a phantom through the terrified students. He strikes them down with blinding, relentless speed. The students panic, shouting in alarm at his utterly incredible speed. One desperately calls for the others to form a tight defensive formation, but another argues they absolutely must stick together, heeding the advice. The remaining fighters form a tight, desperate cluster, with a shield bearer bravely positioned at the front, bracing for his inevitable assault. Seeing their organized defense, Shui Jingming's smirk only widens. He thinks to himself, "Now, this is finally getting interesting." He weaves effortlessly through their ranks, a whirlwind of lightning and steel. As he systematically dismantles their formation, he calmly critiques his opponent's glaring flaws, telling one their angle is all wrong, another that they're far too slow, and a third that their power is simply too weak. As he moves, one student unleashes a desperate wave of ice to stop him, but Shui Jingming lands gracefully amidst the attack, completely unfazed. In a matter of mere seconds, the battle is definitively over. The arena floor is littered with the defeated bodies of every single contestant. Shui Jingming stands over the last fallen student, his expression cold, with a final, contemptuous declaration that they were all too weak. He thrusts his spear into the ground, a definitive end to the one-sided slaughter. The defeated students lie on the ground, utterly demoralized. One complains that Shui Jingming not only defeated them effortlessly, but also had the audacity to call them weak. Another student laments his terrible luck for being in the same group as him. Eva hovers above, confidently announcing the round's conclusion with a bright smile. Su Jingming casually rests his spear on his shoulder, as the drone dramatically declares him the sole qualifier. He's crushed 102 opponents. The drone starts to list the remaining qualifiers, but Dean Sun Qing Shui cuts it off, taking the reins. She explains that since Su Jingming was the only one to advance, the others must battle it out in an additional round to determine the remaining 4 slots. In the stands, the audience is absolutely buzzing. A female student gasps, remarking it was an absolute, crushing victory. It's the first time she's ever witnessed a competition where only one person made it out of a round. Her friend wholeheartedly agrees, predicting the university's clubs will be practically fighting to recruit Su Jingming. The deans are equally, utterly impressed. Dean Long Qi recalls that in over 40 years of this competition, the previous elimination record was a mere 87, set by another S-rank user in a grueling 7-minute match. They all agree Su Jingming's new record will likely never be broken. Dean Long Qi then muses, wondering how Dean Yang Jinshin possibly trained Su Jingming's spearmanship to such a master level. Dean's son Qing Shui is utterly stunned, acknowledging that Su Jingming must possess incredible talent for weaponry. She admits she originally wanted him for the Elemental Academy, but now sees there's simply no need. A slight smile graces her lips as she realizes that with a student like him, there's absolutely no need to worry about the upcoming 3-school freshman research trip. Back on the ground floor, Song QQ and Chi Dongjia rush over to enthusiastically congratulate Su Jingming. Lu Wentao excitedly points out the look on Li Chengji's face, which he says turned purple after Su Jingming eliminated Shiring. He jokes that Li Chengji could practically learn face changing. Su Jingming glances over at his rival, thinking Li Chengji is nothing but a paper tiger who only bullies the weak. While he found his opponent's arrogance intolerable, he decides not to confront him right now. He vows to issue a formal challenge to Li Chengji during the competition's second stage. He then turns to his friends, patting Lu Wentao's shoulder, and tells them they're up next. He confidently assures them advancing to the top 50 will be a breeze, and an eager Lu Wentao readily agrees. Su Jingming exchanges a fist bump with Song QQ, who tells him that even though she can't defeat him, she will prove herself the strongest freshman besides him. The competition continues. In round 3, Lu Wentao battles his way to 4th place, defeating 9 opponents, and then in round 6, Chi Dongxia claws her way to secure 3rd place, after defeating 12 opponents. Finally, in round 8, it is Song Qiuqiu's turn to shine. She steps into the arena with her massive halberd, confidently declaring, "My time has come." Her arrival instantly causes a stir, with many students recognizing her as the top scorer. from Sichuan province. They admire her striking appearance and rare weapon, with one fan proclaiming her the school's new goddess. The match begins, and Song QQ immediately activates her A-rank ability, Light of Dawn, covering her halberd in a brilliant golden aura. She moves with incredible grace and power, cutting through contestants with swift, decisive strikes. Her strength utterly shocks the other students, who cry out in disbelief upon realizing she is another second-tier user. One student expresses relief that she's only a low-ranked second-tier user, and not as powerful as Xu Ejingming, but his friend grimly retorts that it makes no real difference. Watching from the stands, Wulon, president of the Starfall Society, is clearly impressed. He instructs his subordinate to list Song QQ as their second recruitment target. In the arena, Song QQ continues her relentless assault, unleashing a technique called Dawnlight's Second Dance. She moves like a whirlwind, her glowing halberd striking down multiple opponents. She then gathers her power for a more focused attack. Light Flame Gravity Slash. With a powerful leap, she brings her halberd down in a devastating thrust. The attack is too much for the remaining student, who cries out about the immense weight. Before collapsing, with the last opponent down, Song Chuchio stand victorious. The AI drone announces she has taken first place, with 45 eliminations. Her victory secured. She dematerializes her weapon and turns to wave cheerfully at Su Jingming. In the stands, she approaches him playfully, asking his opinion. He praises her, acknowledging her combination of magic and melee combat was simply amazing, and he says he looks forward to facing her in the second round. 2 hours later, the second stage begins. A free challenge on floating platforms high above the arena. Each student has 3 chances to challenge a higher-ranked opponent, but only those in the top 50 can be challenged. It is now Su Jingming's turn. He briefly considers challenging second place, Song Chuchio, but dismisses the thought. He informs the AI drone that he wants to challenge the third-place student, Li Chengji. The announcement leaves Li Chengji shocked and enraged. He furiously points at Su Jingming, demanding to know why the first-place student is challenging him. Su Jingming calmly replies, "But the rules don't say he must challenge someone higher-ranked." He then adds a chilling reminder, asking if Li Chengji really thought he could be provoked without consequence. The audience buzzes with confusion. A student in the know explains that Li Chengji had previously made an arrogant, throat-slitting gesture at Su Jingming. The AI even assigns them an arena. Li Chengji, furious, accepts the challenge, eager to see the true power of an S-rank user. On the floating platform, the two face each other as the AI counts down. As the battle begins, Li Chengji unleashes his full power. He transforms his body, becoming larger and more muscular. Clad in crimson fur and sporting a fierce lion's head, the system swiftly identifies his ability as A rank. The Berserk Blood Lion King unleashes a truly ferocious roar. Engulfed in a furious red aura, the Lion Man charges. He screams that Xu Jingming forced him into this. Xu Jingming, eyes crackling with ominous purple lightning, glares back with icy intensity. He retorts that he forced absolutely nothing. No, this is a disaster, brought on solely by Li Chengji's own arrogance. In a blinding flash of lightning, Xu Jingming vanishes. He moves with unbelievable, electrifying speed. He reappears, soaring high above the charging Li Chengji, his spear poised, ready to strike. The Lion Man whips around, clearly taken by surprise. He scoffs, a lightning-type user, daring to engage me head-on. He swings his colossal sword with furious might, unleashing his devastating Wild Lion Slash. Their weapons collide in a brilliant, explosive burst of energy. The sheer impact proves too much for Li Chengji. He's sent hurtling backward, airborne, completely overpowered by Xu Jingming's brutal blow. As he frantically struggles to regain control and stop, a look of utter disbelief contorts his face. He realizes with dawning horror that even in his enhanced form, his opponent's physical strength is vastly superior. Pressing his overwhelming advantage, Xu Jingming unleashes a relentless torrent of his purple cloud, divine lightning. The crackling electrical energy engulfs the transformed Li. Chunji roars in sheer agony. The audience watches in horror. They note that if even a second-tier enhancement-type user can't handle this pain, it must be absolutely excruciating. One student points out, trembling in terror, that Xu Jingming is deliberately controlling the lightning's power, torturing his opponent without dealing a final blow, preventing the AI from ending the match prematurely. The consensus is crystal clear. It's better to provoke anyone else but Xu Jingming. Finally, after a few more torturous moments, Li Chengji collapses, his beastly form giving way. The AI drone promptly declares Xu Jingming the winner. Standing victorious, Xu Jingming looks on coldly. He muses it's a pity he couldn't torture him longer, but concludes that 10 seconds of pure agony is a lesson that will surely be remembered. He hopes Li Chengji learns to be a bit more humble now. Battered and bruised, Li Chengji gasps in shock on the ground. He can only mutter, barely believing he survived. Moments ago, he was certain he'd met his end. Terror grips him as Xu Jingming finally walks away. He only dares to sigh in relief once Xu Jingming is gone. However, that relief is brutally short-lived. Suddenly, Song Chuki steps forward, halberd at the ready, and confidently declares to Eva her intention. She also wants to challenge none other than third-place student Li Chengji. This shocking announcement unleashes a fresh wave of absolute terror through him. He realizes his agonizing ordeal isn't over yet.